For nearly 30 years, National Action Network has championed the cause of social justice by promoting a modern civil rights agenda for all. With over 100 chapters across the country, it is a national movement for equality rooted in the spirit and tradition of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. Despite the extreme challenges of 2020, NAN redoubled its activism and efforts to fight for the voiceless and push for change at the highest levels possible. In January, NAN kicked the year off with its annual King Day breakfast in Washington, D.C., featuring former President Bill Clinton, as well as dignitaries like Martin Luther King III and others. While at its headquarters in Harlem, New York, they convened their yearly public policy forum with elected officials and throngs of public support. NAN's Irvington, New Jersey chapter hosted a 2020 census workshop educating people on the significance of participation. Chapters across the nation encourage people to fill out the census to ensure that everyone is indeed counted. Following the South Carolina Democratic debate, Reverend Sharpton and NAN hosted a minister's breakfast featuring candidates such as Joe Biden, Pete Buttigieg, Elizabeth Warren, and others.
Thank God we have all of you in this room, but also particularly Jim, because he reminds us of who we are. What you're doing to the least of my brethren, you're doing to me. That's what it's about. That's how I was raised.
The breakfast focused on creating a civil rights agenda for 2020 and beyond, as well as helping to mobilize Black churches ahead of the pivotal presidential election. NAN's annual Western Regional Conference convened chapter members from California, Arizona, and Nevada to address issues impacting marginalized and minority communities. The conference included plenary sessions, as well as a Rock the Vote concert presented by NAN's California Youth Huddle. As the catastrophic COVID-19 pandemic hit the United States, NAN stepped up its efforts to help those most devastated from the impact. The Harlem headquarters teamed up with Sylvia's Restaurant and World Central Kitchen to distribute meals to the thousands in need. NAN's efforts to feed the hungry expanded to New Jersey, South Carolina, California, Florida, Michigan, and elsewhere. These initiatives continued for months, and NAN distributed over 1 million meals across the nation. The NAN Tallahassee chapter partnered with the Capital City Chamber of Commerce to provide small business grants to those suffering hardship due to the pandemic. Meanwhile, the NAN Sacramento chapter teamed up with Lyft and the Sacramento Food Bank to help deliver resources. And in Detroit, NAN provided groceries and medical deliveries to those in need. The Atlanta chapter even launched a COVID relief fund. As the global pandemic raged, the fight for police reform continued as well, and NAN was at the forefront, leading the way. The Louisville chapter hosted a press conference in front of the courthouse to demand justice for Breonna Taylor, who was shot and killed by police as she slept in her bed.
We're here to bring people together. And it starts locally. All politics start at the local level. So, Mayor, we are telling you today, we are demanding you today that you be a fearless, courageous leader. Stand up to the enemy. Stand up for what you know in your heart is right.
After the gruesome police killing of George Floyd, Reverend Sharpton met with his family members and stood alongside grieving loved ones. He delivered a powerful eulogy at Floyd's funeral, calling out systemic racism and the need for police reform.
Ever since 401 years ago, the reason we could never be who we wanted and dreamed to be in is you kept your knee on our neck. We were smarter than the underfunded schools you put us in, but you had your knee on our neck. We could run corporations and not hustle in the street, but you had your knee on our neck. We had creative skills. We could do whatever anybody else could do, but we couldn't get your knee off our neck. What happened to Floyd happens every day in this country, in education, in health services, and in every area of American life. It's time for us to stand up in George's name and say, get your knee off our necks. God always uses unlikely people to do his will. If George Floyd had been an Ivy League school graduate and one of these ones with a long title, we would have been accused of reacting to his prominence. If he'd been a multimillionaire, they would have said that we were reacting to his wealth. If he had been famous athlete, as he was on the trajectory to be, we would have said we were reacting to his fame. But God took an ordinary brother from the third ward, from the housing projects that nobody thought much about but those that knew him and loved him. He took the rejected stone, the stone that the builder rejected. They rejected him for jobs. They rejected him for positions. They rejected him to play certain teams. God took the rejected stone and made him the cornerstone of a movement that's going to change the whole wide world.
His words galvanized the nation and sparked a new intergenerational, interracial movement in the fight for social justice. He announced NAN's Commitment March on Washington. The Get Your Knee Off Our Necks rally took place on August 28th, coinciding with the 57th anniversary of Dr. King's March on Washington.
This is the time for legislative change. This is the time for us to vote like we never voted before. And don't just vote for the top of the ticket. Vote all the way down. Go down from the top to the bottom. Vote all the way to the dog catcher. We want to get rid of anybody that's in our way, because our parents died to give us the right to vote. You can mess with the mail, but it ain't the sacrifice that Goodman and Cheney and Swerner gave. Our vote is dipped in blood. Our vote is dipped in those that went to their grave. We don't care how long the line. We don't care what you do. We're going to vote not for one candidate or the other, but we're going to vote for a nation that'll stop the George Floyds, that'll stop the Breonna Taylor.
The march drew over 200,000 people to the nation's capital. NAN took the unprecedented steps of handing out masks, conducting temperature checks, and urging people to social distance as they rallied for justice.
We have mastered the selfie and TikTok. Now we must master ourselves. Less than a year before he was assassinated, my grandfather predicted this very moment. He said that we were moving into a new phase of the struggle. The first phase was the civil rights, and the new phase is genuine equality. Genuine equality is why we are here today and why people are coming together all across the world, from New Zealand to New Jersey. He said that we must not forget the days of Montgomery. We must not forget the sit-ins movement. We must not forget the Freedom Rides, the Birmingham movement, and Selma. Papa King, we won't!
I wish George were here to see this right now. That's who I'm marching for. I'm marching for George, for Breonna, for Ahmaud, for Jacob, for Pamela Turner, for Michael Brown, Trayvon, and anybody else who lost their lives are too evil. It's never been more clear than change right now. It's happening right now because we demand it. Everyone here has made a commitment because they wouldn't be here for no other reason right now. Everybody out here right now, our leaders, they need to follow us while we're marching to enact laws to protect us.
For coming out here and continuing to say her name louder. What we need is change, and we're at a point where we can get that change, but we have to stand together, we have to vote.
During a critical election year, NAN's Ohio chapter created a Get Out the Vote commercial. As the South Carolina chapter marched to Senator Lindsey Graham's office to demand support for voting and policing legislation. Chapters across the country encourage voter registration and participation. At a time of intense voter suppression, NAN increased its efforts to push back against draconian measures designed to disenfranchise Black voters. Following the election, Reverend Sharpton and NAN were signatories to a coalition of civil rights leaders demanding that all votes be counted. Reverend Sharpton then wrote a letter to Congressional Black Caucus Chairwoman Karen Bass asking her to prioritize Black health equity in 2021. In Newark, New Jersey, NAN's Tech Center, under the leadership of Northeast Regional Director Reverend Steffi Bartley, blossomed into a staple in the community. The Tech Center provided laptops to students and played a critical role in helping them get up to speed as the country moved to virtual learning. In this challenging year, Reverend Sharpton also released his long-awaited book, Rise Up, Confronting a Country at the Crossroads. A rousing call to action, the book draws on his decades of experience fighting the good fight. Across its various chapters, NAN's youth members have also been recognized for their immense contributions and received various awards for their work. In 2020, NAN formalized its Youth and College Division to continue to empower the visionary voices of young activists. NAN's Youth Huddle made the pivot to a virtual format and have been conducting a Operation Save Ourselves series in its weekly forums. We remember Baltimore, Maryland youth leader David Carter, an energetic and committed young man who died earlier this year. May he rest in peace and power. The organization's commitment to serving those in need has never waned. This year, like every year before, NAN provided Thanksgiving meals to those in need at its Harlem headquarters as well as at the Atlanta office. Under the leadership of NAN's Executive Vice President and General Counsel, Michael A. Hardy, NAN continues to host Legal Night. Launched around 10 years ago, Attorney Hardy and a team of lawyers provide a forum where individuals can have their legal questions addressed for free. In the year of COVID-19, the forum has been held virtually, creating an online space for the dissemination of legal assistance. After November's historic presidential election, which resulted in the nation's first woman and person of color to serve as vice president, NAN committed to helping the administration tackle critical issues that impact the country in general and communities of color in particular. NAN was quick to call for an end to the filibuster on Capitol Hill and applauded the administration's common sense approach to gun reform and comprehensive focus on infrastructure. We've been encouraged by the administration's attention to ensuring that the COVID-19 vaccine is distributed equitably in poor and working-class communities of color. In an effort to encourage individuals to become vaccinated, Reverend Sharpton joined forces with political leaders in New York City and African American leaders across the nation in encouraging widespread vaccination. Despite progress, however, challenges remain. In the wake of the election of two Georgia Democrats, Reverend Raphael Warnock and John Ossoff, we have witnessed the ongoing assault on voting rights in the Peach State. The coordinated effort led by Governor Brian Kemp is designed to suppress the right to vote. It is a devastating reminder that we have not yet moved beyond the dark history of voter suppression in this country.
Pressure on the U.S. Senate to pass, which was H.R. 1 and 4, which is now Senate 1, this bill to deal with federal voting laws. And I think that clearly we are where we were 40 years ago in the civil rights movement when I was just a little kid, where you need federal law to supersede the state laws. Because what we're looking at now is states' rights on voting. The Senate must establish national voting rights laws.
As Dr. King reminded us all, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. He continued, "We are caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a single garment of destiny. Whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly." Since its foundation 30 years ago, NAN has worked in the spirit and tradition of Dr. King to promote a modern civil rights agenda. Reverend Sharpton was just a boy preacher at the age of 12 when he first began working with the SCLC's Operation Breadbasket. It was there that he met Reverend Jesse Jackson, who Dr. King had appointed as Operation Breadbasket's national director.
Of all of the time I've spent with my own two sons, I maybe spent more time with Al than any of them because of our, Yusef says, our spiritual connection. It's not by blood, but by spirit. Yeah. And I want to thank him for standing with me and my family down through the years and recognizing our struggle. There's no other movement in America like NAN today. Nothing like NAN in the country. Dr. King came back, his first stop would be right here. You are his people.
The fight for equality and justice that Dr. King embarked upon was carried forward by Reverend Jackson to Reverend Sharpton and NAN's future leaders. It is in that spirit that NAN was quick to condemn the recent attacks against Asian Americans throughout the nation. It is the reason why NAN called for justice and the arrest of a California woman who physically attacked and falsely accused Keon Harrell Jr., a young man staying at the Arlo Hotel in New York City with his father, of stealing her cell phone. As the late Elie Wiesel reminded us, there may be times when we are powerless to prevent injustice, but there must never be a time when we fail to protest. NAN lost a number of members, friends, supporters, and champions since our last convention. We remember them all. These giants include stalwarts of the civil rights movement such as Reverend Dr. Joseph Lowery, Reverend C.T. Vivian, and Congressman John Lewis. It was during Congressman Lewis's remarks in Selma at the foot of the Edmund Pettus Bridge that Reverend Sharpton helped to hold the civil rights icon up as he urged Americans to stay in the fight and to create, quote, good trouble. It would be the last time Congressman Lewis visited the site of Bloody Sunday. We also remember Cicely Tyson and Vernon Jordan, whose legacy and impact will be felt for many generations to come. And NAN is just getting started. Whether it's holding leaders accountable, feeding those in need, fighting on behalf of victims of police brutality, or inspiring the next generation of civil rights advocates, National Action Network is ready for the next 30 years and beyond.
Welcome to National Action Network's 2021 convention. Even in the pandemic, we have our chapter leaders and delegates from around the country and thousands watching virtual as we begin
the proceedings. Let me say that we want you to stay with us throughout the day. And then, of course, this evening, everyone must be present for the Keepers of the Dream ceremony. We cannot serve food in, but we want to be here for Martin Luther King III and our honorees tonight, it's this evening at 6. And all day, Ben Crump will be leading 2 workshops, voter suppression workshops. You'll be having virtual speakers. Let me say that I want to acknowledge the work of our staff and others, and I'll be doing that throughout the weekend, throughout the next 4 days. We have our chapter leaders from around the country, from Regina Hunt is here from Kansas City, Janique Curry, Buffalo, Dr. October Hudley from Irvington, New Jersey, Stephanie Jackson, Newburgh, North Carolina, Marcia McCoy from Cleveland, Ohio, Reverend Decoy Porter, Sacramento's here, from our Washington, D.C. chapter, Nia 2X, from Los Angeles, Reverend Dr. K.W. Toulis, our Northeast Regional Director, Steffi Bartley, our Atlantic City Director, chapter leader, just opened a new office, hasn't invited me yet, but I got the word that Stephen Young, Anthony Allen from Houston, Texas, chapter and national board member Sheila Tyson, Birmingham, Alabama, Baltimore, Maryland, the godfather of the network, Larry Young, from Brooklyn, New York, my pastor, Reverend Adolphus Lacey, Latisse Cook from Austin, Texas, Warren Ellington from Macon, Georgia, the director of Los Angeles, California, the Reverend Dr. Jonathan Mosley, Imani McCurry from Kansas City, Jasmine McCurry, Tiffany James from Columbia, South Carolina, and Sylvia Coleman from New Jersey, Cynthia Dawkins from Newark, William Franklin Richardson III from Port St. Lucie, Florida, Porter Peoples from Philadelphia, Matthew Smith from Philadelphia, Warren Ellington from Philadelphia. Warren Ellington's from Macon, Walt Dixie from Syracuse, Don Tolliver from Tallahassee, Florida, Felicia Simmons from Asbury Park, and we have delegates here from Utah, Alabama, and Macon. So these are just a few who registered. The good news we have, you have 2 things in common. All of you are leaders and members of National Action Network, and all of you are COVID free because you wouldn't have got in here if you wouldn't. We had the protocol for the hotel is you had to be tested to come up, so we can feel free that we know you COVID tested or have gotten a vaccine. So we're going to ask our chapter leaders to come across the front. We want to cut the ribbon, then we're going to hear and do what we have the President of the United States and others that will address us virtually. Give a hand to our chapter leaders from all over the country. Reverend, my pastor Lacey got a brand new bow tie on for this occasion. All right, we have officially cut the ribbon. Let it begin. Give yourselves a big hand. Let us hear, before we start, our virtual officials from the chairman of the board, who has led us gallantly and with great vision. We could not have had a better chairman of the board than we have. When National Action Network started 30 years ago, our first chairman of the board was Reverend Dr. Wyatt T. Walker. Dr. Walker was the executive director in the early 60s for Dr. King. And we were honored and felt it was providential that since this organization, even in its mission statement, says that we operate in the spirit of Dr. King, that his executive director was our first chairman. When he became ill and had to begin, his schedule began to have to be altered, including his duties as pastor of Canaan Baptist Church. He asked Dr. Richardson, who was vice chair of the board, to take over, and Dr. Richardson has been with us ever since as chairman and has helped develop and govern. This is not a board in name, it is a real board with real compliance and real governing power. And we will later this year, after COVID has died down, have a large 30th anniversary celebration. But as of March, this organization's 30 years old, and we've come the last 15 years under the chairmanship of Reverend Dr. W. Franklin Richardson. Not only does he pastor Grace Baptist Church and chair National Action Network, he chairs the Board of Trustees for Virginia Union University. So let us hear from our chairman.
Thank you, Mr. President, and to all of the members of the board of National Action Network, and to our chapter leaders, and to all of you who have gathered here today. I'm delighted to continue this relationship with an extraordinary leader who has taken us into a whole new era of engagement and empowerment in the person of our organizer, founder, the Reverend Al Sharpton. Let's celebrate him. He is just spectacular. And I'm privileged to have his partnership in multiple activities, and his friendship is a tremendous cherish to me. I want to celebrate his family, his daughters and grandchild, and all of them who make this a real solid community. Let me tell you, the fact that we are gathered here is indicative of the resolve of the National Action Network. National Action Network is determined to not be obstructed in our pursuit for justice and equality. And the very fact that we're having our convention virtually in these tough and difficult circumstances is an illustration of how resolved we are and how committed we are to the mission of full equality and justice for all people in this nation, particularly African Americans. And so give yourselves a hand that you showed up in this environment, in this climate, in this time of challenge. I quickly want to say, I'm not going to give a speech, but I quickly want to say a couple things. One is, there is in the ancient text a statement made by Jeremiah that says, the harvest is past, the summer is ended, and we are not saved. He goes on to say that the prophet looks, he says, my heart is dark and astonishment has overtaken me. Then he raises this rhetorical question, is there no balm in Gilead? Is there no physician there? The truth of the matter is that while we come year in, year out in these challenging times, we come realizing that even though we've made great progress, and there can be no question about the progress that African Americans have made, and we must not ever downplay how successful we have been, because no other people could have survived what we've had to go through. Nobody else could have done what we've done with so little. So do not feel inferior. Do not feel destabilizing. Understand that we have a lot to celebrate. We have come a mighty long ways. 400 years of slavery and resistance and oppression, but we've come through. And you and I who sit here today, we are living evidence that we are survivors. And we must emphasize that every step. But at the same time, we must pay attention to the fact that even though all that has happened, we have not yet fulfilled our potential and promise. Like that ancient prophet Jeremiah, he looks around at the famine and the despair of his people, and he says, the harvest is past, the summer's ended, and we're not saved. That means that the things that should have delivered us have failed us. The things that should have produced our full participation have failed us. He says, we have planted. Well, you know, when you plant, there's a reasonable expectation that you're going to see some harvest. Nobody plants expecting the seeds to stay in the ground. They expect the seeds to bring forth fruit. And when you sacrifice and plant, when you dig and plant and water and cultivate and make sure the sunlight, you are expecting that you're going to get a harvest. African-American people have been planting in this state. We're not Johnny-come-latelys in America. We've always been here. We're the first one to die in 1776 in Crispus Attucks. We've always been here. We didn't show up here. We've been here from the very foundation of this nation. And we have been planting all the time. The problem is that though we've been planting, we have not received the harvest. And the reason we didn't receive the harvest is the people who picked up the harvest kept all the harvest for themselves and kept the money and kept the resources. And so we have been able to have to struggle without resources because we were restricted from receiving the harvest of the seeds we had planted. Our efforts have not been paid for. That's why we speak of reparations. We speak of it because we've never been acknowledged. We've never received resources. You talk about old money. Old money is the money that the white people kept from the black people for their free labor. Old money is our money. Old money is the money we did not get for the sacrifices we made to build this country. On our backs, the cotton gin became a vehicle for our liberation and forged the greatest economic economy in the history of the world on the backs of black people who did not get anything for what they did. The harvest is past. We've watched legislations come year after year after year. We've watched new laws pass. We've been protesting. We've been marching. We organized organizations. We've written books. We've done everything that you could to bring attention to the injustice that has risen in this country. And yet, here this morning, there is great inequality. The fight still goes on. The harvest is past. The things that should have produced results have passed. And we are not saved. We're not saved by every measure of equality, every measure of human existence. No matter what you look at, every measure of quality of life, black people are at the bottom. Whether it's education, health, infant mortality, AIDS, obesity, jobs, home ownership, every measure of quality of life in African-American communities is diminished. We have not been saved. We have been ostracized, rejected, and denied. We are not saved. We've not realized our potential, and yet we planted. We didn't just show up here. And we're not going back. We're not going back to Africa. Matter of fact, we're not going back to Africa until the Italians go back to Italy, and the French go back to France, and the Spanish go back to Spain, and the Jews go back to Jerusalem. We're not going back. And even then, we still ain't going back because we have invested and we claim our place and our space in this nation. Harvest is past, the summer is ended, and we are not saved. We're still marginalized. We're still denied. The National Action Network has not lost focus on the fact that there's still gross inequities in America. And it's no more manifested in the killings of our sons and daughters by the police of the state, unjustly killing our sons and daughters. It is evident, right as we sit here today, the courts are filled of cases that are being addressed because of the maltreatment of black people by the police. We're not saved. Even after having a black man as president for 2 terms with an impeccable record and having brought the country, declared by some to be the best president was in the history of America, and yet we are not saved. With 60 African Americans in Congress, we are not saved. With new laws on the books, we are not saved. With thousands protesting, 200,000 at the march last year, we are not saved. We still have not reached our potential. Do not go to sleep. Wake up. We are not saved. The harvest is past, the summer's ended, and we are not saved. That passage means that harvest, there was a spring harvest. And when the spring harvest came, there was no results. And then he said the summer, but there was a summer harvest. So usually if the harvest in the spring didn't come through, the harvest in the summer would come through. And when the harvest didn't come through, both the spring and the summer harvest, the writer says, and we are not saved. The harvest has been. I challenge us this day. I challenge us as colleagues in the National Action Network, partners for justice. I challenge us to not lose focus and not be rocked to sleep and act like everything is okay. We are the radical voice of African Americans for justice in this country. And God has blessed us to have the stage. The National Action Network is the strongest, most effective civil rights organization in this country today under the leadership of Reverend Al Sharpton. We must not go asleep. The cemeteries are full of too many victims who've given their lives, who are depending on us to make sure that their lives have not been given for nothing. Too many sons and daughters have been destroyed, and we must make sure they have not been forgotten. We must make sure that sacrifice, their blood, was not wasted blood. Harvest is finished. Harvest is over. The summer's ended. We're not saved. Jeremiah says, he says, my heart is dark. Every black person ought to have a dark heart, given the circumstances we face. The heart, he says, my heart is dark. Blackness has overtaken me, astonishment. And then he raises this rhetorical question, is there no balm in Gilead? Is there no physician there? Is there no remedy? You see, the balm in Gilead was the medicinal town, and all the doctors lived in Gilead. And they gathered the medicines, and the medicines provided cure for sicknesses. America is rich, abundant, the richest country in the history of the world. But is there no balm? Is there no justice for us? America has everything, more than anything in the world, but is there no balm? I contend to you that there is a balm in Gilead. And the balm is us. We the balm. The National Action Network, we the balm. African Americans who have a resolve to be free, we are the balm. We the balm. We are the answer. We are our own answer. We must fight on 4 prongs. Education. We must see to it that our children have competence. Our children study. We must save historically black colleges. We must foster economic leverage. We must not spend our money with people who will not support us or work against us, who use the money to fight, to support Trumpism in this nation. We must be careful where we spend our money. Not only economic and educational, but more than ever, political engagement. from public policy to new legislation to voting. Let me tell you, even in this upcoming election in New York, the primary, they're expecting us to stay home. And when we stay home, they get their way. There's an emerging movement in New York and across the country. You may not be aware, but it's counter to our movement. It looks like us, but it ain't us. It talks like us, but it ain't us. It doesn't have our objectives. It doesn't have us as a priority. And we must stand up and go out to the polls more than ever before. No election, you heard Reverend in the film clip, no election can we afford to count, dismiss. Whether it's a dog catcher's election, we got to turn out numbers like never before. Because we the bomb. We are the bomb. We are the difference. And then we must maintain our spiritual consciousness. Remember that we've come this far by faith, leaning on the Lord. We must pray on our knees and then get up off our knees and live out our prayer on our feet. We are National Action Network, not procrastination network, but Action Network. We don't just pray in the symbolisms of the rituals. We rise up, and we rise up to the potential. Is there a bomb in Gilead? Is there no physician there? Sometimes I feel discouraged and think my work's in vain, but then the Holy Spirit revives my soul again. Yes, there is a bomb in Gilead. There is a physician there, and we, you and me, the National Action Network, we are the bomb.
Dr. W. Franklin Richardson, give him a hand. Let us begin with some virtual addresses. First, let us hear from the President of the United States of America, President Joseph Biden.
Hey, Rev, I wish we could be together in person, but I do want to congratulate you on 30 years of the National Action Network, and thank you for your friendship, your partnership, and most of all, your courageous advocacy through these years. This organization has always been an essential voice, but never more essential than it is today. Upholding and advancing the security and prosperity of health and well-being, dignity and possibilities of all Black Americans. It's time. At a time when the pandemic and the economic crisis continue to devastate Black communities. At a time when the cry for justice, 400 years in the making, is ringing out across our nation. At a time when parts of our country are backsliding into the days of Jim Crow, passing laws that harken back to the era of poll taxes, when Black people were made to guess how many jelly beans in a jar, or count the number of bubbles in a bar of soap before they could cast their ballot. This was un-American then, and it's un-American today. But you're fighting. You're fighting for the soul of America, Rev. And Kamala and I are proud to stand with you. We're proud to pass the American Rescue Plan, which is helping us beat the pandemic and deliver checks into Americans' pockets. That law, on its own, is projected to cut poverty in the Black community by 37%. But from my perspective, it's only the beginning. My American Jobs Plan will make generational investments in rebuilding America, delivering good jobs, equity, and opportunity to Black neighborhoods that never seem to get dealt in on the American dream. Replacing every lead drinking water pipe in America so that you never have to worry about another Flint. Delivering high-speed internet access to every American home, and building an economy that sees values and pays our caregivers, so many of whom are Black women. We have so much work to do, from criminal justice to police reform to addressing health disparities and voting rights. But I know that together we're going to continue to make extraordinary progress. So thank you. Thank you for everything you do. Congratulations, and God bless you.
of the United States Senate, Senator Chuck Schumer.
Hello, National Action Network, and this is Senator Chuck Schumer. I want to thank my dear and longtime friend, a champion of civil rights, a fighter for justice for our country, the Reverend Al Sharpton, for letting me join today. We all know that the Reverend's impact on our country has been immense. He has driven the conversation on the most important issues of our time: civil rights, economic justice, policing reform, the fight for our democracy. Like you, I am so grateful for his leadership over all these years. And congratulations to the National Action Network for 30 years of standing up for the cause of justice in America. Now, friends, it's been a hard 12 months, but I do believe our country is turning the corner. Earlier this month, I was proud, as Majority Leader, to lead the passage of the American Rescue Plan, a $1.9 trillion package that President Biden just signed into law. Democrats promised bold action on COVID relief, and we delivered. We delivered on raising stimulus checks from $600 up to $2,000 per person. A family of 4 will see checks for up to $5,600. We delivered on expanded unemployment benefits, extended now till the fall, $300 more than you'd get simply from the state. We delivered on helping families afford the basics, money for rental assistance, SNAP benefits for groceries, funding for mass transit, and tax credit for child care assistance. And one of the things I'm particularly proud of, the vast majority of parents will now receive $3,000 per child under 18 through the expanded tax credit. Parents with kids under 6 will get $3,600, and they'll start seeing these checks mailed regularly to them on a monthly basis this summer. For Black-owned businesses, nonprofits, and churches, Reverend Sharpton made sure I put the churches in, and they're in. We have expanded PPP to make sure they get the help they need and deserve. A lot of our small minority-owned businesses and churches haven't had access to these programs, and now there are people, navigators, who can guide them how to get them. Both NAN and my office will have their phone numbers, and they will be ready to serve. Please let them know. And of course, we provided billions to supercharge our nation's vaccine effort, making it free for all people, and assuring that communities of color go to the front of the line, not the back. In fact, I made sure that community health centers had full access to the vaccines, and they are in our communities, and there's no muss or fuss when people line up to get the vaccine. So in so many ways, help is on the way. And together, I promise we will not return just to the normal we had before the pandemic. We must rebuild our country where justice, democracy, and opportunity is a reality for all people, where we protect our sacred right to vote. Just last month, I introduced S1, the For the People Act, and I promise we will soon take action on the floor of the Senate, and we will get it done. We will rebuild our country so that police reform and real justice extends to all people, like working to pass the Justice in Policing Act, again, where NAN was of great guidance. So was the Ben Crump. And we will rebuild our country to fight economic inequality, like canceling student debt up to $50,000 and pushing for legislation like the Thrive Agenda to invest billions in our communities. And I will continue to push that people of color get appointed to high positions. I was just lucky enough to appoint 3 African Americans to the 3 powerful U.S. attorney positions in New York State. The Southern District, Damian Williams, the first African American to occupy that post. Breon Peace in Brooklyn, whose father was a preacher in Brooklyn. And Trini Ross, well known, well respected in the Buffalo area. Now, none of this will be easy, but every day I serve as Majority Leader, I promise I'll stand in your corner. So thank you, National Action Network. Thanks for being a voice for justice, a voice for progress, and a voice for all the people of America. Thank you so much for doing all that you do, and my very best in the weeks and months ahead.
Senator Schumer, and I think that is very important what he announced. This is the first time we've seen that a senator has nominated 3 African Americans in the 3 federal districts in the state of New York to be the new U.S. attorneys. We've never seen that anywhere in the country. With the Eastern District, Southern District, and Western District all nominated. And for people that understand the process, the senators of the states in question are the ones that make the recommendation to the president and the attorney general. If that senator makes that recommendation, it is rare that that recommendation is not given. So we are on the precipice of at least 2, if not 3 blacks in charge of the Southern District, the Eastern District, and the Western District of New York. That has never happened again, and it's a template for you around the country. We want people of color in the U.S. Attorney's Office over these federal cases. Give him another hand. Now let us hear from the Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Nancy Pelosi.
Hello. It is my privilege to join the members and friends of the National Action Network for this wonderful gathering and to celebrate your 30 years of inspiring transformative action and activism. Thank you, Reverend Sharpton, for your visionary leadership and for your decades of persistent, courageous work to lift up our communities and move our nation closer toward a more perfect union. Let me especially salute the National Action Network's California chapter members. Every day, your energy and activism strengthen our beautiful state. For 3 decades, the network has been a powerful voice for progress. Your energy, organization, and mobilization have been vital in our fight for justice, equality, and dignity for all. Sadly, for over a year, the pandemic and economic crisis have inflicted a devastating toll on the health and economic stability of our nation, particularly in communities of color. Happily, today, I am able to say, help is here. The American Rescue Plan delivers robust relief to put vaccines in arms, money in pockets, children safely back in school, and workers in jobs. And it does so in a way that emphasizes equity and justice, ensuring vulnerable families, schools, and minority-owned businesses hit hardest have the resources to build back better. Indeed, justice is at the heart of all Democrats' work in Congress as we advance our agenda to combat blatant racist voter suppression tactics and to finally confront the systemic injustice and police brutality that have devastated communities of color. To fulfill this mission, we once again passed the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act to fundamentally transform policing in America and save lives. To safeguard every American's sacred right to be heard at the ballot box, House Democrats passed H.R. 1, the For the People Act, the most significant voting rights and democracy reform in more than half a century. Next, we'll be passing H.R. 4, the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. But to get these historic bills across the finish line, our unified democratic government relies on your energy and activism. We need the network's brilliant, persistent outside mobilization in order to enact our bold, transformative agenda for the people. In this work, let us also draw faith and inspiration from the closing words of Amanda Gorman's inaugural poem. For there is always light, if only we're brave enough to see it. If only we're brave enough to be it. Together, we will bravely protect our most vulnerable families and renew our nation's bedrock promise of justice, equality, and opportunity for all. On behalf of the United States Congress, thank you, National Action Network, for all that you do to build a brighter future. And thank you, Reverend Sharpton, for your outstanding leadership.
Speaker Pelosi. And now last, before I bring on the first panel, the Attorney General of the United States of America, Attorney General Judge Garland, Merrick Garland.
Thank you for the work you do every day to help ensure equal justice under law. I am very pleased to speak with you today. The National Action Network's website prominently proclaims that it works within the spirit and tradition of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. In that spirit, let us remember Dr. King's famous admonition, "It is not possible to be in favor of justice for some people and not be in favor of justice for all people." Today, that admonition guides the work of the United States Department of Justice. As I said in my opening statement to the Senate Judiciary Committee, the Attorney General is the lawyer not for any individual, but for the people of the United States, and that means all the people of the United States. The Civil Rights Division, created by the Civil Rights Act of 1957, is the tip of the spear of the Justice Department's effort to ensure justice for all people. That is why we have sought a substantial increase in the division's budget, as well as the budget of a complementary component, the Community Relations Service, which was authorized by the 1964 Civil Rights Act. Money, however, is not enough. Dedicated, experienced leadership is also needed. That is why the President nominated Vanita Gupta to be the Associate Attorney General, the department's third highest position, and Kristen Clark to be the Assistant Attorney General in charge of the Civil Rights Division. I do not need to recount their qualifications to you. Both are veteran civil rights lawyers, and both are highly respected alumni of the department's Civil Rights Division. I meant it when I told the Senate Judiciary Committee that they have skills that I do not have, and they have experiences that I do not have. And I meant it when I said I needed both of them and their experiences and skills to be successful as Attorney General. We are doing everything within our power to get them confirmed. In the meantime, the Civil Rights Division is already hard at work on a long agenda. It is stepping up its efforts to ensure the right to vote. It is combating discrimination in areas from housing to education to employment, and it will work hard to ensure accountability for law enforcement misconduct. It will also prioritize investigating whether government agencies are engaging in patterns or practices that deprive individuals of their federal or constitutional rights. And it is redoubling its effort to investigate and prosecute hate crimes. Indeed, one of my first acts as Attorney General was to mandate a 30-day expedited review to determine how the department can ensure that it makes the best and most effective use of its resources to combat hate. Now, the Civil Rights Division may be the tip of the spear, but our commitment to equal justice is a whole of department effort. That effort will involve work by our grant-making components to help police departments around the country improve their practices through funding and technical assistance, leverage to promote policing policies that benefit communities and enhance trust. Our equal justice effort will also involve work by the department's criminal components to help reform the justice system and end mass incarceration. This means revamping charging policies to give prosecutors discretion to make charges and consequent sentences proportional to the crime and to the damage it does. And it means looking anew at our First Step Act policies to ensure the maximum degree of retroactive sentencing reduction authorized by the Act. Our efforts will also involve work by the Bureau of Prisons, both to ensure that the rehabilitation promises of the First Step Act are met and that the use of private prison facilities is eliminated. And our efforts will involve the work of our Office of Legislative Affairs to actively support the administration's ambitious agenda to ensure racial justice. Finally, I must emphasize the danger we face from domestic violent extremism, and in particular, from violent extremists who are racially motivated. The FBI director has rightly testified that such extremism is a top threat priority for the Bureau. Combating it is a top priority of mine. When the President-elect announced my nomination as Attorney General, I recounted that the Department of Justice was founded in the midst of Reconstruction, with its first principal task to ensure compliance with the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments. As historian Ron Chernow wrote, the new Justice Department would forge its identity in the battle to slay the first incarnation of the Ku Klux Klan. In that battle, the department successfully deployed its considerable resources to ensure civil rights, which were under militant attack. I promise you that today, 150 years later, the Justice Department will once again deploy all of its considerable resources to ensure, in the words of Dr. King, justice for all people. Thank you.
Part of our work has been around the area of criminal justice and police reform. National Action Network sees that our challenge has been that in every era of the Black experience in this country, there have been those issues that we've had to wrestle with and had to confront and resolve. And just like we fought against slavery after being enslaved for over 262 years, and then the area of Reconstruction, and then lynching, and then Jim Crow segregation, there was in each one of those battles the need for federal law, because even though we are faith-based, we're not waiting on people to change their hearts. We must change their behavior. And the one area that we have been very adamant about in this generation and in this era is the era of police brutality and the era of racial violence. So we start our convention this year for you that are watching all over the world and you that are here as leaders of network with our Mothers of the Movement panel. Let us not forget, to you and I, a lot of these that have been killed is an issue. But to these, this is their flesh and blood. This is their child. They did not ask to become leaders or activists or symbols. They woke up one morning and their whole world had changed. So we bring the Mothers of the Movement every year. We have fought every one of these issues. We are right now, as I speak, involved with the issues around the murder of George Floyd and work with his family every day. Have prayer with them even while the trial is going on. We are now working with the family of Brother Wright, young 20-year-old killed in Brooklyn Center and Louisiana. And we'll be making announcements about that later today. But let me bring to the stage first, several years ago now, this nation mobilized unlike ever before until we saw George Floyd. Don't you ever forget that it began when we responded to the call from Sanford, Florida, of a young man killed going to his father's home. And his mother stood up and helped to champion a movement that has not lost its breath or velocity since. Let us welcome to the stage the mother of Trayvon Martin, Sabrina Fulton. We also have with us a young man that was killed in Sacramento, California, who was headed home and was shot by police 30, not 300 yards from his grandmother's bed. And his family refused to take it. and they have built a movement there in Sacramento and has recently opened a building, a multi-service center in memory of him, and as an institute around social justice issues. And we're honored that his mother flew all the way from California. The mother of Stephon Clark, Sequita Clark, is with us. Sequita Clark. And we are joined by one that the New York delegates see all the time because she's at the Saturday rallies, but some of you that are from around the country don't get to see her as often. Her son was one of the reasons that many of us was outraged with George Floyd, because the first time we saw someone killed by police, begging for their life, saying, "I can't breathe," 7 years ago, a man named Eric Garner in Staten Island, New York. I got a call from Cynthia Davis, our Staten Island office head, the night he died, and she put me on the phone with his mother. And we bonded and have been together ever since as an organization, and she and I together. And I bring to the stage now the mother of Eric Garner, Gwen Carr. And last but not least on this panel, about 2 weeks after I talked to Gwen Carr and we began marching in Staten Island. It was a Thursday night that I talked to Gwen. That Saturday, we took 1,000 people to Staten Island and kept marching. I remember after one of those marches, I got a call from our national field director, Reverend Toon. And he said, "There's a man on the phone that wants to talk to you that said police just killed his grandson." I said, "Toon, we just left a march in Staten Island, handle it." He said, "No, but he really wants to talk to you." I said, "Toon, you can handle it." He said, "But he's crying, Reverend." I said, "Well, connect him in." And he told me the story about how police had killed his grandson. And he said, "Reverend, if you're near a computer or an iPad, you can pull up." And he told me where to go. And I looked and pulled up my iPad, and this young man was still laying in the street. They had him lay there for 4 hours. And this young man did something that I have not seen since. And that is, young people said, "This is too much." In no small measure, because his mother wouldn't let it go. And the killing by police of Michael Brown in Ferguson, Missouri, is where we got real traction and attention on this issue. Many people took and said a lot of things, but few stayed with it. But these mothers stayed with it, and we've stayed with them. I've told all of them when we got started, you're gonna meet a lot of folk, and as soon as the cameras are gone, you ain't gonna hear from them no more. But we'll be with you, and we're gonna stay with you. And she, his mother, always calls me, well, I won't tell you what she calls, but that's between me and her. But she's family to me, and we've been family ever since, and we'll be family from now on. We couldn't have a convention without the mother of Michael Brown, Leslie McSpadden. She got to hug everybody. They've got their own fraternity, their own club. And I always, you know, I always tease, because they close with my family. I always tease Dominique that I want to see what hair color Leslie gonna come this year to the convention. That's my prayer. Let us hear, before I bring on our moderator, he couldn't be here because of the trial, but we have a virtual message from the brother of George Floyd, Philonise Floyd.
I would like to personally thank the National Action Network, Reverend Al Sharpton, Chairman of the Board, Reverend Franklin W. Richardson, and the chapter leaders around the country for their unconditional support, love, and prayers during this difficult time as we continue to seek justice for my big brother, George Perry Floyd Jr. Thank you.
Give a hand to Philonis. When we started National Action Network 30 years ago in 1991, we were in a battle in Bensonhurst, New York, Bensonhurst, Brooklyn specifically, around the killing of Yusuf Hawkins. And not long after that, a celebrated attorney moved to New York and came to National Action Network and said, let's partner, let's do things together. We had heard of him. He had done several trials, Geronimo Pratt, and of course, the O.J. Simpson trial. And we worked shoulder to shoulder on many cases. Abner Louima's case, Amadou Diallo's case. And Johnny Cochran was a lawyer that worked with us. We had a House attorney that was bigger and better than anyone, but he did not seek to have high profile. That's Michael Hardy, who will be chair. Is Michael here yet? He's probably somewhere prosecuting. Okay, he's in the back. Michael said, I'm the House attorney, but others can do the high profile. But Johnny got ill and Johnny passed due to cancer. Dr. Richardson and I spoke at his funeral. And I thought that we were going to have to wait all by ourselves. But God always has a ram in the bush. God always has somebody to replace everybody. God does not deal in confusion. He deals in continuity. There was a young boy that was killed in a boot camp in Florida. And this young boy's family got a lawyer, a young, fiery Floridian lawyer that called. Many students were marching. He asked for me to support, and I met him there. From there to Trayvon, on and on, I watched him. He was not about greed. He was not about name recognition. He was not about trying to supplant those ahead of him. Many people enter activism out of competitive spirits. Some of y'all got that spirit in here now. I can feel it. You know, I come out the Pentecostal church. I can discern these things. But this man said, I'm here to serve. And I don't care who's out front. I don't care who gets the attention. I want to see justice. And he worked so until, as we saw the election of Donald Trump, and we felt we had no one sitting high protecting justice, I started calling him the Attorney General of Black America, because that's who he is. If you think of justice, if you think of who will not sell out, if you think of who's not just trying to get click clout, that's the numbers up on the social media, but don't care about getting justice for your case, who doesn't go for trying to get a lawsuit. There's some lawyers that go for civil settlements because they get a piece and not social justice. He is committed to justice. There's nothing that he can ask of us that we won't be there for. He's going to not only moderate this panel, but the one behind it. He flew in from the trial in Minneapolis to be with us today, and going back afterward as we see closing arguments next week, and I'll be with him. Let us welcome, you heard the Attorney General that Mr. Biden put in, but now it's the Attorney General the people have put in, the Attorney General of Black America, the Honorable one and only Ben Crump.
Good morning, National Action Network.
Good morning.
Let's first acknowledge the man who always answers the bell. I call him my co-counsel, even though he's not a lawyer, but he plays one on TV very well when he makes the case for all of these victims who have been taken from us far too early. I mean, it goes back to Martin Lee Anderson. Before Trayvon in 2006, a little 14-year-old black boy was beat up in a boot camp by 8 sheriff's deputies. And when we were fighting to say that his life mattered, this is before Black Lives Matter or anything, this Martin Lee Anderson, this kid was kicked, punched, suffocated. Reverend Al Sharpton came down to Florida, did not think it robbery to come down there and say, I will stand for justice. National Action Network will stand for justice. And from there, each and every family in America that comes from our community that has faced the tragic, horrific injustices of not only police brutality, but stand your ground, any other injustice that has come towards our community. The one person that we could always count on was our national civil rights leader, my mentor, my friend, and the person I call first, and that is Reverend Al Sharpton of the National Action Network. And he has never not answered the bell. Even before the media gets there, he answers the bell. And as each one of these women can testify to, he still answers the bell long after the cameras have moved on. And so I thank him, I thank Reverend Richardson, I thank Reverend Toon, I thank Michael Hardy, and Dominique Sharpton, Ashley Sharpton, everybody associated with the National Action Network, because we all in this struggle together for justice and equality for our people. So thank you, National Action Network. And before I begin our very important conversation, I would be remiss if I didn't tell you all, obviously we're all watching the trial of the torture of George Floyd. Leslie, watching him on that ground with the knee on his neck for 9 minutes and 29 seconds. And I have to tell you, Reverend Al, I really thought about Michael Brown a lot as I watched that video. I thought about Michael laying there on that concrete in Ferguson, Missouri, because George was laying on the concrete face down in Minneapolis, Minnesota. And I remember when the calls started coming that morning, I went to take a shower. And when I got out the shower, his family was calling me, my office was calling me on the phone with his family. And I had glanced at the video. I hadn't looked at it thoroughly. And Ms. Carr, it reminded me so much when I started looking at that video, him saying, I can't breathe. I immediately thought of Eric Gardner. And after I got off the phone with his family, the first person, honest to God, the very first person I called was Reverend Al Sharpton. And we said right there, we cannot let them get away with killing our children like this. And we started a national campaign to say that until we get justice for George Floyd, none of us can breathe. And so now we're, I think, days away from getting a verdict that I hope will be a tipping point that will set a precedence in America that holds these officers accountable, Sequette, Leslie, Ms. Carr, that don't put them above the law, but make them accountable to the law. Stephanie, that's what our hope is with George Floyd, because the whole world is watching this case, and this really is our moment to finally get the reform that we so desperately needed after Michael Brown was killed, so desperately needed after Eric Gardner was killed, so desperately needed after Stephon Clark was killed, so desperately needed after Terrence Crutcher was killed, so desperately needed after Ezell Ford was killed, so desperately needed after Laquan McDonald was killed, so desperately needed after Alton Sterling was killed, so desperately needed after Sandra Bland was killed, so desperately needed after Pamela Turner was killed, so desperately needed after Altiana Jefferson was killed, so desperately needed after Breonna Taylor was killed, so desperately needed after Andre Hill was killed, so desperately needed after Anthony McClain was killed. And those last few names were all in 2020. And so this is what we're fighting for. And I really believed it, y'all, that it'd be a tipping point, but 10 miles, and I'm just so outraged. I'm so outraged. Within 10 miles from where the Chauvin trial is going on, I cannot believe this. 10 miles while the trial is going on, we got word that a police officer, she mistakenly pulled her gun and killed yet another unarmed Black man named Dante Wright, 20 years old, just barely starting his life, has a 1-year-old baby who's gonna have to grow up without a father. And he's almost 2, Sabrina. He's running around saying, Dada. And right now, when he says that, everybody just drops their head. And because we cannot believe with this trial, one of the most important trials in the history of civil rights concerning policing in America, that a police officer would not de-escalate, that a police officer would use excessive force. I just can't fathom that this would happen in the state of Minnesota. Every police officer should be on their best behavior. Every police officer should be using their best standard of care. Every police officer should be doing everything in their power to de-escalate the situation. But yet again, you have them doing the most when it comes to our people, doing the very most. I mean, think about George Floyd, a $20 bill. They could have gave him a ticket. They didn't have to arrest him for that, Leslie. And Sabrina, y'all, this lieutenant in Virginia, I mean, they didn't have to arrest him. Most white people, when they pull them over, they give you a ticket and you go on about your business. But why is it so quick? Every Black person, they say, oh, we want you to get out the car. We want to have this confrontation with you. And so it's like Eric Garner, they could have gave him a ticket. They didn't have to arrest him, but when it's Black people, they do the most. And so, unfortunately, yet again, we're having to prepare for another funeral that Reverend Al Sharpton is gonna have to come and preach while America watch to say that our children's lives matter, that we love our children too. So y'all, please pray for the family of Dante Wright as we'll wait to see today if the police officer is going to be charged or not. But leading into our first question for these mothers of the movement, these incredible women who have turned their pain into power, transformed tragedy into triumph, and continue to just astound us all with how they carry themselves and define the legacy of their children. This first question, dealing with Katie Wright, who unfortunately is now part of your sorority that no mother wants to be part of. We understand today that the medical examiner is going to release her son's body to the funeral home, and they're going to go to the funeral home to begin making arrangements for the homegoing services. starting with you, Ms. Carr, and we'll go down the road. What advice would you give Katie Wright, this devastated, brokenhearted mother, as she prepares to go on this journey to not only get justice, but this journey just to try to figure out how to give her son the proper homegoing services? Ms. Gwen Carr.
Yes, I know this is a hard thing for her, as it was for all of us. And I would just say to her, first of all, she has my love, she has my condolences, because as she go through this, this will be so difficult. This will be one of the most difficult things that she will ever do in her life. Because as we know, children are supposed to bury their parents, not parents bury their son.
Amen.
And I know, like in my case, the most difficult thing was, not knowing which way to turn, who to believe in, who should we listen to. But you have to pray about it. You have to pray that God put good people in your path, as he did with me, and that they will lead you in the right direction. And with that, I say, stand strong, stand on the word of God, and don't falter. Always lift up your son. Don't listen to what the media has to say about him. You can say your child's name better than anyone else can say it. And you talk about your son. You tell people the truth. Tell them your truth. Don't let the media and the papers define him.
And so quick, going into that same question, but I will add to it, they have already begun the assassination of his character on Fox News. They are talking about everything, every video he's ever posted on Facebook and social media now. So, Ms. Sequette Clark, your advice to Ms. Katie Wright.
First of all, I would say, Katie, I'm so very sorry for your loss. I offer you my most sincerest condolences. This is a club, like he said, that no one wants to be a part of. Unfortunately, you are, but you have sisters here who will be here for you anytime, day and night, myself included. The number one thing I would say dealing with the assassination of your son's character, do not dignify the slander and the defamation with explanation. It is not up to you to explain your son or defend your son. How dare them put you in that position? So often we are put in the position to defend our child or what our child was doing, when that is not the case here. That is not what we should be doing. People should be comforting us instead of asking us for explanations. So do not defend your son. Do not explain his personality to those who are looking for a reason to prove him guilty. And secondly, write your own way. There's no handbook to this. You have to do what's best for you and your family. It is not up to how anybody else did it. It is not up to what people think you should, or how people think you should do it. It is up to you to get through each and every moment the best way you can. Remember to pray, as Mother Gwen said, but also remember to take yourself into consideration. Feel what you need to feel, and breathe.
And Sabrina Fulton, same question, but I want to add a little to it. Obviously, they're saying because this young man tried to run from the police, he should have just complied, trying to indicate that even though this officer says she made a mistake, this little young Black kid had to be perfect to live. What advice would you give Miss Katie Wright?
I would tell Miss Katie Wright to Yes, definitely just breathe. I would tell her to surround herself with positive people. It's too much negativity out there, and it's too many people that's going to be in her ear. She needs to make sure that she's connecting with strong, spiritual, positive people, and that's going to guide her a long way. She doesn't need to listen to the negativity because there is no perfect victim. Exactly. Everybody has something that they're going through or something that they went through, and they should not be judged based on what they did previously. The fact still remains that he should still be here. He should still be alive. Those are facts. They're going to say whatever they want to say in order to try to break him down, to break her son down, to make him seem less than a human being. But as a human being, he deserved to live. And we definitely have to do more when it comes to police violence and use of force and reasonable cause and all of these things that we hearing about it now. I just want us to get back to the basics about human life. Like, you can't make a mistake where somebody is dead. You make a mistake where you misspell somebody's name, not that they lose their lives. And so we have become a country that's so accustomed and used to people dying. And then we move to the next case and the next case and the next case. We have to pay attention to each and every case and find out what's going on so we can know what we need to do moving forward. But I my heart goes out to the family. They're gonna go through a lot, but just definitely connect themselves with strong people.
Thank you so much. And to you, Ms. Leslie McSpadden, same question, but I want to add just a little bit to it. Obviously, what has been happening in Minneapolis, this could not have come at a more inopportune moment because it reminds me so much of Ferguson after the tragic killing of your son. What advice could you give to Miss Katie Wright, not only as she gone to that funeral home, but so many people are looking to her and her family to give messages to the people who are protesting and supporting them. What advice would you give her, not only about dealing with this extraordinary loss, but also this request of her and her family to talk to the supporters, and what should she say to the supporters out there?
Well, first to Katie, I wish I could see her. I wish I could hug her and hold her and just be there with her, because there is no set of words that you can say to a grieving mother doing, or a mourning mother during that time. They just want to know that people were there to support them. You know, you want to look around the room and see that people were there. You don't really have much to say because you're trying to gather yourself. What just happened to her is unbelievable. She's in the twilight zone right now. She doesn't know what's going on. She doesn't know what to say. So I would ask the public to be sympathetic of that. Don't ask so much of her. She just lost so much. Give her time and give her chance. But for Katie, you've been Dante's mother for 20 years, and you will forever be known as Dante's mother. And you get to control the narrative. We have seen them come out and try to kill our children over and over again after they've already did it. So we know that. We know that game that they play. We know the defense game that they play. We're not going to let them do that this time. We're not going to play into that. She can control the narrative. Her family can control the narrative. And this is going to be really hard for her. Watching her baby in a casket, picking out his last outfits, picking out a plot, having a hold up. The whole thing is excruciating. Sitting in a funeral home, putting together an obituary for your child. It's heartbreaking. And it pulls you down to nothing, and you feel like you don't want to live anymore. And I want Katie to know that you're going to feel that. But what you see on this stage are women and mothers who want to uplift you, inspire you, and push you to keep living, because we have so much work to do. and it's not going to happen overnight, but I'm so thankful for those who stand in the gap and in the middle when we get weary and tired, because this is our life that we're living and not just something we're looking at. And I'm getting emotional because I sympathize with her and I know how it feels. It's not an easy thing to talk about, and it's definitely not an easy thing to live through. But if you can lean into God, you lean into God, because he's the only one who can make this happen. Change has to come. Bills have to be presented. Legislation has to change, and we need laws that protect our children. There is nothing out there written in the books that protect us as colored people, Black and brown people, minorities. And I'm working so hard, been working ever since I lost Mike, on presenting a bill to legislation into Congress. And I'm so thankful for Cori Bush in St. Louis, who's just been elected, hoping she can push that envelope for me. We have to support those who support us, and not just support and get people on the ballot and elect them because that's a household name. We have to support people who are willing to work for what we've been suffering with the trauma that we deal with daily. Mental illness is real, and I'm a victim of that. And I just wish I could hug Katie, and my heart goes out to her. But I just want to know, for a while, you need to shut down the Facebook, shut down the IG. You owe nobody nothing. You focus on your family as much as you can. And when you feel like you want to come up for air, when you feel like you want to say something, then let her speak. Please don't push her to do more than she can right now. She's already lost so much.
Thank you, Leslie, for that very passionate response. And you was kind of getting ahead of me, talking about legislation and all, but we'll get to that. Before we go to that, starting with Sabrina on this one, then we'll go back, and then we'll come to you, Leslie, and go to the other side of the panel. How do you all do it? How y'all looking so good and fly and together after going through this terrible ordeal? What's the secret? Sabrina, what's the secret? I mean, you got your pants outfit on, looking like you about to go be the star of the concert.
He played too much.
There is no secret. I can certainly say we don't look like what we've been through. You know, you hear that. You hear that, and even when you feel broken on the inside, you try to put things together so you will feel better about what's going on. There is no remedy. There is nothing. This is something that we have to carry with us the rest of our lives. And, you know, I know they understand when I say there was a time where when the tragedy first happened, because it's not a story for us, when the tragedy first happened, there was no hair being done. There was no showers. There was no teeth being brushed. There was no clothes being put on. I mean, I wore pajamas for a while. You know, I didn't want to go anywhere for a while. So we have to, it's a process that you have to go through for you to even allow yourself to start doing those things again. You feel that you're in a space, a dark space where you don't want to do any of those things anymore. And that's why it's so important to surround yourself with positive people, because when you're not in a position to lift yourself up, you want to have people around you to lift yourself up. And that's what I believe that all of us have done. We surrounded ourselves with positive people to help lift us up. Yeah.
How are you looking so good and carrying on after your son was killed in your mother's backyard?
I just have to be so honest and transparent and say, but for the grace of God.
Amen.
It's nothing else. It's inexplicable how I'm here today. It makes no sense how, you know, I would kind of fly. It just don't make sense because I was broken into several pieces. My heart was crushed into itty bitty pieces, but by the grace of God, what someone said on the panel, you have to lean into God. You know, once you remind yourself to breathe, because that's the thing that we go through. We walk around holding our breath for so long because the pain is so intense. It reminds you of labor. It reminds you of the contractions. So you have to remind yourself to breathe because you're holding your breath, literally. literally there were times when I could be like, oh my God, breathe, Sequette, you know. So once I learned to breathe again, I realized that God would be the only way I would make it through. And I leaned into him. And once I leaned into God, he started to heal my heart. And that's how I'm still here.
How you always look fly, Leslie. Like
Thank
Reverend
you.
Al said, you're gonna have a fly hairdo.
Well, that's due to my remaining 3 children. I've told this story numerous times, but at the time, my youngest was 6, and I kept them home from school for 2 weeks. I didn't want to let them out of my eyesight. I didn't want to let them away from me, and she came to my door fully dressed in her uniform for school, and she said, "Mom, I want to go to school." And that right there, I wanted to die when I lost Mike, but that made me want to live.
Come on.
Because I needed to continue to live for my remaining 3 children. And now my daughter is 22, my son is 16, my baby is 12, and she's so in tune with me emotionally and my feelings. And like, she sent me a message this morning and said, "Whatever you do, Mom, have a good time." You know, she doesn't really know what I'm doing, but she just wants to see me smile, you know? So that made me want to live. And I should have wanted to live for my remaining 3, but it's just so hard. And I know they know, but that's what made me.
And then the matriarch of the Mothers of the Movement.
That's right.
How you do it, Gwen Carr? How you look so not only fly, but look so young and that little young get up.
Oh, thank you so much for that, Mr. Crump. But you know, it's all because of leaning on the Lord's everlasting arm. Because without him, I know I would have lost my mind.
Yes, come on.
With all that I've gone through, all that I've been through, and like my son Eric, he's part of my story. Because a lot of people don't know I lost a son before Eric. So it just was a continuation where my heart was just shattered. And I just thank God. I thank God too for my daughter. My daughter, she had to remind me, she said, "Ma, I'm still here for you. I'm still here." Because sometimes it's just a mental thing. You might forget about when things happen and you're surrounded by grief, you forget you got other loved ones that you have to care and who is so into you, and you're so into yourself that nothing else matters at that moment. But then they bring you back, and I thank God. I thank God for the rest of my family, for my grandchildren, who always support me, who still supports me now. My little grandson is here with me today. He comes see about his grandmother every week. I just love that. And we have to remember that it is the people who was positive with us, and now we got to be positive with other people, with other mothers who come into this circle, because we know this is not a popular circle. This is a circle that no one wants to be a part of. But if you have to become a part of it, we want to embrace you, enlighten you, and encourage you, because we know we've been there, we've done that. So we got a little lift now. So we want to inspire you. And just like Miss Katie Wright, we want to love on you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
I think we got time for maybe just 2 more questions. And this next question is a little more difficult because I know with each one of you, you all have been fighting to make systematic change and reform in policies and procedures. And that's so important because whatever happens in your individual case affects you and your family directly, but it's the policy reform that affects the entire society and community, and more importantly, the legacy as well. So, and I know with Leslie, we had some measure of success with President Obama doing the body cam legislation in the spirit of Michael Brown. And then Sabrina, I know there was some stand your ground reform initially after Trayvon was killed by the Neighborhood Watch volunteer, a private citizen. And then I know you all achieved probably the greatest measure of success when California had that groundbreaking law that said the police can only use deadly force after all other measures have been tried, which is being challenged by the courts now on the Supreme Court level. And then I know you, Ms. Garner, were talking about making sure that you get rid of the chokehold and so forth. But even we see George Floyd, how many years later, died from a carotid artery constriction. With that said, I'll start with Leslie, and we'll go down the row. How challenging has it been to try to get meaningful legislation to prevent what happened to your child from happening to other Black people?
Very challenging. This year makes 7 years. Mike's been gone. And
let me interrupt you just for a second. Talk about that and talk about what foundations and things you have started to try to impact those legislation initiatives.
Okay, yeah. So, yeah, I would say it's very challenging. It's been 7 years and we haven't crossed any finish line with any of the legislation that we've tried to introduce. I partnered with Travis Washington of the Hands Up Act. I've also partnered with the Breathe Act, March for Black Lives, and it's one other one. God, it's on the tip of my tongue, but recently we had a panel discussion and Stacey Abrams was a part of that. And so I'm trying to work from every avenue, even from those that you know, when people were like Trayvon's situation, because what's important is that it stops. You know, what's important is that there's a measure put in place for our people. You know, we circumference when it comes to protecting our Black boys, our Black girls, or our Black people. So I've partnered with these people over the last 7 years. We've even written a bill with Howard Law students, which has been written for now 4 years. So as I stated with Cori Bushman, our newly elected congressperson in Missouri, she was boots on the ground when everything happened to Mike. She didn't win the first election, but she won the second one. So I'm hoping that exactly she will push this envelope for us and that we will finally see some type of form of legislation put into place where we can make this a law and not just a law for Missouri. We need these things to be nationwide.
Yes, right.
Because there's all these different police departments have different protocols and we're hearing about the training, but we've never seen anything about this training.
Right.
And then there's millions of dollars going into this training. What is it? So we're asking for transparency as well. We're asking for accountability, but with that, we're outlining what we would like to see put in place because we know how it feels. We don't want those people making any more rules for us because they don't come from these places that we come from and they're not being hurt like we are. So just know that I'm working in all avenues and all aspects for everybody, not just for my son.
Amen. Thank you, Leslie. Bring it forth to the same question.
I think in Florida, a lot of people take it as a joke when you try to get legislation passed and when you try to get laws, you know, repealed and things. It seems like they don't really realize how serious these things are because it's not happening in their community. They're pretty much, you know, watching on social media, watching on the news. They're not experiencing this in their household and their family. So it's like they take things for a joke. It's not really, they're not seeing the impact of why we need these things in place. So yes, the Trayvon Martin Foundation partners with different elected officials, with also the police department and other organizations that push for these gun laws and things to be changed. I am glad to see President Biden, sorry. President Biden is making change changes when it comes to gun laws and gun ownership. I'm glad to see that, but it seems like on the state level, it goes extremely slow. So maybe on the federal level, the administration level, we'll get things moved. It's just not moving fast enough for us, and we're just losing people of color left and right, and they don't understand the severity of it. That's my point.
Thank you, Sabrina. Miss Mama Clark.
Okay, so to answer the first part of your question, we have a foundation called I Am SAC Foundation that my son Devontae Clark founded, where I am the CEO now. SAC stands for Stephon Alonzo Clark. It just happens to also be his initials of Sacramento. So that was ironic. The pillars that we base the foundation on that hold us up are, number one, bridging the gap between law enforcement and at-risk communities. So there has to be a dialogue that how do we get what we want? We have to have a dialogue established with law enforcement. And when that doesn't work, then we create our own law enforcement. So community policing is something that we believe in there. Also informing and educating on policies and legislative change. So like Mr. Crump said before, we have the Stephon Clark law in place in California. And I stood next to the governor when he signed that into law. There are 3 pending cases right now in California where officers are being charged with murder and manslaughter underneath the Stephon Clark law. So that
massive.
Yeah, that is, thank
law.
you. That is what it is about. It is about doing that, and then, you know, providing resources and safe spaces for impacted families and others in our community so that this type of thing never happens again. It also, we also need to be commemorating the life and legacy of our children. So that's what we do. We commemorate the life and legacy of Stephon Clark in a positive light so that his name will never be forgotten. Ways that we have done that. We have the Stephon Clark Day of Reflection, March 18th in the city of Sacramento. We have the Stephon Alonzo Clark Playground in the city of Sacramento. We have voter ballot boxes implemented in the construction of schools where people in our communities can go and vote without being judged or suppressed. It's called the Arab Vote program. So we're reaching out in many different facets to not only commemorate my son's life, but to make a positive change in our cities, our state, and our countries. And so that is our main goal, is to get what we're doing to spread. We have the Stephon Clark Stephon's House, which is a 24-hour resource center open to the communities in Sacramento, where you can go get an education, life skills, healing spaces, job placement. And it's open 24 hours a day so that they have somewhere to slide into and be safe and not have to interact with the police. And so there are all different types of ways that we need to address what's going on for us. Like Leslie was saying, we have to address the underlying factors in our communities that people are afraid of bringing up, right? And then we take that to another level and we address the way that people are dealing with us, the way the state, the nation deals with us. And we have to say, okay, that's enough. And then we have to sit down and write down what we want and make it into action. So actionable items.
Wonderful job. And I just remember the way y'all shut Sacramento down. Yeah. A lot of it I credit to the National Action Chapter in Sacramento. I mean, y'all do understand, every city council meeting, they had the council for over 6 weeks because they would not stop until those police officers were dealt with. So that is a credit to the public working together. And finally, Ms. Gwen Carr, your efforts at legislative reform and your foundation work.
Yes, in New York, I was on several bills to get laws changed. I was successful on a number of them. One was the Eric Garner anti-chokehold bill, although we want to get national legislation on that.
That could have saved George Floyd.
Yeah, the George Floyd bill is a continuation of that to get national attention on that, a national legislation on that. I also was on the Safer New York Act, which was passed, and the Right to Know Act, which says that when someone is stopped, if you stop someone unlawfully, you know, there's nobody looking for you. You're just walking while black or brown, and they stop you. You have to give them permission to search you.
So people know our rights.
Yes, so that's why we have to get this out and let people know that this is what's going on. And I'm also on the 50A. The 50A law was passed where there's more transparency with the police officers when they kill one of our children, that we have to know why they killed them, who it was, and you know, and they fought against this, saying that we want to know their social security number, we want to know this and that. But lo and behold, the bill passed, but the PBA was trying to overturn the passing of this bill. But on the way here today, I got word that everybody threw the towels in, so now it stands. Thank God. And so, you know, and there's so many different bills that I'm on, and we got the governor to sign the bill with myself and Valerie Bell went while the governor signed 4 of the bills that we were on, and he televised it as we were signing, as he signed it and gave us the pen that he signed it with.
Amen.
And so I just, and then we had the special prosecutor, the executive order for the special prosecutor, that was signed into law. So all of this we had to fight for. It didn't come easy. When we first started fighting, we had to go up to Governor Cuomo's office. He wouldn't have a meeting with us. We would have press conferences, and then he still didn't meet with us. So next time we went to Albany, we decided to take makeshift coffins and set them all in front of his door and ask him what was he going to do with these bodies, okay? At that point, he agreed to see us, and he did tell us that if in session his special prosecutor bill wasn't passed, he would sign ours. And which he did. We made him change a lot because there was a lot of flaws in it. So we said we want to take it home and we want to look at it, because we had a lady lawyer with us when we went there. And he says, well, you know, if I die tonight, another governor's not going to sign this bill. And Ms. Baez just looked at him and pointed her finger and said, you just don't die.
Okay.
And so we did get a lot of things, you know, it's going slowly, because once you get these bills passed, you got to make sure that they're enforced.
Right.
Yes.
That's the main thing, get them enforced.
Thank you so much, Ms. Guare. Boy, how time flies when you're having good conversation, don't it? So final question for each of you, and we'll start with you, Ms. McSpadden, and go down the row. Can you tell how National Action Network has helped you in your, I keep getting these notes. We gonna wrap. Y'all mind hearing us talk just a few minutes more? Y'all don't mind? So I'm objecting. Judge, I want more time. So final question to each of you. How National Action Network has helped you in your journey from beginning to now, and then what do you want to tell people that's on your heart? Anything you want to tell them that's on your heart right now in America? I didn't get to ask the question, and I had intended on when you all saw George Floyd video for the first time, what did it make you think? And did it bring back memories? No, I said I wanted to ask you all that question, but I have been censored by the court, as I'm often done, to go ahead, just don't keep talking about our lives, because I go in courtrooms and I fight the court to talk about our lives.
Yes, you do.
So
Yes, you do.
with Ms. McSpadden, how has NAN helped you? And what do you want to say from your heart to the people?
Well, I had something written that I wanted to speak to the people. Do I have time to do it, or would you want to move on and come back to me?
You want to be last?
I can. Last
Okay.
is first. You know, I can be last.
Sequela, Sabrina.
Listen.
So I'm going to start off by saying how National Action Network has helped me, my foundation, the Trayvon Martin Foundation, my family. Our family is connected with not only the Sharpton family, but the NAN family as well. From day one, all of you know Crump was the lead attorney that worked for us, and he called Reverend Sharpton in. And what a lot of people don't know is Rev has a lot of people reaching at him. He doesn't go chase stories. He doesn't, he doesn't have to the ability to go after something that is happening. They come to him. And so that's very important to remember, because you're going to hear something come up about that. And the same for Crump. Crump doesn't have to go, Attorney Crump does not have to go and look for cases. The cases come to him. And so just pay attention to that. You know, when you hear people talking about ambulance chasing, and you hear people saying negative things about people who have helped a lot of families. I could probably talk about Reverend Sharpton and Nan and Ashley and Dominique and all the rest of the people that work for NAN for a long time. But I remember we were in Sanford, Florida at a rally, and Rev found out that his mom had passed away. And he could have decided not to come, because that was an important reason not to attend a rally. But because he had already spoken to us and he had already told us that he was coming, he felt that's what he should do. And he felt that that's what his mother would have wanted him to do. So I can tell you from day one, I have came to every single convention, and I will continue, because the love that Rev has for me, I have for him as well. And so whatever you all need me to do, I'm here. I'm a part of the family. I'm a member. Make certain I'm a member. And I'm going to make sure that we stay connected, because you have to support people who support you.
Amen. That's right. Well said. Sequette?
So I believe in National Action Network. Reverend Sharpton, I spoke with him 3 days after my son was killed. My son, Devontae Clark, Attorney Crump calls him the commissioner. Devontae. We love you. Mommy loves you. He come, I was laying in my mother's home in the bed, and he came running up the stairs and he said, "Mama, mama." He said, "Reverend Al Sharpton's on the phone. He gonna talk to you." And I was like, I got on the phone, and I said, "Hello." And he was like, "You know, Miss Clark, is there anything that I can do for you?" And I said, "Can you give the eulogy for my son's funeral?" And he came and did that. And before he left, he said, he's my emotions vet. He said, "When the cameras are gone, if you need anything, call me." And when the cameras were gone, I was broken and I was going through life changes. And I called him a few times, and every time he answered. Every time. He just doesn't stop answering. And so that, he's a man of integrity. And I thank God for his life.
Yes.
Amen.
I thank God for National Action Network. And I would like to say, when you said say something from my heart, I did write a little something else. So what's next for I Am SAC Foundation is we're fundraising. To get funds, we need to build our own center, funds for our programs, and eventually want to collaborate with the other mothers here on stage, as well as other impacted families, to create houses in each city where our loved ones were killed. So like we have a Stefan's house. We'd like to see a Trayvon's house. We'd like to see a Mike's house. We'd like to see an Eric's house, where our families where you can have, a say-so on what legacy you would want to work on in your own houses. But we need to come together and make sure that our children across the nation have somewhere safe to be. And so I'm just asking everyone to visit our website, www.iamsatfoundation.com, where you can donate and become a part of the movement, not the moment.
There you go.
And before you go, Miss Gwen, my phone is blowing up. I'm sure they pulling Reverend Al back to MSNBC. Breaking news. God sits high and looks low. They just charged the police woman in with second-degree manslaughter. We continue to fight. We continue to fight. We continue to fight. And I know we have, we're gonna get to that. This is more important. Miss Gwen, how has NAN helped you, and what do you want to say on your heart?
Okay, where do I start? NAN has helped me from the very beginning, from the day that my son was murdered. The next day I heard from Reverend Al. I heard, and then he's been there. It was not only for my son's death, he was there for my husband's death, for my granddaughter's death. He's just been there for the family for the long run, and he's still there. And anything that I call on him for, he's always has answered me. So, you know, I had heard a lot of stories in the beginning, and you know, you have to judge people for yourself. You don't let people define another person for you. You have to do that yourself. And that's what I do. And their family has become a part of my family. And me, myself, Leash, all of us, we love the Sharpton family. And I just want to say that there is nothing that I would not do. Like he supports me, I feel it not robbery to support him and the NAN family, you know. And even like now, just like we've seen on TV, you seen, like you just mentioned earlier about Quran, I always say his name wrong, but Nazario. His name is Nazario.
Oh,
Quran
okay.
Nazario.
Okay.
He's part of my family, you know.
Oh, in Virginia?
Yes, he's part of, and I didn't even know it when I seen the video. I'm up there looking ashamed. There's another. And then when my niece called me and said, do you know that's Quran? I was too shocked to know. She said, this is happening again, you know, first to my cousin, then to my nephew. So I says, oh my God. You know, but I thank God that it got out. This happened back in December. I seen him in February at uncle's funeral, and he never said nothing about it. And he was traumatized. He couldn't say anything about it. He thought the police was going to retaliate. But then thank God he did get it out there. And I want everybody to pray for him. And I know NAN will stand with him. Thank you.
Yeah, because if they'll do that to a veteran, God knows what they do to our children, just ordinary on the street. And finally, inappropriately with those fly shoes and everything else, Leslie McSpadden. We were here, you talk about how NAN has helped you, and what you want to say from your heart. And then I'll give you what we're going to do. I think we're going to try to have y'all stand with us at this press conference regarding this breaking news. And I want to say this, Leslie, before you go. You know, the only reason we get to George Floyd, where the officer is being, you know, prosecuted so zealously, and that this policewoman is being charged, because I don't think without these women testimonies and these women fighting in the vineyards over the years, I don't think that they will be so quickly prosecuting these cops now. So you all are making a huge difference. I know everybody's working together, but it's your son's blood that are allowing us to finally get some measure of justice. Amen?
Amen.
So,
Ms.
McSpadden, if you may.
Thank you. Well, I wrote a poem, and I would like to read it.
So you gotta do some praise.
A lot of people come up to me, and I'm sure they speak to you all, and they ask how you're doing, and before you can get out how you're doing, they say, are you okay? you're good, right? And it's like, no, I'm not okay. And that's what my poem is titled today. Before I read it, I do want to say some words about Rev. Al Sharpton and National Action Network, who have been there for me every step of the way. When I first met Reverend Al Sharpton in Four Seasons Hotel, downtown St. Louis, I was just still in a fog, and I couldn't believe this person was standing in front of me and taking me by the hand and leading me through these marches. And he was there for me. He became what he said, you know, we call each other something, we'll keep it between us, but I'm gonna let you know, I call him Granddaddy. I've never known a grandfather because my grandfather was deceased before I was born, but that's the empathy and the familyship that he showed me. And he has been there for every phone call, every program, every panel that I've asked him to join and come to St. Louis to participate and support my fight, my continued fight and justice for my son. So I love NAN. I know that NAN loves me, and I will be with them as long as they're with me. And so I'll read my poem. Pain rains down behind my broken smile. I'm not okay. Child, I'm tired. I'm not okay. I try to remind my jumbled mind that it's okay not to be okay, because a mind is a terrible thing to waste, they say. But when will there be a day when Black boys and girls matter, when their bright and brilliant future isn't left to shatter? Without ducking bullets from government-issued guns made to strike down unarmed Black bodies in which they let lay in the sun, I'm not okay. I try to hold on to the past, want to make memories of Sunday dinners at my granny's, laughter floating in the air, fishing trips in the country and roller skating, the barbecue smell, St. Louis barbecue smell in the air. And then I remember the quick trip before it went up in flames and before the world knew my firstborn's name. I'm not okay. I'm supposed to be strong. I'm supposed to just get along. Don't ask questions, shut my mouth and just keep moving along. Ain't that what the towering bigot dressed in a bulletproof blue badge told me to do? Ain't that what all Black mamas are supposed to do? Just trying to get justice. I'm sorry. Let me restate that. Ain't that what Black mamas trying to get justice are supposed to do? Like Rodney said, can't we all just get along? I'm not okay. I try to cook to busy my mind, make all of Mike's favorites while slowly crumbling inside, hanging on like thread unraveling, a prayer and a wish I could get a do-over because August 9th was a life makeover. I'm not okay. I gotta be okay for my 3 babies left. The eldest was like Mike's twin. Now she's about to bring new life in.
Come on.
I know it's God's sin, but I can't help but be nervous. This world feels like it's coming to an end. I'm not okay. I want her to know that I tried real hard, still trying to move on up like Mahalia said. Lord, I gotta make sure the cycle of abuse and fear are broken for good. Trying to shake off those hood blues while stepping into some new shoes. Need God to order my steps in a new direction.
Come on.
I'm not okay. My baby's all slipping through my hands like air some days. I just want to grab all 4 again and hold them tight, but I can't. I can't wake up from this endless night, this constant fight. The kitchen floor like quicksand swallowing up my feet, legs, and my spirit like a hungry, relentless beast counting every minute. I'm not okay. I hear my granny's voice holler for me to come in, for the streetlights come on. You gonna be all right, Ned Pooh, that's what they call me. Her whisper shake me to the core. I can't give up just yet. That old 60s battle cry for justice rattles inside like fire shut up in my bones. There's just some things I can't let ride. But no matter what, I'm gonna find my way home to justice where I refuse to hide. I'm not okay. I let out the screams of 1 million Black mothers. 400 years of struggle frozen between my ears like a dam, released a mother seeking peace. My tears flow down Canfield into the blood-soaked concrete. Blood stolen from my baby's veins in vain. I'm not okay. I'm searching for help, but my arms fall limp. I've made so many mistakes. The taste of old regrets sting my tongue, suffocate my thoughts. I can't breathe. Hands up, take me instead. I want to be okay. Mind made up, had enough. My son's voice telling me to press on, stand tall, put my armor and my shield on. It's me, Mike, God and God against the odds. I believe truth will prevail. It can't be stopped. I'm going to be okay.
Come on.
In the meantime, I need a guided ear so the world will know that Mike was here. So now I'm here, standing in the gap, leaning on my faith. Lord, help me find a sane space to lay these broken pieces, preparing for the day where I can feel the sun's warmth on my face, looking justice in the eyes, knowing that finally I am okay. Thank you.
All right.
So Rachel is going to tell us about the press conference and where we're going to do it. I thank you so much for your attention given to these queens. And I thank these queens so much for having the perseverance and tenacity to define the legacy of your children and a lot to let them define the legacy of your children. So give them another round of applause. It's their blood that is allowing us to carry on. And I will say this, y'all, as I got a text from Tammy, Katie Wright, and I had told her about you all, and she said, thank you all, because it really is about trying to find something within you to get up and keep fighting. Yeah. I am reminded, Fernandez, that, Martin Luther King said that the coward asked the question, is it safe? Then he said, expediency, asked the question, is it politically correct? Then he said, oh, vanity comes along and asks the question, is it popular? But then he said, conscience comes along and asks the question, is it right? And Dr. King concluded, there comes a time when one must take a position like these mothers that are neither popular nor politically correct or not even safe. But there comes a time when one must take a position because their conscience tells them it is the right thing to do. It is the right thing to do for us to fight for our children. It is the right thing to do for us to stand up for our children. It is the right thing to do for us to speak up for our children. Because if we don't fight for our children, we can't expect nobody else to fight for Mike, to fight for Trayvon, to fight for Stephante, to fight for Eric, or to fight for Dante, or to fight for George Floyd. And we got to fight for our children until hell freezes over. Yes. And then we got to be ready to fight on the ice. That's how much our children need to know that we're willing to fight for them, because our children's lives matters. Thank you all. God bless you. Thank you, Reverend Al. Thank you, National Action Network. God bless you. Thank you, Rev. God bless you.
Let's give Brother Crump another sense of love. Let him know how much we appreciate him and these mothers. Come on, let's show them some real love, some real National Action Network love. Come on. Amen. Amen. Come on. We certainly want to pray for these mothers and for Brother Crump. He's got a heavy burden on him, and I want him to be reinforced by the prayers of those who know the power of prayer as he goes forward. I want to ask you we want to leave here now. All of us have to leave this room. They're going to sanitize it, And you'll be able to come back in at 1:15. Well, I guess we'll move it down maybe to 1:30. Come back in at 1:25. All right, so please, but go out, walk in the sunlight, get some air, come on back in. But we all got to leave the room so that it can be reprocessed. Thank you for being here. You are wonderful, and we look forward to the rest of today's activities.
Hi. Thank you so much for welcoming me to the 2021 National Action Network Convention. I am delighted to join all of you in celebrating the 30th anniversary of this remarkable organization. A lot has certainly changed since NAN was founded in 1991. That year, the general public was first introduced to a cutting-edge innovation known as the World Wide Web. And since then, the digital revolution has transformed nearly every aspect of our lives. Over the past 3 decades, however, one thing has remained constant. The National Action Network has stood as a tireless champion for opportunity and justice. I want to thank my good friend, Reverend Al Sharpton, and your entire organization for 30 years of incredible advocacy and leadership. NAN's mission to protect the civil rights of all and fight for greater equity is as vital today as it was at its founding 30 years ago. The past year has brought the persistent disparities and inequities within our communities to the forefront. COVID-19 has devastated the lives of millions of Americans, especially people of color. Because of the pandemic, 1 out of every 6 households have missed rent payments, and nearly 11 million homeowners are behind on their mortgages. It has taken an especially heavy toll on people of color. According to the Census Bureau, more than 20% of all Black households have missed rent or mortgage payments in recent months. Fortunately, I'm happy to report that help is on the way. The American Rescue Plan introduced by the Biden-Harris administration will deliver nearly $22 billion in emergency rental support, along with $10 billion to help homeowners avoid foreclosure. It also provides $5 billion for people who are homeless or at risk of experiencing homelessness, and nearly $4.5 billion to help struggling households afford electricity, heat, and other utilities. I am proud to say that I cast my final vote as a member of Congress to help pass the American Rescue Plan. Now, as the 18th Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, I have the great honor of helping this administration enact the provisions of this landmark law. In the weeks and months ahead, HUD will continue to serve as a trusted partner and advisor for our stakeholders. We will work together with state and local officials, housing counselors, lenders, and community advocates to make sure this funding reaches those in greatest need. The Biden-Harris administration also understands that helping families weather this crisis is only one part of the task before us. Moving forward, we have the added responsibility of expanding our nation's housing supply and providing more Americans with the chance to find a safe, affordable, and dignified place to call home. This includes taking bold steps to help more people realize the dream of home ownership. For most Americans, owning a home is still the best way to build their wealth and to leave something behind for their children and their grandchildren. Yet the sobering reality is that the dream of buying a home is becoming harder and harder to attain. This is especially true for African Americans. In fact, the home ownership gap between Black and white families is wider today than it was in 1968, when banks could still legally discriminate against borrowers based on the color of their skin. This administration recognizes that we must take dramatic and intentional action to expand our nation's stock of rental housing. Even before the pandemic, the United States faced a severe shortage of affordable units, and COVID-19 has only made it harder for people to pay for housing. The Biden administration is determined to provide every American with a fair shot at securing a good home. You can see that commitment in the President's infrastructure bill, which calls for major new investments into our housing sector. It would help construct preserve and upgrade more than 1 million rental units for underserved communities. And it would help build and rehabilitate more than 500,000 homes for buyers of more modest means. The President's bill affirms a fundamental truth, that housing represents a vital part of our nation's infrastructure. Secure and stable homes serve as a bedrock for institutions for our society, just like our roads and bridges and our public utilities. That is why, as HUD Secretary, I will do everything in my power to help champion its passage. Finally, this administration recognizes that unjust barriers still limit the potential of far too many people of color. The sad truth is that systemic racism continues to plague our housing market and our society as a whole. Let me share just one example. Last year, Gwen and Lorenzo Mitchell, a mixed-race couple living in Denver, decided to have their home appraised. According to the Mitchells, when their first appraiser came back with a surprisingly low number, they suspected something was wrong. So they scheduled a second visit with a different appraiser. This time, only Gwen, who's white, took part in the process. Everything else in the house remained the same. The result was a new quote that came in at $145,000 higher than their initial estimate. Stories like the Mitchells are all too common. For generations, people of color have faced discrimination in housing. When trying to rent apartments, to secure loans, and to move into neighborhoods where their families can thrive. It is long past the time for our country to fully realize the promise of the Fair Housing Act. That is why, as HUD Secretary, I will make fair housing enforcement a central priority. I'm grateful that the American Rescue Plan provides $20 million in new funding to advance fair housing efforts, and our department will continue to advocate for the resources we need to help stamp out systemic racism from our nation's housing market. When I think about all the work before us, I'm reminded of the profound duty given to us by Scripture. The book of Proverbs instructs us to speak up for those who cannot speak for themselves, for the rights of all who are destitute. Speak up and judge fairly. Defend the rights of the poor and needy. This is the work our department strives to perform every day. At HUD, we know that we cannot accomplish our mission alone. We need the support of leaders in government and in business, in our communities and in our courts. In other words, we need support of the National Action Network. For 30 years, NAN and its allies have made a tremendous difference across nearly every segment of our society, from the boardroom to the ballot box, from grassroots marches to governor's mansions, and from the pulpit to the picket line. HUD is proud to join all of you in speaking up for those who cannot speak for themselves, and in defending the fundamental right of every person to live each day with dignity, with grace, and with hope. I know our work together is just getting started. Thank you very much, and have a wonderful conference.
Greetings, Reverend Sharpton, National Action Network members, grassroots organizers, activists, faith leaders, and everyone gathered here today to make change, make a difference, and deliver justice in America. For 30 years, Reverend, you and the National Action Network have fought to create that social change, to give life to Dr. King's dream of a just society, and to protect the hard-fought victories for civil rights and civil liberties for every community. For 30 years, you've stood on the front lines in this long march toward justice. And when our communities needed you most, Reverend, you and NAN were steadfast in the battle against this COVID pandemic. Thank you for delivering 1.8 million meals to communities in need. Thank you for partnering with rideshare companies to provide rides to vaccine sites. Thank you for engaging clergy to address vaccine hesitancy. And thank you for being part of the COVID-19 Community Corps. I'm here today because the fight for justice and equity extends to the doctor's office and to our healthcare infrastructure. For far too long, barriers, visible and invisible, have hindered communities of color, particularly the Black community, from accessing high-quality, affordable health care. The kind of care that provides peace of mind. President Biden understands this. The Department of Health and Human Services understands this. I understand this. We're committed to working to defeat COVID-19, to tear down health inequities put in stark relief by the pandemic. This past year has been hard on all of us, but few have suffered as harshly as this country's marginalized communities. COVID-19 surfaced something many of us have known for a long time. Inequities are putting our most vulnerable communities at risk of getting sick and dying. Now, I'm the son of working-class immigrant parents. We didn't have much, but my family had access to health insurance coverage thanks to my father's union job. I understand what it means to have health access and security. It gave my family the peace of mind to live our lives. And the President understands this too. At HHS, we are putting equity at the center of everything we do. We're using what COVID has illuminated to inform our broader efforts. Last month, the President signed the American Rescue Plan Act into law, the biggest expansion of health care since the Affordable Care Act, Obamacare. Because President Biden kept his promise, 360,000 uninsured Black Americans are eligible to save money on health care coverage, and 328,000 will be eligible for $0 out-of-pocket costs for their health insurance plan. 328,000 people will be eligible in the Black community for $0 out-of-pocket costs. Not bad. On average, 4 out of 5 current healthcare.gov consumers will be able to find a plan for $10 or less per month once they receive their tax credits. What's more, we're going to keep the door open a little longer for Americans to lock in that health care by extending the special enrollment period for health insurance sign-up. And we will continue to tackle COVID by supporting state and local efforts, including distribution of testing, treatments and vaccines, supplies and protective equipment. We launched the COVID-19 Community Corps, a nationwide grassroots network of local voices and trusted community leaders to encourage people to get vaccinated. And we're investing $10 billion to get vaccines in the arms of communities that have been among the most hurt in this pandemic. Communities of color, rural areas, low-income populations, and other underserved communities are part of that effort as part of our COVID-19 response. We've got plenty of unfinished business in this country when it comes to extending the same access to care and the security that comes with it to every community. But I assure you, we are working and we won't stop until everyone has that same access to health and security that we all deserve. On this issue and many others, we depend on your help. I encourage everyone to share the word with every community, to log on to healthcare.gov, and to take advantage of President Biden's special enrollment period. More than 500,000 Americans have already done so. And we've seen the largest increase in enrollment among Black consumers and among Americans near the poverty level in 2 years. 17% of those new enrollees identified as Black. So I'm encouraging everyone to log on to healthcare.gov. You might find that you can save yourself some money, get better care, and get some peace of mind with it. I also want to encourage you to join the COVID-19 Community Corps and help us get your friends, family, and neighbors vaccinated. That's a just cause. That's a fight we can win. Reverend Sharpton, to you and the believers, the fighters, the aspirers of the National Action Network, congratulations and thank you for 30 years of struggle and success for a better America. And thank you for allowing me to celebrate with you.
Hello, I'm Labor Secretary Marty Walsh. I'm pleased and I'm honored to address the National Action Network on the occasion of your 30th anniversary hybrid convention. I want to congratulate Reverend Sharpton, Chairman Dr. Richardson, and all the leaders and members of NAN in every chapter across our country. For 3 decades, you've come together as people of goodwill, people of faith, and people who care deeply about our communities and our country. And you've made a difference in every challenge you've taken on. Today, more than ever, you are bringing the power of community to the historic work of civil rights and racial justice, in criminal justice reform, in voting rights, in economic opportunity, in employment discrimination, in health equity, and much more. You are calling on all of us to live our values and fulfill our nation's promises. As you know, this work has never been more important. We live in a moment when the reality and the cost of injustice are crystal clear. The past year laid it all to bear. Black, Latino, and immigrant communities are hit harder by illness, death, and job loss of the COVID-19 pandemic. Frontline essential workers, disproportionately people of color, have been exposed to the most risk and the lowest pay. Black and brown children have suffered the greatest setbacks from school closures and family struggles. These harms were the result of long-established inequalities, and members of the National Action Network know better than anyone else. But no one can ever deny these injustices or deny that they harm our country. When the truth is known, change is possible and change is happening. In the summer of 2020, a new flowering in the movement for racial justice rose up in response to the killing of George Floyd and others whose names we hold dear. As mayor of Boston, I saw that movement change our city. I worked with advocates, just like you, to make sure those changes were reflected in our policies so that we are always advancing racial equity. It was one of the most meaningful experiences of my time in public office, and I'm committed to advancing this work as Secretary of Labor. After 4 years of moving backwards on so many fronts, we must repair and reverse that harm that was done. And we must rebuild as a stronger, more just and inclusive nation. That's not only my goal, it's my charge. As a member of President Biden's cabinet, in the first day of the Biden administration, the President issued an executive order making racial equity a priority across the entire federal government. As the President said, we need to open the promise of America to every American. In the Department of Labor, we have begun that work. We have assembled a group of agency leaders to advance equity in all ways that we can serve the American people. That means making sure funding for unemployment benefits in the American Rescue Plan supports greater access for workers who have historically faced barriers. It means making sure workers in every community and industry know their rights and how to seek help if they are being mistreated or discriminated against. It means enforcing overtime and other fair pay laws, because paycheck theft is one of the most damaging legacies of systemic racism going back throughout our nation's history. And it means holding employers who do business with the federal government responsible for complying with anti-discrimination laws. All across the Department of Labor, the Biden-Harris administration, we are seizing this moment to tear down systemic racism and lift up racial equity. The American Rescue Plan has delivered a vaccination program and an economic relief that is reaching communities in equitable ways. I advanced that work as mayor of Boston. I partnered with the Biden administration to make sure that the vaccines, stimulus funds, food resources, rental relief, and small business supports are focused in the communities that need it the most. Yet, in many ways, our work has only just begun. The full opportunity before us is historic. It's to build for the first time a truly equitable economy in America. And that's where President Biden's American Jobs Plan comes in. It calls for $2 trillion of investment in the future of our economy and all of our people. This means equitable investments in the vital transportation needs of every community, closing the digital divide with high-speed broadband internet for all, clean, safe drinking water for all our homes and schools, upgrading the electric grid, and investing in clean energy with a focus on environmental justice for communities of color. By modernizing our infrastructure, we can make our economy more competitive, more sustainable, and more inclusive. We can create millions of jobs all across our country. And rather than just hope these jobs are shared with everyone, we are going to make sure that every community has access, especially those who were shut out in the past. We're going to do that through programs like apprenticeships that allow you to earn good paychecks while learning on the job and building a career. When I was a labor leader, I helped create a program called Building Pathways to get people of color and women access to union apprenticeships. I saw it change the lives of hundreds of men and women and their families. Now we have the opportunity to change lives all across America. The American Jobs Plan would double the number of registered apprenticeships to over 1 million, while ensuring that these programs reach out to those who have been left out in the past. As Labor Secretary overseeing apprentice programs, I will make sure of that. The American Jobs Plan also invests $400 billion in the care economy, Those are the skilled, compassionate professionals who take care of our elders and family members with disabilities. And they are largely people of color, especially women. But 1 out of every 6 workers in this industry live in poverty. That's no way to treat the folks who take care of our family members. They deserve respect, they deserve better pay, they deserve the right to organize and engage in collective bargaining. That's why the American Jobs Plan is more than an investment. It puts the power in the hands of working people, and it tears down the barriers that exclude too many in the past. This is what Building Back Better looks like. It's putting Americans back on the path that the civil rights movement set on us, towards racial justice, economic justice, and equity for all. That's why the President said we can't afford to miss this opportunity. So I invite you to join me and my colleagues in the most diverse cabinet in American history. It's advocating for the American Job Plan. Let's make history together. As I close, I want to acknowledge the debt that we owe you for the work you have done to make this moment possible. All of us who are working to do work to advance equity stand on the shoulders of people like you, the members of the National Action Network. For 30 years, you've seen justice in a clear light, and you've never stopped fighting for what is right, no matter what the struggle is. So as we move forward, we must continue to listen to you. We must continue to work with you. We must continue to walk this walk together. Thank you. God bless you. I wish you a wonderful convention and another 30 years of success.
Thank you so much. I'm so honored to be a part of this celebration of 30 years of the National Action Network. Reverend Al Sharpton, thank you for never backing down. Your lifetime of activism is an inspiration to us all. So long as the world wants for justice, I feel better knowing you and the National Action Network will demand it. And when I say the world, I mean it, because so many of our most pressing issues of justice and civil rights no longer respect borders. And even more important, we have to shape the global solutions to these challenges to ensure they are just. Take the pandemic, for example. COVID-19 is sometimes referred to as the great equalizer. After all, it has affected everyone. But the truth is, it hasn't affected us all equally. Instead, it has exacerbated existing inequalities. We all know that poor communities and communities of color are being hit hardest by the virus and receiving the fewest resources. The pandemic is also acting as a force multiplier, taking every threat to Black people, particularly women and girls, and compounding the danger. That's why it's so important to engage on a global scale. If we go it alone and retreat from the world, then we let existing inequalities fester. But if we engage, then we can push for change and demand justice. That's why, under President Biden's leadership, we have been restoring our alliances and recommitting to multilateral institutions. We rejoined the World Health Organization because we believed we can make the WHO smarter, nimbler, and more just by rolling up our sleeves and getting involved. We proudly rejoined the Paris Agreement because the only way to reverse the effects of the climate crisis is to join forces. And we know that if we don't act, poor communities and communities of color, especially in the Global South, will suffer the most. And we immediately re-engaged with the Human Rights Council and have announced our intention to seek election to that body so that we can advance our most cherished democratic values around the globe. Of course, when we raise issues of equity and justice at the global scale, we have to approach them with humility. We have to acknowledge that we are an imperfect union and have been since the beginning. And every day we strive to make ourselves more perfect and more just. In a diverse country like ours, that means committing to do the work. It means learning and understanding more about each other. It means engaging trailblazing groups like yours to teach, to grow, to include, to improve. It means not forgetting our past or ignoring our present, but keeping both firmly in mind as we push for a better future. I tried to do this recently in the UN General Assembly when I spoke on the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. That day and commemoration was personal for me. So I told the UN some personal stories. I told them how my great-grandmother, Mary Thomas, born in 1865, was the child of a slave just 3 generations back from me. I grew up in the segregated South. I was bused to a segregated school. On weekends, the Klan burned crosses on lawns in our neighborhood. I shared these stories and others to acknowledge on the international stage that I have personally experienced one of America's greatest imperfections. I've seen for myself how the original sin of slavery weaved white supremacy into our founding documents and principles. But I also shared these stories to offer up an insight, a simple truth I've learned over the years. Racism is not the problem of the person who experiences it. Those of us who experience racism cannot and should not internalize it, despite the impact it can have on our everyday lives. Racism is the problem of the racist, and it is the problem of the society that produces the racist. And in today's world, that's every society. In America, that takes many forms. It's the white supremacy that led to the senseless killing of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, and so many other Black Americans. It's the spike in hate crimes over the past 3 years against Latino Americans, Sikh, Muslim Americans, Jewish Americans, and immigrants. And it's the bullying, discrimination, brutality, and violence that Asian Americans face every day, especially since the outbreak of COVID-19. That's why the Biden administration has made racial equity a top priority across the entire government. And I'm making it a real focus of my tenure at the U.S. mission to the United Nations. But when I say racism is a problem in every society, that means looking beyond America's borders too. Across 4 decades and 4 continents in the Foreign Service, I experienced racism in countless international contexts. From overly invasive searches at airports, to police racially profiling my son, to being made to wait behind white patrons for a table at a restaurant. Racism was and continues to be a daily challenge abroad. And for millions, it's more than a challenge. It's deadly. Like in Burma, where Rohingya and others have been oppressed, abused, and killed in staggering numbers. Or in China, where the government has committed genocide and crimes against humanity against Uyghurs and members of other ethnic and religious minority groups. The prevalence and pervasiveness of racism and racial inequality might make the situation look hopeless. So let me be clear, I remain hopeful. I remain hopeful in part because of the influence and the insistence of organizations like yours. Just look at the way Black Lives Matter movement spread this past summer. What took hold in the streets of Minneapolis made it to Monrovia and Madrid and London and Sydney and Berlin and Cape Town, Stockholm and Rio de Janeiro and Tokyo, and on and on and on. Or look at Burma, where righteous protesters facing brutal violence are demanding democracy and deploying techniques like strikes and slowdowns and marches in the mold of Dr. King. My point is, what we do here matters not just to our own communities, but to people across the globe. Because if today our challenges are global, so too is our solidarity. So I am thankful for everything you do. And I ask you to keep convening your communities, cajoling your representatives, and championing our civil rights at every turn. Because I know your work this next 30 years will be even more invaluable than the last, both for us here at home and for communities of color around the world. Thank you.
Hello, National Action Network. I'm Isabella Casillas-Guzman, and I'm proud to serve as a voice for America's small businesses. I'd like to begin by thanking Reverend Al Sharpton for inviting me to address your 30th anniversary virtual convention. Your impact over the past 3 decades has been far-reaching and consequential. And I'm inspired by the vast network of National Action Network activists across the country who continue to lead the fight for one standard of justice, decency, and equal opportunity for all people to strengthen our nation. As the leader of the U.S. Small Business Administration, I'm committed to ensuring that the fight for equality is at the center of everything we do to support America's 30 million small businesses and innovative technology and science-based startups. Equitable access to opportunities to grow will strengthen our economy and retain our global leadership. Right now, too many of our small businesses are struggling. The COVID-19 pandemic and resulting economic crisis have had an unprecedented impact on America's entrepreneurs. Black and brown small businesses owners have been particularly hard hit. 1 year ago, as lockdowns were first beginning and millions of businesses were forced to close their doors, the African American small business community shrank by 41%, from 1.1 million businesses to 640,000. We've seen that economic devastation impact our neighborhoods and our communities. Closed signs, empty storefronts, uncertainty in the voices of business owners as they wonder how they will recover. We've watched as the businesses that defined the spirit and vibrancy of our towns and cities disappeared. I want every entrepreneur in our nation to know that the SBA is here to provide capital solutions to survive, recover, and grow, markets to expand revenues, such as through access to opportunities to grow with the world's largest buyer, the federal government, and support networks as well to build resiliency. And under my leadership, we'll be working hard to ensure that access to these resources is available to everyone. That means meeting our small businesses where they are instead of waiting for them to come to us, especially those traditionally left out. That means finding ways to reach entrepreneurs who aren't already directly connected to resources or support networks and welcoming them in to help ensure pathways to contracts, trade, capital, investment, and innovation opportunities. That means being intentional about building bridges with those who have historically been left behind and have been hardest hit by this pandemic: Black, brown, women, and other underserved entrepreneurs. In this month alone, we're rolling out billions of dollars in targeted relief that was included in the American Rescue Plan for the hardest hit small businesses, those with 5 employees or less, minority-owned businesses, restaurants, bars, and other food service establishments, concert venues, theaters, music halls, and much more. We're launching a Community Navigator pilot program to partner with trusted local organizations and national organizations and community champions who have direct access and connection to the small business owners who were left out of previous rounds of relief and are in dire need of our help. And we're leveraging the expertise of our 135 women's business centers, including newly opened locations at 6 historically Black colleges and universities, as well as our veterans business opportunity centers, our small business development centers, and stakeholders and partners, including growth accelerators and regional clusters. We're also working to address capital gaps for businesses so they can grow, creating loan options that leverage SBA's traditional 7A and 504 products, including for acquisition or addressing liquidity challenges, and finding ways to better utilize the small business investment companies, or SBICs, to support our underserved small businesses with debt and equity. There are more than 300 small financial institutions currently licensed by the SBA that are investing more than $33 billion in America's small businesses. But they have historically fallen short when it comes to lifting up African American and other minority women and veteran-owned businesses. In the coming months, we intend to license more diverse SBIC managers, work with existing SBICs on mentoring and protege proposals for potential new applicants, and look at revitalizing the specialized SBICs that focus on underserved demographics, and as well consider new proposals to provide incentives for investment by SBICs in underserved small businesses. The SBA is committed to bringing businesses back, creating jobs, and ensuring equity to build an economy that works for everyone. We have a lot of work to do, but it's never been more important. At the SBA, we're committed to eliminating those opportunity gaps that limit our Black and brown and female entrepreneurs from achieving growth and scale. We know that we need to cultivate America's entrepreneurial spirit and great ideas in every corner of our nation. I'd like to end today with something that President Biden said on his first day in office, which inspires me, when he signed the executive order that launched an ambitious whole of government equity agenda. I thought of these words as I took my oath of office a few weeks ago. We have never fully lived up to the founding principles of this nation. To state the obvious, that all people are created equal and have a right to be treated equally throughout their lives. And it's time to act now, not only because it's the right thing to do, but because if we do, we'll all be better off for it. The newly scaled SBA must be as entrepreneurial as the businesses it serves to transform its offerings and connect all entrepreneurs in America to the support they need to reopen, start, grow, and be resilient. I look forward to collaborating with you all to make sure that this happens. Thank you so much.
Good day. I'm Tom Vilsack, United States Secretary of Agriculture, and it is my incredible privilege to be with you today as you celebrate the 30th anniversary of the National Action Network. You all have done amazing work in advancing the cause of equity and justice, and I want to thank you for everything that you have done and that you will do. I want to take this moment as well to acknowledge Reverend Al Sharpton. He has been a leader in civil rights for many, many years. He's been in the front of every single civil rights battle we've had in my lifetime. I want to appreciate the work that the Reverend has done in leading this action network. You know, my scripture basically reminds me that the stone the builder rejected became the cornerstone. I thought of that today as I thought about our efforts at USDA to embrace equity. As we all know, for far too long, the United States Department of Agriculture had a history of discrimination against those socially disadvantaged, principally Black farmers. Over the course of time, we've had to compensate farmers for specific acts of discrimination, but we've never dealt with the issues that gave rise to discrimination. We never looked at the systemic barriers that existed in our department. We rejected that stone. Well, today, I'm here today to tell you that the Biden-Harris administration wants to take that stone of equity and make it the cornerstone of a new USDA. Let me tell you what we've done in the last couple of weeks to begin that journey. I hired a senior advisor for equity, Dr. Dwayne Goldman. First time we've ever had a senior advisor of equity and for equity in the Secretary's office. I'm looking forward to welcoming my partner, Dr. Jewel Brunau, who is currently the Commissioner of Agriculture in the Commonwealth of Virginia, but soon with Senate confirmation, she will be the deputy at the United States Department of Agriculture, the Deputy Secretary. And she will be the first African-American to hold that position. I'm looking forward to the continued work of the working groups that have been established pursuant to President Biden's executive order that's taking an internal look at USDA to begin identifying where those systemic barriers, where that racism may exist, and eliminating it forever. And I'm also looking forward to the development and establishment of the Equity Commission, which will allow us an outside view of activities at USDA, recommendations to basically root out the systemic racism that has been tragically part of our history. A foundation, if you will, of equity. We're also going to take a look at implementing the American Rescue Plan's historic effort to relieve the debt of socially disadvantaged farmers, an opportunity for us to help thousands of producers across the country who have been socially disadvantaged, who have not been able to take the full benefits of USDA and its programs. Now we'll see debt relief for the first time. And we're looking forward to instituting and investing $1 billion from the American Rescue Plan and expanding market access and land access and dealing with heirs property issues, all of which are incredibly important in providing the technical assistance to allow these socially disadvantaged producers an opportunity to fully participate in USDA's efforts. So I just want to make sure that folks understand and appreciate this is indeed a new day. at USDA, but we're also going to make sure we do our job in helping all of those who are disadvantaged, all of those who are dealing with the challenges of poverty, especially during COVID. That's why I agree with President Biden when he said, help is here. Help is here for those who are in need of nutrition assistance. We've increased SNAP. We've expanded the pandemic EBT program, providing help and assistance to parents whose children aren't in school today. They would be getting a school breakfast or a school lunch now. Parents have that additional financial responsibility. We now have over 30 states that are engaged in providing help and assistance through the Department of Agriculture for those families. Expanding the WIC program and encouraging more enrollment in that program to help pregnant women and young moms and dads and their children have the opportunity and the advantage of having access to fruits and vegetables. All of this is designed to promote better, equitable access to our nutrition programs. We want those program benefits to be meaningful. We want them to be able to be used conveniently. And we want to make sure that we work in partnership with states to ensure that everyone who is qualified for the program receives the benefits. But it's not just nutrition assistance, it's also housing. We know that there are many people, because of COVID, because of the economic crisis that COVID has caused, and because of the crisis that existed in many rural areas across the country before the pandemic, we know that a lot of folks are having trouble making the rent payment or the housing payment. That's why the housing assistance in the American Rescue Plan is so important, because it offers a hope, a line of hope for folks who are now struggling and concerned and stressed about how they're going to be able to meet that rent payment or keep the home. And it's not just about housing and nutrition assistance. It's also about making sure that we expand and invest in the infrastructure that would allow socially disadvantaged communities full access to broadband and the opportunities that that can create for better economic opportunity. We're going to focus our time and attention and resources and our energy on those persistently poor counties where over 10% of the population has a poverty rate that exceeds 20%, and have had that poverty rate exceeding 20% for over 30 years. Representative Clyburn likes to refer to it as the 10-20-30 plan. We're going to make sure that we spend time and resource and energy and passion in trying to provide assistance and help through a program we call Strike Force, where we will be focused on these most persistently poor areas in rural areas to try to find a way to encourage and enhance economic opportunity. So I just want to leave you with the notion that indeed this foundation is being built today. It's a foundation that the Action Network has been advocating for years and years across the country. We've taken a page out of your book. We're going to get involved. We're going to be enthusiastic and passionate about this work, and we're going to begin to make a difference in building a new USDA, one that is equitable and fair for all, a USDA that understands and appreciates the challenges of persistent poverty and tries to overcome them and provide hope and assistance and help. It's a new day at USDA, and I look forward to future opportunities, if invited, to give you a progress report on this important work. We're going to take that stone and we're going to build that foundation. Thank you very much.
Hello, everybody. I'm glad to be yet again joining the National Action Network today for this annual gathering of civil rights leaders, faith leaders, advocates, and activists. This coalition is a reflection of what it looks like to be actively doing the work of building a more beloved community. And that really is the work that NAN does, that Reverend Al does, working to provide information and substantive help for helping Black-owned businesses have the information they need to get assistance, to working to distribute meals across the country, including 10,000 meals in my home state of New Jersey. And even now, amidst another incident of unjustifiable police violence, NAN is rising in a dark time to provide much-needed light for a path toward justice. Thank you for your leadership, your service, but I also know that your work extends beyond the crisis of today to the larger continuing crisis of a country that falls short of its precious national ideals of justice, equality, and freedom. Freedom from fear, freedom from violence, freedom from discrimination, and avoidable illness and death. And that's why today, even though we are still in a time of pain and mourning, challenge and difficulty, I want to take a moment to recognize and celebrate what groups of people like this one made possible through your struggle. Last year, at a time when the President of the United States was actively trying to undermine our democracy, to suppress the votes of people of color and steal an election in the middle of a pandemic, NAN didn't curse the darkness. You lit a fire. You didn't agonize. You organized, strategized, and mobilized. And because of that activism and engagement, we're in a position in the Senate, the House, and the White House where we not only have the chance to make a real change for our communities someday, we are making it today. Here at NAN, we've talked about the moral urgency of addressing poverty in America, and in particular, child poverty. Poverty is violence. Kids in poverty have worse health outcomes, worse educational outcomes, and are more likely to become entrapped by our savagely broken criminal justice system. Kids in poverty literally show physical distress to parts of their brain and brain development. Poverty is a moral crisis and clearly a solvable national health crisis. And thus, under the American Rescue Plan, we're doing something about it. The expanded child tax credit and the earned income tax credit was signed into law by President Biden. It's going to lift nearly 10 million kids out of poverty and put money in the pockets of 17 million workers across the country. And it's going to cut the child poverty rate for all children by nearly 50%, by Black children by about over 50%. These are some of the most transformative economic policies since the creation of Social Security, and I will fight alongside others to make these expansions permanent. It's our moral obligation. And there are other victories in the rescue plan, so many, but one is that Senator Warnock and I were able to include a provision that will get billions of dollars of historic loan forgiveness and other assistance to Black farmers and farmers of color who have suffered enormous losses, not just because of COVID-19, but because of decades-long documented discrimination by the U.S. Department of Agriculture. So much of what we have mobilized for, organized for, struggled for, the things we have been talking about for years, that's what President Biden and Democrats in the Senate are working on and acting on and getting some of it done. Yes, we have a lot more work to do, but please, please mark these victories with others. Talk about them. When we vote, we win. When we vote, we make progress. Folk have got to know that. And yes, although we aren't yet where we want to be, thank God we aren't where we were. Voting makes a difference. We are moving the ball down the field. We are climbing up the rough side of the mountain. But we've got work to do because we're still a nation plagued by gun violence. We still got work to do because we are a nation where in too many states the right to vote is under assault. We have work to do because we are still a nation where pharmaceutical prices are too high and medical care is too far out of reach for too many. We have work to do because we are a nation still where too many of our children have lead in their water but no internet in their homes. And too many corporations are getting unjust welfare, but too few people are able to get access to even the most basics that families should get, like childcare. We are a nation that, unfortunately, we are seeing that while many rich are getting richer through the stock market, too many families don't have access to healthy food or even access to a quality supermarket. And so speaking of supermarkets, I want to end my remarks by talking to you about something we don't talk about enough, something Reverend Al and I have talked a lot about, and I want to state it plain. The American food system is broken, and it is killing us. The American food system is working against nearly everyone it touches. It's hurting urban communities and rural communities, farmers and farm workers. And it is deeply dangerous to our most vulnerable communities. The only winners in this system seem to be the massive, consolidated, multinational corporations that dominate our food industry and too often dictate food policy. Ron Finley, great African-American activist, talked about how in South Central Los Angeles, there are drive-throughs and drive-bys. And the drive-throughs are killing more people than the drive-bys. When you go through a drive-through and get a cheap value meal, what they used to call dollar meals, the reason why that meal is so cheap is because of the subsidizing of our tax dollars. We are subsidizing easy access to the foods that are truly high in calories, but have minimal nutritional value, and that are literally killing us. While at the same time, communities of color lack access to foods that are healthy, as long as rural communities and low-income communities around the country. Those of us in communities like mine know what it's like to go to a bodega, in fact, and find a Twinkie-like product cheaper than a piece of fruit because of our ag subsidies. In fact, only 2% of our federal ag subsidies go to the things our government tells us to eat, that most of us, the things we should be eating, the fruits and vegetables, only get about 2% of those subsidies. Think about that. Think about that for a second. So now, in addition to a hunger crisis, we face a second great crisis, one of nutrition insecurity, where too many Americans are overfed but undernourished. And we continue to pour massive federal subsidies into a system that is literally making us sick, causing us to spend stratospherically increasing amounts of taxpayer dollars every year on increased healthcare costs to treat chronic diseases, while pharmaceutical companies are making booming profits off of pain and suffering that can be prevented. And let's be clear about something really important. These big companies want us to believe, in many ways, that obesity is a moral failing, that type 2 diabetes is a moral failing, that chronic heart disease is a moral failing. That is a lie. It is a policy failure. Our rates of disease have been skyrocketing in America, and there's no relation between that and the moral standing of America. These companies are designing foods to be addictive, and our government is aiding and abetting them to the tune of $1 billion a year while telling us we could solve our problems if we exercise more. We know the risk of diabetes is 77% higher for Black folks in America, and we are twice as likely to die from the disease. Black Americans are 40% more likely to have high blood pressure, which we know is a risk factor even for developing severe COVID complications. Black folks are 30% more likely to die of heart disease than their white peers. And what does this mean when you have people who suffer from diabetes, high blood pressure? What does it mean? Not just higher medical costs, not just seeing us lose out in productivity. It doesn't just erode your ability to earn a living. It erodes every aspect of your life and well-being. It hurts your family and community. The kind of disease rate we have now was unimaginable just 2 or 3 generations ago. In fact, listen to this, type 2 diabetes rates have tripled for Native American children, doubled for Black kids, and increased 50% for Hispanic youth in the last decade alone. If we don't do something about this, what will happen to our children as these rates increase in the next 10 years? What will the state of America be? What will the state of America, Black America, be? We must end this wretched nightmare that is growing worse by the day. And not enough people are talking about this crisis. I know people want to have the important conversations, A lot of people say we should be talking more and more about healthcare delivery in America. Well, I, for one, believe access to high quality, affordable healthcare is a human right that must be accessible to everyone in our nation. But let's be clear. Our healthcare system, right now as it stands, is a disease management system. The demand for pharmaceutical drugs, severe invasive surgeries, and emergency care should not be so high. It is driven by our broken food system. We must talk about that as well. We need to talk more about the truth about the corruption in this system and what it's doing to us. And we need to build a new coalition to change it. We are in a state of emergency in our food system, and our lives are depending on addressing it. We need a new coalition with the independent family farmers who are being driven out of business and squashed by big corporations. We need a new coalition with environmental justice advocates who understand the impact of the poisons that these agricultural conglomerates use. We need a new coalition with climate change activists who know that this broken food system is a major contributor to climate change. We need a new coalition with food and farm workers who are too often being not protected on the job, not being paid a minimum wage. We need a new coalition with those in both the urban and rural communities, as well as our suburban towns, who often see food deserts and not an abundance of access to healthy, affordable food. We need a new coalition. And I want you all to know, I personally, this Congress, because of this crisis, switched on to the Agricultural Committee because as a former mayor and a senator, I know that every issue of justice, environmental justice, economic justice, health justice, educational justice, even the criminal justice system, intersects with our savagely broken food system. And now I'm the chairman of the subcommittee on nutrition and specialty crops, the healthy foods, where I will be focusing on food justice and this epidemic in our community that is literally killing us, sending generations of our elders to an early death and robbing our children of too much of their potential. This must be a major component of our agenda. We need a new coalition. And so I ask everyone here to join in this effort, center this effort in your focus and activism. Work with me to expose the lies being fed to us every single day and to point out and speak out about the reality, the true reality of this crisis and what we need to do about it. In my faith tradition, we talk about God wanting us to have life and have it more abundantly. We are not sheep. We are shepherds. We as activists must help lead. Faith without works is dead. We need to plot a pathway to the true freedom that comes from abundant and vibrant health. Food is essential. Food is justice. Together with a broader coalition, we can overcome these challenges and build a more beloved country. But we know love is work, love is struggle, love is telling the truth. And the truth, I promise you, will set us free. Thank you.
I gotta put one with my mask. Oh yeah. One more. Like I'm speaking.
Versus smart claws. The sick claws. Look at that. She's about to go.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the National Action Network's annual convention. It is our 30th year, and it will be a tremendous year. We want to thank all of you who have come out to be with us live in person, and want to thank so many of you who are watching us online. We're so pleased to be with you. Let me first say I'm Michael Hardy. I'm the General Counsel, Executive Vice President of the National Action Network. I will be standing in for the Honorable Ben Crump. So hopefully you all won't be too disappointed, but it's a great panel, a great topic, a great discussion. And so we should do well with this. And there's simply no more important issue right now in America than policing. And this panel is going to be addressing the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act. We're going to have a number of panelists, and we will introduce them in just a moment. But right now, it is our honor and privilege to have the sponsor or one of the sponsors of the bill in the United States Congress, the Honorable Karen Bass, representative from the 37th Congressional District in California, to talk to us and tell us a little bit about the bill.
Hello,
Let me thank the Reverend for such a kind introduction and congratulate you for your leadership over many decades. The National Action Network has made a profound difference in our country, and I know it will continue to until we achieve racial, social, and economic justice. And thank you so much for this panel today on the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. Let me just talk a brief minute about the bill. First of all, the most important part of the bill holds police officers accountable. We watched when Derek Chauvin was murdering George Floyd with his knee on his neck, looking at that camera with his hand in his pocket, acting like he had complete impunity, because up until the passage of this bill, frankly, he does. We need to hold officers accountable. They need to be sued if they hurt us, if they kill us. They need to be prosecuted. The standard to prosecute an officer is so high right now, we have to prove what was in their mind. We need to say that that knee on the neck for 9 minutes, we learned, is reckless and he should be accountable, and that was murder. There are 18,000 police departments in the United States and no national standards, no accreditation. You have to have accreditation to have your hair cut, but not to be a police officer. And then we need to provide resources to communities so communities can re-envision policing, because we know that over the last few decades, we have wiped out, damaged, left our safety net in tatters. And so when things fall through the cracks, we leave it to police officers to pick up the pieces. Police officers shouldn't have to deal with mental health issues. People in a mental health crisis, when family members call the police for help, they shouldn't worry about the police coming in and killing their relative. And so we need to refund our communities. We need to rebuild our safety net. We need to put our resources in health, in social, and in economic programs. And so the bill provides grants to communities to re-envision policing. Now we need to get the bill passed out of the Senate. So I am hoping that the National Action Network during your conference will help to mobilize, help to bring out the pressure. The reason we had the bill in Congress last year was because of the hundreds of thousands of people that were out on the street and demanded change. And so I hope that the National Action Network will continue in your tradition to build that movement, to pressure the Senate, to make sure that we get that bill on President Biden's desk ASAP. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your invitation to speak with you today.
All right. Let's give a big hand to the Honorable Karen Bass, representative of the 37th Congressional District in California. So we do have a tremendous panel, brothers and sisters, and you know, there really is no more important issue confronting our nation right now than the issue of policing. And as the Congresswoman just said, there will be a battle to get this act past Congress. And sometimes, and some of you were here for the panel this morning with the mothers of the movement. And one of the things when you think about the mothers of the movement and some of what they said is their endurance. Because when you think about the fight for justice and getting these bills through the Congress, it's not about it happening today or tomorrow. It's not about now. It's about how long can you endure in the fight to make sure these things happen. And that's what we are about. And that's what many of the people you will hear today speak about. It is truly ironic when you think about the Michael Brown situation in Ferguson, Missouri. Horrible situation. Everything about that situation said it was willful on the part of the police officer, but he could not get justice, either state or federal. Eric Garner, we watched Eric Garner on tape get strangled to death, but no prosecution on the state level. And on the federal level, there was a fight between the Justice Department in Washington, D.C. and the Eastern District in New York over whether or not they could establish the willfulness for there to be a successful prosecution. And at the end of the day, there was no prosecution in Eric Garner. So that's why we are fighting for this act the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act is critical to the fight to make a more perfect union with regard to policing in America. We're so pleased today to have on the panel with us Chief Sherilyn C.J. Davis. She's from the Durham Police Department. She's been there for 32 years, dedicated service in law enforcement. She began her career with the Atlanta Police Department, where she learned the essential elements of community engagement and relationship building as a young officer. There she rose through the ranks and eventually became the chief of police for the city of Durham. We welcome her and happy to have her with us this morning. We also want to welcome Jerika Richardson. She's the Senior Vice President for Equitable Justice and Strategic Initiatives for the National Urban League. She leads the organization's advocacy and public education and strategic work on civic engagement, police reform, criminal justice reform, and other justice-related issues. Previously, Ms. Richardson was Deputy Executive Director and Senior Advisor to the Secretary to the Board for the nation's largest independent police oversight agency, the New York City Civilian Complaint Review Board. Let's give Jerika a big welcome. And we also want to welcome, and he is here live and in color, as they say, Dr. Takoy Porter. He is the president of our National Action Network Sacramento chapter, senior pastor of the Genesis Church in Sacramento. And we are pleased and happy to have Dr. Porter with us today. Let's welcome all of them. So we will kick it off. I will start by asking Chief Davis. Chief, please say hello to everybody and just give us some initial thoughts on this very important topic.
Well, good afternoon, Mr. Hardy and distinguished panelists, and definitely to Reverend Sharpton and the Honorable Karen Bass and NAN. Thank you for giving us an opportunity, Noble, for always being a part of these very critical conversations. Today, we all hurt once again. We are all very frustrated and perplexed as we mourn the tragic death of another African-American male, Dante Wright, at the hands of the police. So while Noble has been very, very active and engaged in reform efforts, we all know it's not enough. There's still much work to be done, as it was said earlier by Senator Booker. There's much work to be done, but we just appreciate this opportunity that you all are leading in this dialogue and providing a platform for our voices, the voices of the National Organization of Black Law Enforcement Executives, to be heard at this very painful but pivotal time in our nation's history. So thank you very much.
All right. Jerika Richardson, a few words to get us going.
Thank you, Mr. Hardy, Reverend Sharpton, and everyone at the National Action Network, as well as the rest of my colleagues on this distinguished panel. I'm Jerika Richardson, Senior Vice President for Equitable Justice at the National Urban League. And it truly is an honor to be having this conversation at this time, because we all know the history of slavery and its roots in this country, whether we're talking about overseers and slave patrols to Black codes and Jim Crow. You know, despite integration, despite a lot of the gains that we've seen with more diversity and law enforcement, for us as people of color, and particularly African Americans, policing has just not been synonymous with public safety. And so I'm really glad that we are taking this moment to talk about this really important piece of legislation, because I think it's one of the tools in our toolkit that we need to really improve the quality of life for civilians and for law enforcement alike.
All right, thank you. Dr. Porter. few words to get us going on this topic.
Yeah, well, good afternoon, and to you all and to those back on the West Coast, good morning. It's a pleasure to be here in New York and with my National Action Network family to discuss this very important and relevant issue of the day. We're seeing news come out all the time in regards to bad policing and police misconduct. And so we definitely need to make sure that we get something passed federally so that we can stop burying our babies, right? And mourning and protesting and get something good happen for our communities. What happens good for our community will benefit all communities. And so I'm glad to be here and be along with these esteemed panelists. Thank you.
All right. Jerika, let me start with you. And could you outline for us why civil rights organizations like National Action Network and the Urban League support this legislation?
Well, it's for many of the reasons that Representative Bass laid out. We really need a comprehensive approach that tackles accountability, that ends racial profiling, that makes lynching a federal crime, that really gives our communities the opportunity to empower themselves and really redefine what public safety means. And then if we're talking about saving lives, all we have to do is look at George Floyd and Eric Garner and Breonna Taylor, and we really need to fundamentally ban chokeholds and no-knock warrants because it's killing our community. And I think one of the other things that it's really underscores why we need the comprehensive approach, because right now we don't see equity in the way justice is meted out. If we take a look at the recent reports about the officer involved in the Jacob Blake case and the Jacob Blake incident, he's now back on the job. But if we look back 15 years to the officer in Buffalo, an African-American officer, an African-American woman officer at that, who stepped in, was an upstander, and actually stopped her colleague from putting a chokehold on a civilian, she was fired for that. So what we're really looking for is we're looking for equity and national standards. And I think without them, we can never say that in America, I think we should just stop using the term justice system. We should say legal system, because until we move more comprehensive reform forward, it's still unjust.
That's so true. Chief Davis, you're the past president and now the chief of police in Durham, North Carolina. In May of 2020, Noble put out a statement regarding the murder of George Floyd. It encouraged law enforcement agencies to adopt effective policing policies and training to build community trust. Can you outline those points that Noble made?
So, yes, I can. Thank you again. So in the aftermath of the killing of George Floyd, Noble quickly began drafting what we believed to be critical police reform recommendations to Congress to consider. We started with 4 major recommendations. But after years of working in this space and understanding the many obstacles that block police reform, to include the systematic, I will say, dismissal of President Obama's 21st Century Policing Task Force recommendations, we knew that critical and impactful change could only be realized through the legislative process. So last year, during my testimony before the U.S. Senate Committee on the Judiciary, we called for national standards. And Representative Bass, the Honorable Representative Bass mentioned, we call for national standards, which means that police agencies must adopt policies supported by best practices, national best practices. That effectively puts an end to the buffet or smorgasbord type picking and choosing what policies and practices an agency implements. So we believe that every agency should be held to a standard that effectuates real change in key areas. The banning of chokeholds, prohibiting no-knock warrants. You've heard that, especially on drug offenses. Limit qualified immunity, mandate officers to adhere to de-escalation training and those policies. Duty to intervene. Duty to intervene was so critical in the George Floyd situation. If the officers were mandated to step in and do something instead of standing around, we would have had a different end. And also to invest in social services and programs that prevent crime and address social injustices. So whether it's diversifying departments, fighting for legislative reform, or implementing community programs, Noble, we're committed to doing the work, to building community trust and leading the change that our nation so desperately needs right now.
All right. Sister Richardson, I'm going to come back to you very quickly. How will the legislation empower our communities to reimagine public safety in an equitable and just way?
Okay. Well, empowering our communities really involves recognizing their values and putting the people who are right now closest to the problem, putting them in power because they're also closest to the solution. It will provide grants for communities. It will create task force and commissions. And it will just really help communities as a whole reimagine and develop concrete, just, and equitable public safety approaches. And so I think we need to give them this power. We need to be able to have them direct where resources go for mental health or guidance counselors in schools, substance abuse programs, a whole host of issues that really need our attention. And we really need to move in a way where we have a unified vision of moving forward because it needs to be a system that really is empowered, but is centered on truth.
All right. Dr. Porter, National Action Network over the last 30 years has tirelessly worked on reforming practices of policing. What are some of the critical reform components of policing in this bill?
Well, the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act addresses three key areas of reform in which our esteemed panelists have already talked about. But transparency has been one, training, and then accountability. We've talked about the banning the use of chokeholds and more specifically carotid holds, which are very deadly in itself, but as we've seen with George Floyd, can cause death in itself. And so there's that. Then there's the banning the use of no-knock warrants, which we all know what happened in the case of Breonna Taylor. And we know that case, but what about the cases that we don't know that this occurred to? So we're banning the use of no-knock warrants, requiring officers to intervene to prevent abuse. It was just stated upon by the chief, requiring national standards for police departments and officers as well, creating that standard across the board nationally so that it's not just a pick and choose option how you want to police in a certain state, city, neighborhood. Also, there's another key component of this bill is restricting police access to weaponry designed specifically for military. I think this is very important because police should not turn our communities into battlefields. Police forces should not act like an occupying force. And we know this to be true, especially in underserved communities, in our brown and Black communities. They come in with the tanks and the big guns and all that just for us and whom they've sworn to protect and serve. And then there's another key component here that we don't want to overlook, which is changing the use of force standard through the Peace Act. And in California, we're part of the AB 392, which we've named the Stephon Clark Law. And the Peace Act is very similar to what we passed in California, which says that whether it's going to evaluate use of force from whether the force was reasonable to whether it was necessary. So it changes it from reasonable to necessary. Necessary means that another reasonable federal law enforcement officer will objectively conclude under the totality of the circumstances that there was no reasonable alternative to the use of force. What this does is establishes a de-escalation tactic and technique. And again, we're happy to say that California led off in that measure where we changed that necessary, we included necessary into that context in the Stephen Clark law.
All right. Chief Davis, I'm going to come back to you, and I'm going to give you a two-part question. One is, why is it so difficult on the state level to get the kind of enforcement and prosecution of police officers when they do wrong? And which is one of the underlying reasons why so much effort is now going into, as has been historically the case, when you're battling states' rights, to try to get people simply to act right. Why do you think that's so difficult on the local and state level?
Well, I think history sort of speaks to that much of the practices and protocols are so steeped in history and even in support of law enforcement, traditional law enforcement for years. Many states continue to support outdated practices that do not support the rights of individuals and citizens. And certain protections have been on the books for many, many years. And that environment and that climate still exists, and it's very hard to penetrate. It was mentioned earlier about 18,000 law enforcement agencies, but those 18,000 law enforcement agencies are led by individuals that are supported by elected officials. And sometimes it's very, very hard to move that needle at the state level.
And with regard to that, then, in terms of the work that you're doing with Noble, how does your organization lead the reform work from the law enforcement perspective to impact the change that we are all seeking?
So since 1976, Noble has really served, even though we are small in number compared to the 18,000. But since 1976, and you think about that era, we've served as a conscience of law enforcement by being committed to justice by action, not just talking about what needs to be done, but trying to effectuate laws to create meaningful change. But as members of minority populations, we feel uniquely positioned to lead in these conversations because the parallel that exists between our history and our profession, there is something to be said about that. When I get up in the morning, I don't wake up with my uniform on. I wake up as an African-American female that's very much in touch with my community, the injustices of the past. And Noble feels that we are in a position where we should push for change. We represent 3,000 members internationally. We are primarily all Black chief executives of law enforcement agencies in the feds, in the state, and in local municipalities, and also law enforcement administrators and criminal justice practitioners. So Noble's put out a couple of publications that we believe are sort of roadmaps. One is under our current president, Linda Williams, is entitled Reimagining Public Safety. It was a task force that was put together, and they published in the last few months a roadmap for communities and their law enforcement agencies to reimagine public safety and make strategic funding decisions. And then another one that I helped sponsor was in partnership with John Jay College. And this was a document about the future of public safety as well, what direction we should go. So even though there are 18,000 law enforcement agencies throughout the nation, Noble has taken some very bold steps to engage leaders outside of our membership. We are trying to touch the leadership in other agencies that don't look like us. because I can control what happens in the city of Durham, but I can't control or influence what happens in small town USA. And, I spoke about the 21st century policing principles, which are based on a foundation of constitutional policing, legitimacy, and procedural justice. These concepts, which promote sweeping changes, are clearly outlined in the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. So I believe that we must continue to support legislation like the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act and other legislative proposals that ultimately ensure safe and livable communities for people of color.
Yeah, and when you think about constitutional policing, you have to always ask yourself, what is so difficult about that for law enforcement in particular to get with and follow? It really shouldn't be as hard as it has been historically, but the fight continues, and certainly Noble is leading on that issue. Qualified immunity, Sister Richardson, is a court-created restriction, if you will. It was created by the courts. Some say it truly does insulate law enforcement officers who may, in many cases, knowingly violate a constitutional right of a person that they're dealing with. But if it was not technically a known right, they can get a qualified immunity with regard to having to, at least in the civil context, be responsible for that conduct. Why is this, in terms of the bill that is now before the Congress in terms of qualified immunity? Certainly National Action Network and the Urban League are organizations that truly support and have fought for and are trying to end qualified immunity. But can you speak to why the legislation is a step in the right direction with engaging on this issue of qualified immunity?
Well, the legislation is definitely a step in the right direction because the one thing that we see over and over again when we talk about the events of 2021 or 2020 or even the years leading up to it was the public's mistrust in the system for the fact that there's a lack of accountability. And while we are looking for more accountability from the courts on the criminal side, the civil component is something that is just as important. You laid out qualified immunity. I think one of the things that we've seen over the years is it acts like absolute immunity. And really ending that is critically important to restore public trust. But it's also important for police officers, for them to understand that there are consequences and repercussions to their actions. Right now, we have civilians in these settlement agreements. Essentially, the public is paying the price for these settlements. And so we really need to have members of law enforcement abide by their oath, really live up to the duty that has been given them. And we need to stop shielding those who are committing misconduct. You should not be shielded for engaging in activity like that, because it's killing folks, it's harming us, it's harming the community. And we're the ones that are really paying the price for that. So there really needs to be some more individual responsibility. And I think the power of the purse and really forcing folks to have to be financially held responsible for their actions is an extremely important step.
All right, thank you. Dr. Porter, as the nation watches the George Floyd, I should say the Derek Chauvin trial for the killing of George Floyd, many are filled with dread as we await as we approach the moment when we may see the jury get this case. And of course, the jury will have to make a decision and try to reach a verdict. The purpose of the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act is to make it easier to hold officers accountable for their actions. Hypothetically, had the bill been signed into law before last summer, can you talk about how the components of the bill would impact the trial we have been watching?
Yeah, well, the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act changes the standard for prosecuting and convicting officers that unlawfully kill or brutalize people. So current law requires evidence that an officer meant to kill someone or violate their civil right. Thus, we have to try to build up the case of them meaning to do something, meaning to kill someone or for their misconduct. The George Floyd Police Justice and Policing Act calls for prosecution when an officer is reckless and kills someone or violates their civil right. What does this mean? This tells us that whether Derek Chauvin meant to kill George Floyd shouldn't matter. What matters is that George Floyd is dead at the hands of an officer sworn to serve and protect and enforce the law, and those responsible must be held accountable. Also, the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act bans chokeholds. We've said this countless of times. So the move that Derek Chauvin used to kill George Floyd will be illegal. That means that George Floyd could be alive today. If that was once, this bill was enacted. It was enacted before George Floyd tragedy happened. He could be alive today, and we would not even know the name of George Floyd. The George Floyd Justice and Policing Act will make it so that Derek Chauvin was facing a federal felony for using a chokehold to kill George Floyd. There's some other things that we have to look at. We've heard about the report to intervene in abuse. The officers standing by watching Derek Chauvin kill George Floyd are also responsible for his death. They are complicit in his death and should be held accountable. And the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act requires training for federal officers on their duty to intervene when they see another officer using excessive force and incentivizes states to do the same. Had the bill been law, all of the officers would have been trained on their duty to intervene, as we have stated before, when Chauvin clearly used excessive force by kneeling on George Floyd's neck for what we now know was over 9 minutes, and they will be penalized for their inaction. Also, I think the other thing that we can look at is that the act makes it so that the public is informed, and this is key, about officers being corrupt, dangerous, and abusive. So there's a transparency there. Since joining the Minnesota Police Department in 2001, Derek Chauvin had at least 17 complaints filed against him. In 2017, Officer Tao was sued for excessive use of force against a man and a woman who was 8 months pregnant, according to the complaint. The George Floyd Justice and Policing Act sets up a national database of abusive, racist, violent, and/or corrupt officers so communities can see who they are and prevent them from being hired as officers anywhere else after they are fired. Both of these officers will have been included in the national registry established by the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act.
Right. And, this is a fight that, as we said at the top, is not something that's going to happen overnight. We have to be diligent in doing this. There are bills in front of the Congress right now. And so we have to be out on those front lines trying to get those bills through the Congress, because at the end of the day, and as the chief alluded to, policing should be constitutional, should be fair and impartial, and should certainly not be based on race. And so with that said, I want to give our panelists a moment to close us out. We thank you for being with us. Of course, once you get going, the time just kind of shoots by so quick. So I want to give our panelists an opportunity to close us out. And let me just start with you, Chief Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Hardy, again, and thank you to my distinguished panelists. I really appreciate the opportunity. But, the continual cycle of the shocking incidents between police and citizens, it just begs the question of how do we keep ending up here? How is it that we have not moved the needle far enough, that these egregious incidents continue to play out over and over again. So I can say that Noble will continue to work towards the day when police executives and civic leadership can stop having to explain away the failures of our profession. I believe that the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act, it is the perfect start as a national mandate for law enforcement agencies around this country. So again, thank you for allowing us to have an opportunity to have voice on this platform.
All right, Sister Richardson.
Well, thank you all for having me. And I agree with Chief Davis that the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act really lays the groundwork for meaningful reforms. But I want to just reiterate to our community and to all those watching that it is the floor, and there is still work that needs to be done. And we need to be engaged both on the state and local level to push forward reforms. And just one quick call to action, because as we think about Dr. King and the fierce urgency of now, we see everything that's happening around us. We have to act. So the National Action Network, the National Urban League, the NAACP, the Legal Defense Fund, and many others really have been banding together around a campaign to ensure that this George Floyd Justice and Policing Act passes in its original form. So please reach out to your senators and encourage them to keep these meaningful reforms. Don't weaken this bill. And you can do that by texting Justice Now to 52886. Again, that's Justice Now to 52886. Thank you so much for having me.
All right. And Dr. Porter.
Yes. Well, I just want to say I'm glad to be a part of this organization, the National Action Network, under the leadership of Reverend Al Sharpton, to fight for change in such a bold manner. You know, for far too long, our nation has met the cycle of police brutality and racism with tinkering at the edges instead of real change. And to be clear, we cannot and will not accept an incremental approach to justice, nor go through the cycle over and over again. Just this past week, we have seen tragedy happen again in Minnesota with the murder of 20-year-old Dante Wright by Brooklyn Center police officer Kim Potter, an experienced, quote unquote, experienced officer who couldn't tell the difference between a taser and a gun. Enough is enough. And we are sick and tired of burying our young, protesting in the streets, marching just to get fair policing in our communities. We have to transform the culture of policing to help save lives. And now is the time to take this meaningful step to reimagine what kind of America we want to build, an America where all people can live safely and freely. Thus, we must urge members of the Senate to support the passage of the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act, to take it up and work to strengthen it.
I Can't Breathe should be remembered as the clarion call that caused this nation to rise up, speak truth to power, and bring about the change we deserve. Let's thank Chief Justice. Let's thank Jericka Richardson. Let's thank Dr. Porter. Let's thank the Honorable Congresswoman Karen Bass, and of course, Benjamin Crump, who I stood in for because they have just indicted the police officer in Minneapolis or in Brooklyn Center that killed the young men this week. And we will continue. Thank all of you that are with us. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm good. All right.
Goodbye, everybody.
Bye.
All right.
Reverend Sharpton, thank you so much for the invitation. And I want to thank the entire National Action Network for having me. And more important, for the 30 years you've been keeping Dr. King's vision alive. I've been an economist for a long time. And one of the areas where I focused my attention is on the racial disparity in economic outcomes. It's probably because I started studying economics around the time Dr. King led the March on Washington. I was entering my freshman year in college, and it wasn't lost on me that the full name of the march was the March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom. The pursuit of civil rights and economic opportunity were deeply intertwined, and it was clear the country was failing on both counts. In fact, if you looked at the economic data from the year before the march, 1962, the average black family possessed roughly 15% of the wealth of the average white family. That's more than a 6-to-1 difference, and it's stark. But perhaps it isn't surprising. Jim Crow laws were still in effect in many places. What is surprising, though, is that it's now more than half a century later, and that 6-to-1 number has barely budged. Today, African Americans remain unemployed at roughly twice the rate of white Americans. And that number hasn't changed much in 50 years either. It's as close to a constant as you come in economic data. Indeed, if you somehow transported my college economics professor to 2021 and you only showed them the employment and the wealth numbers, they would have a hard time guessing that the country had passed the Civil Rights Act, or that we had elected our first black president, or our first black vice president. Instead, they might actually notice signs that the country had headed in the opposite direction, especially after 2008. During the last recession, the highest white unemployment ever reached was 9.2%. But black unemployment was trapped above 10% for 5 years. It reached 17%, and it hit its peak earlier and recovered slower than unemployment for almost any other group. That is what economic crises do. They hit people of color harder and longer. They push our country towards more inequality. This past year, we saw it happen again. During the early days of the pandemic, African Americans were the first to lose their small businesses and their jobs. And as the economy opens back up, early data suggests that black workers will be the last to be rehired. Will this pandemic be yet another generational setback for people of color? When I took office, I really worried that would be the case. We know that when the foundations of someone's life collapse, when they lose a small business or the roof over their head or the ability to eat dinner every night, it can weigh them down permanently. Their ability to earn is forever lowered. It's a phenomenon called economic scarring. I worried this would happen on a mass scale, especially in communities of color. But I do not think it will anymore. Last month, President Biden signed the American Rescue Plan, and I'm confident it provides enough relief for people to make it to the other side of this pandemic. In the end, it may still be true that the pandemic economy hit people of color harder, but I think the effects will be far milder than they would have been without the plan. But let me also say this. I know that's not enough. It's not sufficient that we just avoid an historic setback for Black Americans. On the other side of this crisis, we have to do more to unwind this sad, long history. the fact that for 50 years the economy has not worked well for communities of color, that we haven't yet lived up to Dr. King's vision. This is a profound economic and moral challenge. It's one I've cared about since I was in college, majoring in economics. And it's one I still care about now that I'm Treasury Secretary of the United States. For as long as I'm in this office, I want to work to make sure this economy works for everybody. I know we won't complete the job in my tenure, but my goal is that years from now, people see a difference. I do not know if any of you have children entering college or if they're studying economics, but my sincere hope is that by the time they are my age, and in fact well before that, they'll be able to look back at the economic data and see clear evidence that this country has made significant progress, and that progress started now. Thank you so much.
Robert Rabin. I'm with the Diverse Asset Managers Initiative, and we are going to have an important conversation right now among some of the most influential leaders in the nation around asset management. The issue, and Reverend Sharpton was going to preside over this conversation. He right now is at a press conference with Benjamin Crump. You've just heard that they have indicted the officer in Brooklyn, Minnesota, and there's really no place that Reverend Sharpton shouldn't be. He will join this conversation as soon as that conference is over. We are going to discuss a hidden but profoundly important question of economics that affects all of us, but particularly African Americans. And that's the question of who manages our money. Some of the largest asset pools in the country, university endowments, pension funds, money that African Americans have contributed into these large pools. And then there's a real opacity around it. Who's managing the money? Where is the money going? Where are the investments? It's a conversation that Reverend Sharpton has really pushed forward. And we're excited this afternoon to be able to bring it to this wide audience so that people can hear what's going on and importantly, what they can do. I'm going to allow each of the leaders to introduce, in this case, himself, and then we'll jump into a conversation. I believe that the comptrollers for the state of New York and the city of New York are coming on stage. I'll wait for them to get on stage and we'll go to the folks on the screen. Mr. Smith in Texas.
Sure, Robert Smith. I'm founder, chairman, and CEO of Vista Equity Partners. We are an alternative asset manager focused principally in the area of enterprise software. We currently manage about $73 billion in assets under management and have a number of public pension plans as investors in our fund. We, in fact, cover over 50% of the membership of the public workers in America. These are teachers, firefighters, police officers, et cetera. And thank you for inviting me here, Bob.
It's great to see you. Mr. Vieira?
Hello, I'm Paul Vieira. I'm the CEO and founder of Earnest Partners. We're an asset management firm based in Atlanta. We also have offices in Brazil and in China. We manage money for a variety of public funds, corporate funds, endowments. And I'm also the founder of a company called Harmony Analytics, which is focused on a platform for measuring ESG for capital owners and for companies.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vieira. And Mr. Rogers, Chicago? Oh, you're on mute, Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Robert. This is John Rogers from Ariel Investments in Chicago. I started the firm 38 years ago, and we were the first African-American money management and mutual fund company in the country's history. We currently manage about $17 billion, and we're focused on, like the others, managing institutional portfolios for pension funds and endowments and growing that way. But also we are really focused on our mutual fund family and trying to get our mutual funds added to 401k plans around the country and be one of the menu options for employees throughout the nation. So thank you. It's great to be here.
We're so glad to have you. And each of these gentlemen, as successful as they are, and they are number one in their field, Black-owned firms making enormous differences in asset management, they also are profound contributors to their communities and the nation. The charitable and civic engagement that they support is both a personal tribute to each of the three, but we're going to talk about it later. It's the importance of asset accumulation in the African-American community in order to support the civic institutions that we care about. I'm going to go on stage to controllers in New York, Mr. Napoli and Mr. Stringer. New York State system and New York City system, we're so glad to have you this afternoon. I'll say just a sentence or two and then ask you gentlemen to introduce yourself, and then I'm going to ask some questions. You two are standouts in the nation with respect to public pension funds, absolute standouts in your commitment to diversity. You don't just sort of talk the talk, but you walk the walk. I will say in candor, you don't have a lot of competition. There aren't a lot of great pension funds around the country that are as committed as you are, but you set a standard that everybody ought to follow. So it's very, very important. It was very important to Reverend Sharpton, to these gentlemen on the screen, to have you today. We'd love to sort of just introduce yourself for a little, but then importantly, go into, if you could, for a couple of minutes about lessons learned. How did you get so, what we'll say, woke about the importance of including some of the most talented African-American firms in the country in your plans? And what do you have to say to your peers in pension funds about what they should be doing?
So I'll kick it off on behalf of New York State. And thank you, Robert, for that introduction. And it's great to see colleagues and partners on this call as well. And to be on the stage with Scott Stringer, New York City Controller. We share similar values and priorities, and it's been a privilege to work with him in advancing this agenda. So one of my responsibilities as State Controller is to serve as trustee for the New York Common Retirement Fund, which is the investment fund that invests money to pay for the retirement benefits of our 1.1 million New Yorkers who are part of our pension fund. And when I first became controller, certainly in that process, and some of you may recall, I was appointed because there was a vacancy in the office. My legislative colleagues, as Scott may remember, made the point that there was a real concern that access to asset management with the state pension fund was very much a closed shop, and that many firms, particularly firms of color, could not get to first base in terms of being considered to manage our assets. And one of the first people who visited me was Reverend Sharpton after I was appointed. And Reverend Sharpton said, you know, Tom, you got a tall task to restore credibility to this office, but one of the things you have to do is make sure that there are opportunities for diverse managers. So really from the get-go of my tenure, we made a priority for diversity in every sense of that word across the strategic priorities for our agency, including management of pension fund assets. And I'm very pleased that where we stand right now in 2021, we have about $20 billion of MWBE investments, and our emerging manager program, which is largely women and minority firms, we have close to $7 billion there. And our goal, of course, is whenever possible to graduate the emerging managers, which are newer firms, into the core of our portfolio. And just very briefly, and turn it over to Controller Stringer, our success, and by the way, we're not resting on our laurels, there's more that we want to do. Our success is very much tied to the fact that it's good business sense for the pension fund. Having a more diverse array of investment partnerships has enabled us to access markets that we frankly did not have access to. Many of our newer relationships, frankly, have outperformed some of the more traditional relationships that we've had. Certainly, you know, on this call, looking at Vista and Ariel with John and Robert, great success stories in terms of investment opportunities that working with their firms has given us exposure to. And the formula has worked, I think, first and foremost, because our investment staff has totally bought into it and has owned this as a priority. Again, because it's made good business sense. It's contributed to our returns and our bottom line. In my tenure, we've had 3 chief investment officers who've been incredibly supportive of this agenda. All 3 happen to have been women. 2 of the 3 have been Black. They were hired because they were the best out there, the talent out there. But they really set the tone at the top of our organization to say that we have to seek out opportunities, cast the widest net possible. And so, I'll just wrap up by saying what has been key for us has been communication, has been access. We do that in many ways, and we particularly put a priority on our annual Emerging Manager MWBE conference. This year we had about 1,000 people sign up for it. It was virtual like this event is, but we really try to build relationships between our staff and the investment talent that's out there, those who we hire to manage our money, to make sure that they explain how the doors of opportunity are open. And we have dedicated platforms to provide opportunity, particularly for emerging managers. So a lot has gone into it. It hasn't happened overnight, but I'm pleased with how far we've come. And certainly there's even more we want to do. And we appreciate the opportunity to work along with New York City to advance this agenda.
Scott, Scott, let me say we are not here to go. Scott, I'm going to let you go in a second. I just wanted to say something kind about you. That, obviously this is not a mayoral forum and we're not here to endorse, but I will say how proud I am that you have been such a leader on these issues, and that you brought the importance of working with the most talented people of color as vendors, as business people from your office into this campaign. So appreciate that. But now let me let you say what you wanted to say.
Well, thank you for those kind words. It really is great to be back here at NAN at the 2021 virtual convention. And it's also great to see so many friends on the Zoom and, quite frankly, people I admire in finance, because if we're going to make real change in this country and if we're going to create wealth in all of our communities, it's going to take elected officials, business leaders, and community leaders. And like Tom DiNapoli, I do want to thank Reverend Sharpton, who over the years has made it his business to check in and make sure that both controllers are committed to wealth creation. And I am very proud to be recognized along with Tom as the 2 offices that are helping to lead in this country, but there's obviously a lot more to do. I just want to say, for me, this is my last year as city controller. Term limits gives me 2 terms. So now it's going to be up to Tom DiNapoli. No, just kidding. We'll have a new controller soon enough. But in reflecting on the last 7.5 years as it relates to investments with Black and brown firms, with MWBs, I remind myself that it was 7.5 years ago when I was getting ready to run for controller. I met somebody at one of the NAN functions who said, "I'd like to sit with you and talk to you about your campaign for controller." And we sat together for breakfast. And I'll never forget, the gentleman said to me, "You understand, as controller, you have an opportunity to create wealth in all communities." And I said, "Well, I'm new at this. Tell me what that means." He says, "You have to know that in the African-American community and other communities, we don't have access to capital or investments. And the controller decides that. And we need to make sure that the managers who do business with our pension funds give opportunity to people to invest money and create good results." And I hope that over the last 7 years that we met that standard at that breakfast meeting. Because the truth is, so much of what Mr. Rogers, I think, mentioned was true. The reason that wealth needs to be created in communities is because when you create wealth, you also give back, and you also have philanthropy, and you also are able to invest in Black colleges, and you also be able to invest in community organizations, and that helps the generations that come after. And as a member of the Jewish community, that is certainly true with Jewish philanthropy. It's true with so many groups that have had more economic opportunity, and we have to make sure that every community has that. So this is what I think is, in addition to protecting the retirement security of our pensioners, I would say that both Tom and I believe that this is probably one of the most, if not the most important aspect of our pension fund. And like Tom, we are proud of the work we've done. We've been able to grow our MWBs to $16 billion in investment. That's an increase of 88% over 8 years. And part of what I'm going to try to do is make sure that whoever becomes the next city controller, we've got to memorialize this commitment. We cannot let it fray based on who gets elected. It has to be part of the DNA of the pension fund, because we also know that when you have diverse people, whether it's at the corporate board level or in the C-suite or in the pension fund, diversity is a civil rights issue, but diversity gets better results. That's just a fact. If we had had more diverse people at WorldCom and Enron during the last financial meltdown, if we had had more people of color and more women on the corporate boards, life experiences perhaps would have dictated different results. And when you have all male, pale corporate boards, you also have groupthink. And I do believe it's important to put as many diverse people in the financial communities at the table so that we can get better results. And when companies do have diversity, we actually like investing in them because they make a difference. And so what I've learned over the past 7 years is that we can make change. Pension funds are powerful vehicles for change when you use them for the right reasons. First, you have to understand that you're a fiduciary. So merit and competence is important, but you also can change the world. One of the things that we see with Congress and presidents is there's always this logjam in Washington or in Albany. But, controllers and attorney generals like Letitia James, for example, can do great things by leveraging the pension fund for good. And I know that Tom and I are very proud of our work to divest from the fossil fuel industry. We're doing a $4 billion investment. That's a big deal for the planet and for all of our communities. People said that couldn't be done, and we figured out a way to do it. But we also are investing in the green economy, right? We want to invest in solar energy and electric batteries and use the pension fund for good. But the first line that we have to think about is how we become a more inclusive pension fund. One of the things we've asked some of our financial firms to do is I want to know who owns you. I want to know the gender and the race of the people within your companies to make sure that you are diverse, that you're not blocking women and people of color once they get into the elevator and that elevator stops before it gets to the C-suite or the corporate board level. And that is something that we have to continue to work on, because that will create wealth in all of our neighborhoods and level the playing field for the next generation of young kids.
Scott, one of the things I love about you is you're so good and experienced about this. You don't need a question. You know what the country needs. Let me sort of shift us to something that I think you two are uniquely qualified to talk about. One of the studies that we incented shows, it comes out of Stanford with the participation of Illumin Capital, is some of the most significant bias based on race happens at what we call the top, at the elite performers. So fund managers that have been around a long time, have multiple funds, have a very strong track record. Interestingly, the study showed that some of them face the largest obstacles getting new pools of money from clients, from pension funds. And it didn't surprise me, but it was useful to see the quantitative study that showed that. So here's what we'd love you to sort of talk about. And you're not just talking to the NAN audience, you're talking to your peers and people who run pension funds and may listen to you. I've noticed with a lot of white people who overwhelmingly run the funds, the CIOs and the trustees, a real bias toward the emerging manager. We're happy to work with the young Black woman, Black man, Hispanic, Asian American, first time out, some millions of dollars, and we'll grow them. And that's great for the emerging manager. Everybody has to start at some point. But sometimes there's a real bias against the most seasoned firms, people saying that X has too much, or they have plenty, or they don't need my money. These are things that I've heard from white CIOs around the nation. Do you experience that? How do you think about that? Do you see a bias against some of the most seasoned people of color, and what should we be doing about that?
I don't know. I'm not sure that I've seen the dynamic quite play out that way, but I do think one of the challenges that we've observed is that gap, if that's the right word, between being an emerging manager and being big enough to be considered, one of the big players and ending up in the core portfolio. It's really, that's where we find a lot of the investment firms falling out of consideration. So one of the things we've launched this year is, if I could call it a transition approach, where we've allocated with one of our managers, and I'm talking about private equity now, I think it's a $400 million allocation to target those who are too big to be considered an emerging manager. They've been around long enough and they are seasoned, but maybe not quite big enough to be in the, having a 10 billion or, plus size fund. So it's really trying to figure out a way to build that bridge. Maybe that's the word I'm looking for, between being, a young, hungry firm that just started out and maybe not quite a mega firm, but how can we seed enough money to keep you in business to get to that point? So I don't know that I would use the word bias, but I would certainly say that the way that that the investment philosophy or investment approach has been structured, it has left some firms out of the gate when they've gotten big enough, but not quite of the size of some of the traditional big players. So in that sense, the structure maybe has been biased, and we're trying to create that bridge and create that opportunity. I guess that's what I've seen and what we're trying to address.
I would observe that what we're seeing, I think, around the country, and many of you on the Zoom would probably feel this better. There is a pie, right? And it's not unlimited investment dollars, right? There's a finite amount of investment dollars in public pension funds. We're two of the largest and the biggest, but we have cap as well. And I think there has been this feeling, especially in the big firms or white-owned firms, firms that do not have diversity as a strategy. They don't want Black-owned firms to get too big because they see that there's a pattern coming to take away from their bottom line. And so institutional players are going to be institutional players, and the big guns are going to try to make sure that the emerging guns don't get beyond what they think is appropriate. And it really is up to people who run pension funds like Tom and myself to think of strategies to upend that, and upend it sooner rather than later, because the stakes here are becoming very higher. I've noticed, and I've been, quite frankly, shocked at the slow pace of emerging manager programs in this country. And it's because it really is an inside game. And Tom and I don't actually come from finance, right? We came into being controller from the government side. So for me, a lot of this was looking at it from the lens of, okay, how do we move things faster? We have a timeline, and it does get upended, and there has to be new strategies. One of the things that I think is a possibility now with President Biden is to start looking at, pension funds in the federal government, having somebody like President Obama who wanted to have a more robust conversation about that diversity. The proudest moment I had was coming to the White House to talk about our emerging manager plan and how we were sending billions of dollars into MWBs and emerging managers. This is now something we should focus on nationally with the Biden presidency, because all that was stalled under Trump. And I think we need a larger response if we're going to upend what is the traditional check the box of the MWB. Don't give too much. Don't give too little, right? But don't try to really realign and restructure pension fund investments in this country.
I appreciate that, Scott. You just touched on what would have been my final question for you two before we go to the asset managers. The federal pension plans are obviously the largest pools of assets in the United States. And from my point of view, they are financial white citizens councils. They are almost completely devoid of people of color in any level of management. And that's notwithstanding years of drawing that to the attention. There's a GAO, which is the congressional arm study that points it out. It gave the pension plans failing grades with respect to diversity, but there's been very, very little done. I'm putting you on the spot, I know, but what do you think would be the most effective thing to do to crack what is literally a wasteland when it comes to people of color managing their own assets in the federal government?
I have enough trouble keeping up with New York. I'm not sure how to answer that for the federal government. But, I mean, I think in terms of the broader landscape, picking up on something Scott, touched on in terms of federal responsibility and action, I think having a much more proactive role from the Securities and Exchange Commission in terms of collecting data and required reporting, be that of pension funds or certainly of investment firms that they regulate. I think, right now, I mean, as Scott alluded to earlier, we're asking managers to disclose, who are they? What do they look like? It would be much easier rather than each pension fund asking all of their investment partners, one off doing an annual survey like we do, and I'm sure as New York City does, if this was required across the board. So I guess I would look to the SEC. I'm not sure that would get to have more enlightenment with those who run the federal pension system, but I think the SEC role could help us all in terms of promoting diversity.
Yeah, I think Tom, that's a very good point. One of the things, just to segue from just pension fund investment to procurement dollars in city government, one of the things we did in our controller's office is we hired for New York City, the city's first chief diversity officer, Carl Wallace, who many of you know. And Carl came into the controller's office to serve the role of what actually should have been a mayoral appointment. And one of the things we decided to do was look at the $23 billion of procurement spending. The city hires law firms, accounting firms, hires food vendors. And shockingly, only 4% of those dollars went to women and minority-owned businesses. And Kara literally looked at the spend of every city agency and letter graded the spend. We gave the city a D+. We actually looked at the controller's office because people said to me in the controller's office, well, you don't have to look at your own office because, we're in finance. And I said, well, maybe we should have more people of color in this office, right? And we letter graded ourselves. And once we started letter grading, de Blasio, our mayor, he went a little crazy about this, right? And suddenly he had to respond to the letter grades. And we were able to get more MWBE spend. I tell you the story because I think on a federal level now, the federal agencies and the people who run those pension funds have to feel they're going to get their Sharpton call or they're going to be held to account at a convention like this, because I don't see them moving in the same way we feel we have to account as public officials because they're bureaucrats. And I do think the President of the United States, like President Obama, has to get involved in it. Bring the cabinet secretaries back to the White House and say, how are we going to deal with procurement and pension funds and investments? And I think that's something that we have to up the ante if we're going to really make sense.
Robert Raven, I came in late because we were doing something with they just charged a policeman out in Minnesota. But I did come in and hear Stringer say something about Mayor and Sharpton called and that he was going to triple the money he gives to blacks. And did I hear him right, Robert? I'm just tuning in. Go ahead.
They told me the one word I can't use is the M word, Mayor.
Well, I heard you say mad. I thought that was part of it, but go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't want to interrupt, Robert. Since you said a Sharpton call, I figured I'd make a house call.
I'm doing a press conference with Rev after this. I didn't tell you this.
Go ahead, Brother Raven.
He froze.
Look what you.
You froze.
Oh, he's frozen.
He's frozen.
Look what you did.
Technology.
Is Robert frozen? That's like the funds they've been giving black asset managers. We've been frozen a long time.
He's back.
Up there he is.
All right.
Thank you. Sorry about that. So let's turn to the managers. Three of the most successful business people in the United States of America. You've seen it all from different aspects of asset management and financial services. Tell us a little bit about sort of where you think we are, both the entire field with respect to diversity, but your firms in particular. Where are we going? What are the challenges you face? And what should we be all doing to meet the charge, which is we're supposed to be maximizing returns, meeting our fiduciary duty for performance. How do we get to a point where so many of these white-run allocation systems are working with the most talented African Americans in the country? Go for it.
I'll be happy to start. And again, it's always a pleasure to be with this group. I do first want to say and congratulate first Tom DiNapoli and then Scott Stringer for the leadership they provided in this area. You two are heads and shoulders above the rest of the pension fund managers. Many are viewing your example and looking to follow. I would point to a couple of things that I think made it very successful. In the case of what Tom has done is hired, staff from, Vicki Fuller, now Anastasia Tatarczyk to actually focus with their teams, which included, people like Alcina and Goolsby and others to really focus on how do you drive capital into these efficiently and well-run private equity firms and asset managers. And in Scott's case, again, you mentioned Carl Wallace, who's just been spectacular. But I think one of the important elements as well is the hiring of Alex Donier and elevating him to CIO. And I think, one of the important parts is that these pension funds have to, reflect in their staff what their objectives are and what they want to accomplish. We at our firm, look to reflect that. Again, we have outside board members, and I'm looking at now at 60% of our outside board members are women, 70% of our boards have a person of color. So 60% of our boards have a woman on the board and 70% have a person of color. And I think, driving through, as you say, walking the walk through the staffing, the intentional conscious inclusion dynamics changes the way that these assets get allocated. And, like all things, we have to perform, which we do. And by and large, our statistics and, Bob Raven, you can talk about that, perform. But we also have to have counterparts on the other side who recognize the importance of fueling our ecosystem of asset managers at some level proportionate to the payout or to the pay in to those pension plans, which I know Reverend Sharpton has talked about quite a bit, which is critically important.
I would chime in and say the following. First of all, I want to agree that both Controller Springer and DiNapoli have been exemplary with respect to what they've done in this space. And it's not easy for me to give out praise in this space, but in this particular case, it is due. I want to weave together a couple of things, a couple of questions that Robert Rabin asked. Earlier question about a Stanford study, and then most recently about sort of development and where do we see it with respect to asset management. And I make this sort of following observation, which is I kind of categorize the space in some ways as it's suffering from the bonsai effect. So if you remember these trees that can only grow so tall, they stop them from growing above a certain level. I mean, I think there's an element of that that's occurring overall in the asset management field, particularly as it relates to, people of color and women. And one of the things that I observe is, you have to have targets, and you say we want to have X% that are invested with, a certain kind of manager, and some people have 0, and some people actually have a target figure. But I think there's an effect of that could be debilitating, and it could look like this, which is if you set a limit, then or you set a target, that becomes your maximum. And there's no reason that that should be the maximum. And what often happens is you end up with scores and scores of managers in a very small allocation, and everybody gets a very small allocation. And the problem with that is, amongst other things, is you don't get the knock-on effects of developing firms so that they have the resources to be able to be, well, helpful in their communities, helpful with all the things that, you know, others on this call have cited, from philanthropy to hiring the best people, to mentoring the best people, to developing, you know, businesses that have generational considerations in terms of that they can go on into the future. I think the other thing that happens is that I think the RFP process has the prospect of being highly discriminatory and almost nonsensical with respect to some of the things that are considered in it. For example, I heard earlier in the conversation that there was a gap between when you're X size and when you're 3X. That's a difficult space to be in. And I sort of make the following observation, which is I'm not sure why somebody who's managing 1 billion versus 10 billion, why is it that 6 billion is somehow in the middle and that they can't migrate to the $10 billion space? I mean, in a way, I think about it like this, which is, why would a big pension plan say they don't want to do that? Well, they may say it because they'd say, well, we don't want to be too big a part of a particular manager's business. But that strikes me as paternalism that assures death, which is like you're trying to protect them with the chance that they may fail, and you may be the cause of their failure because you pull assets from them. But you assure it because you don't give them the opportunity to succeed. And you can only succeed if you actually, you know, get in the game and get to prove that that you've got the chops to perform. So, I mean, I guess I would sort of end the remark, which is like, look, at the end of the day, growing managers and supporting managers to whatever size, I don't think there should be caps on allocations on what they should be. And if you don't do that, you have the opportunity to get really outstanding returns. I know my two colleagues on this call, as in Robert and John, have really great returns. There's no reason not to give them and others money, because they're doing a great job for the pensioners and the beneficiaries. And you have the ability for communities to do well over time, not just for the generation that John and Robert and I may be on the call, but on and on and on. It's the gift that keeps on giving in these communities. And I think we should aspire to that with respect to the vigor that we put behind this effort to try to make it really pop at this point in time. So I'll pause there and let my colleagues chime in or any other.
Thank you, Paul. John, what are you saying?
Well, I would say a couple things. One, it's, over this 38 years that I've been at Ariel and the 30 years that I've had Melody Hobson as my business partner, Illinois had been the leader in diversity when it came to public pension funds. And it was something we were quite proud of. I have to admit that New York, sort of my adopted state, has more than caught up. The leadership that we've talked about today from our comptrollers has been so vitally important to that, and really leading the nation around this really important subject. And most importantly, hiring great diverse talent. People like Cara and Everett Clayton and Vicki Fuller. These are extraordinary people that make all the difference for all of us, that are going to go on to make a difference for all of us. So I think it's something we all have mentioned and has had to reinforce that. The other thing I would pivot to is that I do think language matters. And I think we all have to, when we have progressive leaders like we have today in the room, understand that everybody will not execute with the same kind of intent that our comptrollers do that are here today. What I've seen is the term emerging manager, I think, is problematic for two basic reasons. Less progressive leaders around the United States, when they hear the term emerging manager, they decide they're only going to work with small firms, $2 billion or less, which does not allow many minority firms to ever get to scale. And every time you get a little bit above 2 billion, people seem less interested in hiring you. And it just really has not worked well for those firms that are trying to get us to scale. And everyone knows the $2 billion firm is not even a rounding error compared to Fidelity or Vanguard or BlackRock or Blackstone or whatever we're looking at. It's just literally not even around here. And the other problem with emerging managers is many progressive people don't understand is that typically in many states, 80% of the emerging managers are white males. And if you look at Emerging Manager Monthly, you look at the honorees every year, the vast, vast majority of the emerging managers of the year are not Black. And so this term emerging manager has been very, very problematic when it's not in the hands of people that we can trust and know are going to do the right thing, like what's happened in New York. The second terminology piece I think matters is I've talked to my friends a lot about this, and you guys have heard me say this. The term supplier diversity is very problematic. Our economy, we all know, has moved to professional services, financial services, and technology-based economy. And whenever, again, progressive people hear the term supplier diversity, they think about construction, catering, distribution, low margin types of the spend. And don't think about professional and financial services or technology, where we know all the wealth and power and influence today come from those three areas: professional services, financial services, and technology. Media is another great space to be in. So what the University of Chicago has done is they've taken the term supplier diversity and replaced it with business diversity. And in Chicago, our business leadership group is starting to use that term business diversity instead of supplier diversity to signal to people that we're open to do business in all aspects of the spend of any city, any state government, but also any corporation or any nonprofit, university, hospital, museum, to get them out of this habit of not using us in the parts of the spend where the true wealth and jobs are created. And then the final term that I would say is important is I as an entrepreneur who started my firm with $200,000 from friends and family 38 years ago, access to capital is important. But I tell people but what's more important was access to customers. So when the city of Chicago hired us in 1984, our city treasurer, Cecil Partee, hired us, or when John Schroeder, the county, hired us in 1985, or Howard University hired us in 1983, those early customers made all the difference in us being able to get launched. And so we have to start to realize we need access to capital, but most importantly, for those of us in professional and financial services, we need access to customers.
So I appreciate that. Let me. So I think we have time for sort of one more broad topic. You gentlemen are successful, but even you face incredible bias, and I see it. I'm running around the country trying to get allocators to use more women and people of color, and the stuff that I hear is jaw-dropping. I've got the CIO of the University of Michigan telling me that he doesn't engage in social engineering. He's got an almost all-white pool of people, which seems to me social engineering. How else did they get to be all white? I've got the CIO of Princeton telling me he worked with an African-American and it didn't work out. I've got a CIO of a $10 billion family fund telling me that Mr. Smith has enough. I won't go on and on. I've said plenty. There's profound discrimination out there, and it's changing. People like DiNapoli and Stringer have done really significant work in moving this along. And Reverend Sharpton, you have been an incredible leader drawing attention to what pension plans need to be doing. What do you think works in sort of moving against this bias? What would you like to see us doing? And I'm particularly interested in corporate America, which seems right now to be the field that people need to be focused on, getting corporate treasuries and corporate pension funds working with more African Americans. What do you think we all need to be doing?
Well, I guess, I talked about this, especially in corporate America, the language that I talked about matters a lot because, again, 9 times out of 10, all corporations only do business with people of color in the supply chain area and the construction area. We actually have data in the Chicago area from GDP. We have data from McKinsey and BCG that shows that most of the spend in the Chicagoland area is in professional services with margins 5 to 20%. Out of the top 14 categories, construction comes in 10th with margins of 0 to 5%. So we've got to get them to understand that we deserve to be their investment banker, to be their lawyer, to be their accountant, to be their money manager, to have our funds in their 401k plan, and getting them to spend money with us in everything that they do. I think it's just a critical change that we have to have there. The other thing is, Robert, we have a conference for African Americans on corporate boards. And it's been up 17 years. Charles Tribbett from Russell Reynolds helped us get it started. And what we do every year is we have a conscience of the conference come and speak to our 300 directors that come. And it's been people like Harry Belafonte, late Congressman John Lewis, Andy Young, Reverend Sharpton, Reverend Jackson. You get the picture of these extraordinary leaders. President Obama has been there. But the theme is to remind us that those of us that are African American that are on corporate boards have a responsibility to fight for economic justice when we're there. Because if we don't speak up, and as the late Congressman said, make good trouble, those white CEOs think everything's A-okay. We got 2 blacks on our board. They're not saying anything is wrong. We'll just keep doing business the way we always hand out all the opportunities to our friends and people from our communities. So we have to inspire each other and hold each other accountable to stand up in these boardrooms, again, in the spirit of Dr. King, in the spirit of John Lewis, and the spirit of Reverend Sharpton, to fight for fairness there. And if we speak up and vote, really speak out, we can change the course of these corporations and get them to do the right things. And also get all the universities and museums and hospitals that we help to fund that we're on their boards, we can force them to do the right things for all of us.
Yeah, I'll tell you, Robert, I think it is accountability, as John is speaking to. One, I think the federal government, with a $1 trillion plus pension has less than, I think, 0.5% in the hands of diverse managers, which if you look at, federal workers, we make up a whole lot more than 1.5%. And I think there should be some leadership. I think, our leaders here on the stage from New York, again, are leading the way in the state of New York. There's other states that need to follow that example. And if they are not, I think that, that the community needs to hold them accountable. If you're a teacher and 30% of the teachers are African-American in a particular county or state, and less than 1% or 0 are being managed by African-American managers, that's something that those teachers need to hold that group accountable for. And, to John's point, and I like what Comptroller DiNapoli did was to make a call to action for corporate America to make sure that the diversity of the boards, because it's those boards that are going to make a difference in who they're going to select and how that asset management of their pension plans are often getting determined. And so I think about it as holistic. It's an ecosystem. I think we have to start at the federal level. We have to get to the state level, and of course in the corporate level as well, to ensure that we have people understanding it's important. And if not, they need to be called out. The gentleman on the stage have the ability to call these corporations because they are the shareholders, major shareholders of these corporations. Just like Treasurer Wooten is doing in Connecticut, and call those corporations and say, hey, listen, this is what we want to see. And if you're not doing that, then we will not invest in the stock of your companies or give instruction to the money managers who are in that space to invest in the stock of that company. And I think those are the sorts of activities that can be done in concert to drive more capital into the hands of a broader citizenry in America.
So we're still at the point, all of that is exactly right. We're still at the point where everything is, except for Illinois, which has some mandates, we're still at the point where it's all voluntary. The Securities and Exchange Commission has a diversity survey, which it requires of all of its registered entities. The last time I looked, of about 1,600 entities that are required to be registered with the SEC, about 70 of them bothered to answer the diversity survey. And there doesn't seem to be any sanction for that. So we have a long way to go. I don't know of a single public instance, and I'll state this as a question. Do you know of an instance of a manager being fired or let go from an allocator because they declined or couldn't diversify? So there's significant increase in asking for diversity among managers, which is great. It's an important step. Do we know of anyone that's been let go? Has KKR or Carlyle ever been let go from a pension plan or an allocator because they couldn't come up with a diverse team? I don't mean to sort of call out any one company, but you get my drift here. We're not near the point where people are actually living the value of diversity as if it's a core value.
I think you're right to bring up that question, Robert. There's, as you know, Gabby Sulzberger has this data that talks about in the private equity world, the top 18 firms in private equity and venture capital have, brought like 843 companies public roughly. And over all these years, in 843 companies, there's only been 29 Blacks in the C-suite of all those companies that have been brought public. It's because people are not asking these tough questions and holding these large private equity and venture capital folks accountable for having diverse teams on their own teams and diversity on their boards, but diversity in the management teams of the companies that they've helped to finance and help to grow. I think that's really critically important. We ask those questions. There are some, to your question, that are doing this well. The Knight Foundation in Miami, under Alberto Ibargüen's leadership, has done wonderful work around this issue. Bill Von Haney at Exelon, along with Doug Brown there at Exelon, are holding their money managers accountable for the diversity of their teams. So there are some people out there that are asking that tough question and saying, if you don't do the right things around diversity and inclusion, we won't do business with you. And as you know, just imagine if all corporations and nonprofits ask those types of questions that Knight is and Exelon is, we would have an entirely different look in the private equity and venture capital world.
I also think, Robert, following up John's point, is that we have to have government do that. One of the reasons we had Secretary Yellen make a statement as we started this is we intend to meet with her from NAN. People that are in these firms, white firms, should not be allowed to do business with the government if they cannot establish diversity. Because the reason that they are in office and appointed to the cabinets is because of our votes, yet we are not getting a return on our votes on the business side. They always look at us on the social side. We don't want charity, we want parity. We want to have equal business. I remember when COVID happened about a year ago, and they started coming out with all of these bailouts. It was Robert Smith that got on the phone with me and helped to push the Treasury Secretary of what was to me a hostile administration and got the little bit we got for small businesses. Government should be saying, if you do not have a good diversity plan and results, you cannot have government contracts. We cannot do certain things with you because the voters and the people demand that. And I think that these two controllers can be a model for that. And second to that is in the labor unions. We cannot have unions that continue to have 60, 70% of their members Black and brown, yet their pension funds are totally handled by all white. These progressive unions that come in and tell us we're to the left and we want this one elected and that, but they have lily white firms. They have lily white committees that decide who invests their firms, Tom DiNapoli. So, I mean, when you go to their membership meetings, it's just about 70%. You all go to get votes, 70% Black and brown. If you go to their pension fund boards, it's like the Rocky Mountains. The higher up you go, the whiter it is. And this is got to stop. We need to say to these unions that you've got to show us that. And we're going to pick them out one by one and let their members know. I'm going to do a whole mailing to their members that you're being ripped off. Do you realize that developers in New York and Chicago, LA, major cities are borrowing money from pension funds to do developments in our community that are gentrifying? So grandma's pensions is moving her out of her home neighborhood and she don't even know it. So these are the kinds of things NAN is going to be coming out of here with, as well as colleges and universities. And this comes right down to city control, state control. These state universities, these state colleges, these people that we give deals to, museums, all of these nonprofits, where are they doing their financial business? We do not want them to just treat us like charity cases. We want them to do business with our business people so that our kids can get a job and grow up and own something and operate something.
Reverend Sharpton, you've just been fantastic at this. We have successfully opened up an effort with the largest 25 university endowments, the Harvards and the Yales and the University of California. and we had to work with Congress and you, Reverend Sharpton, in order to do it. But we've got them all putting out their numbers and talking about why they aren't working with women and people of color in their endowments. And that's great progress. I think the next step is to go to the largest 25 corporations and begin that same conversation. So I'm excited about working with you, Reverend Sharpton. We'll leave the asset managers out of it. You can't both be the problem and the solution. You all are the solution. But we will be launching an effort to get corporate America to pay more attention to these issues. Comptrollers, I'd love to sort of close out by asking you, since you're farther along this curve, what's the most effective thing? What creates the tipping point for leaders who are heavily, not completely, but heavily male and white in pension funds and other large institutions? Of all the reasons that you guys move, public pressure, it's the right thing to do, the studies show high performance, your own constituencies, what are the variables that you think are the most important to get your peers to become more like you?
Yeah, I think to the extent that, trustees and fiduciaries at the end of the day have to justify the bottom line, I think the strongest argument is performance. And anybody that argues that having diversity reflected in your pool of investment managers hurts performance. In fact, our experience has been just the opposite. It's enhanced performance. So I would lead with the performance argument, and then certainly you could follow it up with the right thing to do. And hopefully we're living in a time where more people understand doing the right thing should be as much of a priority as the bottom line. But I think the performance argument at the end of the day for fiduciaries is important, because look, pension funds in their own way, certainly the public funds, we're often under attack as well. There are a lot of folks that want to move away from defined benefit pensions. That issue of retirement security is a big issue in this country that hasn't been adequately addressed. So those of us who are still part of pension plans where you get a defined benefit pension, and fortunately for us in New York with the city funds that Scott oversees and the state fund, we're well funded. We've got the performance and the track record. And we've been able to get that track record by having an increasingly diverse pool of investment talent as part of our portfolio. So again, I think the performance argument is the best one, and then you can appeal to their conscience as well.
There's been a lot of argument or theories that, pension funds of our size shouldn't be managed by elected officials, right? Or we shouldn't have control of it. And as professionalized as we are within the Bureau of Asset Management and the work that Tom does with the Common Fund, at the end of the day, what I would say leaving this office is the people's pension fund, the people's retirement, should not be solely dictated on Wall Street managers for the reasons many of you articulated on the Zoom today, that this is going to continue to be a civil rights issue, and there has to be a government response. And as I reflect on it, at the end of the day, you got to do what's right. And when you get elected to these offices, you don't usually have a big shelf life to make a difference. And I just know for me, now that I'm an older dad, I have a third grader and a second grader. If this is church, people usually say, "Amen, how you doing?" I've raised them at NAN as best I can. But, for me, I want my two little kids to when they go Google, when they get a little older, I want them to say, "Daddy was in a fight," right? I want them to know that we fought for the civil rights financial moment in this time, the way people before me came and did that, black and brown and white. And that's got to be the motivation. And if people like myself who run for office who are not motivated, then we need to have something called an election and get rid of people that don't believe in legacy and civil rights. And that's what we got to do. And when we stop thinking of fiduciaries, treasurers, and controllers, if we only are viewed as appointed officials, then the bad actors get in. And we have to pay more attention, I think, to who are going to hold these offices in this country. Treasurers and controllers control trillions of dollars. Is that right, Tom?
Mm-hmm.
And we should treat them like we treat the federal government, because a lot of them have boards like I do. Tom's a sole fiduciary. I mean, this is where wealth is going to be made for some and not others. And that's what I would leave you with today.
Appreciate you, Reverend. We've got 1 minute if you want to do closing remarks. Mr. DiNapoli, before you do that, Reverend, Paul Vieira is going to send you the Stanford Illumine study. We agree with you that performance is the healthiest conversation because everybody should be trying to maximize performance. But the study shows that too many white people don't believe the performance of people of color, even when the evidence is there. So we'll send you that study. Reverend Sharpton, you want to close us out?
Let me just say thank you for moderating this, and I want to thank all the participants. And I think that you ought to know, you that are watching around the country, that National Action Network is committed to really making this a priority in terms of accountability even more in the incoming year. We have an administration that is more friendly, but we need to make sure it's economically more friendly. We need to enforce that with the private sector. I'm getting ready to get on a call with a CEO now on an issue. And we need to make what is going on in New York and growing because as Tom and you, Scott, know, I'm never satisfied. Some of the people that you deal with are more satisfied than me. I always want to see more because we're undoing scores of years that were bad. But I also think that these latte liberals that claim to be our friends in labor and in government need to have to deal with this, and we need to target them and go after them. Museums, nonprofits, all of them, some of these unions, this California teachers, all of these places, they're our friends. We are not looking for nicer, gentler slave masters. We're looking for freedom. We don't want friends. We want people to do business with us. And that's what this organization is committed to. And I want to thank our panel. Every one of them have been involved also in the community. This is not just about Blacks and Latinos getting rich. Paul has been there and supported the causes that helps the community. John Rogers for decades has been there. So they put their efforts, their employment, their money in the community. Robert Smith, we just had all of the mothers of the movement here. We would not have been able to do what George Floyd family wanted to do if we hadn't had a Robert Smith and people that, they have Nicodemus in the Bible that came to Jesus at midnight. I have midnight calls with Nick Brodemuses that are in Black business that keep us doing what we do. And I want to thank all of them for being with us.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
You want me to take it from here?
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Reverend Sharpton, and it's an honor to address the National Action Network Conference. I come to you here from Georgia, where, as you know, our state legislature has just passed a draconian voter suppression law, which Georgia's Governor Brian Kemp signed behind closed doors without press present, because it's a shameful piece of legislation. Among its provisions, it makes it a crime to distribute food and water to voters who are waiting in line here in Georgia. We know that Black voters in Georgia are routinely made to wait 5, 8, 10 hours to cast their ballots. This legislation makes it a crime to hand them food or water while they wait. This is mean-spirited legislation. This is legislation reminiscent of Jim Crow. This is voter suppression legislation abusing force of law to disenfranchise the people for partisan ends, and it cannot stand. I am pleased to report that civil rights groups are already attacking this law in court. I can confirm that Senator Warnock and I are vigorously urging our colleagues in the Senate to pass landmark voting rights legislation, including H.R. 1, the For the People Act, and H.R. 4, the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. And I can assure you that when Georgians see voter suppression, that when Georgians understand that elected officials are seeking to disenfranchise them, we, the people of Georgia, are only galvanized in our determination to exercise our right to vote. By passing this voter suppression law, its sponsors and our governor have awakened a sleeping giant, an electorate that will not let this stand. We are already marking our calendars. November 8th, 2022 is Election Day. We can generate record-shattering turnout in Georgia in defiance of this voter suppression law, and I'm grateful to the work that National Action Network is already doing to protect voting rights in Georgia and to help mobilize that record-shattering turnout. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, and we welcome all of you all to the National Action Network National Convention. This is our 30th convention, and certainly we are glad to be here as we discuss the issues that are most important and pertinent to us in our community. And this panel, I believe, is one of the most important panels that we really need to unpack and discover our way forward when it comes to these issues of voter suppression laws that are now being entered into state legislatures all over the country. So welcome to the voter suppression panel, and I am looking forward to speaking. More importantly, I'm looking forward to hearing from our experts that we have with us on this panel, who have done the analysis as well as done the research on these policies and give us an in-depth view on why these policies are dangerous in our community, but more importantly, the strategies on the way forward. And so we're looking forward to it, and we are going to get right into it. And the way we're going to start getting right into it is by introducing our panelists. First up, you have with you right there in the National Action Network Convention Hall, our sister who hails from Cleveland, Ohio. She is the president of the National Action Network Greater Cleveland chapter. Her name is none other than the Dr. Marcia L. Thomas McCoy. Certainly, we're glad to have her. Marcia is the founder and the director of Margoy Gospel Productions and a member of the EMOS International Missionary Outreach Society. She serves on the disaster relief team for the House of God Church and Public Relations Committee. Her elected position is County Central Committee member of Ward 1, Precinct D. She's a member of the Top Ladies of Distinction, Southern Christian Leadership Conference, National Association of Advancement of Colored People, second vice president of the CCS-NCNW, the NCNW Life member, and public relations director of the NCNW Northeast Ohio Life Members Guild. Give it up for Dr. Marcia L. Thomas McCoy. And then we have next with us is Latasha Brown, the co-founder of Black Votes Matter. We saw Black Votes Matter and all of the great work that they did in the last election, from bus campaigns in urban centers and rural areas all over the country. Latasha Brown is an award-winning visionary thought leader, institution builder, cultural activist, and artist, and connector. She's a nationally recognized go-to expert in Black voting rights and voter suppression, Black women's empowerment, and philanthropy. Her voice is the nexus between the civil rights movement, the Black Power movement, and the Black Lives Matter movement. There is power in my voice, she exclaims. It is a divine gift that I use to connect different worlds. I bridge the philanthropy world to the grassroots community, traditional politics to grassroots politics, and practitioners to the scholarship of movement building. Sister Latasha Brown, give her a hand. And then, of course, Marcia Johnson Blanco is the co-director of the Lawyers Committee Voting Rights Project. She manages the project's programmatic and advocacy portfolios, which include the leading election protection, the nation's largest nonpartisan voter protection program, overseeing the work of the National Commission on Voting Rights, promoting election reform, ensuring minority participation in the redistricting process, and ensuring those with felony convictions regain their right to vote. Marcia started at the Lawyers Committee as a staff attorney in 2004, working on the first election protection program during a presidential election. In 2005, she served as the deputy director of the National Commission on Voting Rights Act, which was organized to review the record of discrimination in voting from 1982 all the way to 2005. The findings of the commission were a significant part of the record considered by Congress in the 2006 reauthorization of the expiring provisions of the Voting Rights Act. Marcia also served as a member of the litigation team defending the 2007 challenge to the constitutionality of the act. Caught me on a little word there. Marcia Johnson Blanco. Give it up for Marcia Johnson Blanco. And then, of course, there is Dr. Janine Abrams McLean, Vice President of Fair Count. Dr. McLean is a highly skilled researcher with over 15 years of experience designing, managing, and implementing population-based studies and projects. During her tenure at the Centers for the Disease Control and Prevention, she applied her expertise in computational biology and population-based studies to help understand and control the spread of antibiotic resistance. In addition to her research, she has extensive project and personnel management experience, as well as work in community organizing. And I can tell you there's no better mix than a scholar and a community organizer. Give it up for Dr. Janine Abrams McLean. All right, well, we're going to get ready to get this panel underway. I think I got everybody on the panel. Did I miss somebody? I did miss somebody.
Wendy.
Wendy. Okay, Wendy. Wendy, I don't have your bio with me for some strange reason. It didn't make it into my document, but that's all right. It happens like that. Wendy is Wendy. Well, before I go to Wendy, let me take care of the Reverend Adolphus Lacey, who is the president of NAN Brooklyn, New York. He is with us in the studio, and I'm certainly glad that he is there. And then, of course, and I don't know why I was looking at my paper and not looking at the face, because I could obviously see that is Wendy Weiser, the director of Democracy Program, Brennan Center for Justice at NYU School of Law. All right. Well, welcome everybody to the National Action Network Voter Suppression Panel. Let's get right into the questions. And I'm going to start with Janine, and I think Janine or Latasha could probably get here, jump in on this one. We have seen Georgia historically turn blue this past election. Can you talk about your organization's efforts and the work that must continue now that the reaction to Black voter mobilization was Georgia Senate Bill 202?
Dr. Janine, do you want to start?
Sure. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here on this distinguished panel. I'm very happy to talk about the work that Fair Count has done and the work that we will continue to do. Just as a reminder, Fair Count, we are a nonpartisan organization, and our focus is to make sure that there is equitable access to the ballot box, regardless of who people vote for. So I'll just put that out there. Fair Count's work is specifically, when we talk about our voter education work, we're specifically focused on shrinking the vote share gap of voters of color. And we also focus on communities outside of metropolitan areas. In the general election, through our work, our organizers on the ground, our partnerships with organizations like Black Voters Matter, the CNBC, everybody in Georgia that we could possibly work with, we were able to see decreases in the vote share gap of African Americans between compared to the 2016 general election. For the runoff, our work really targeting targeting counties outside of the metropolitan area, talking to Black voters, asking voters that didn't vote in the general election to vote in the runoff, and then adding them to our mailing list and our phone and our text bank list to really get that information out for them. We saw in overall across Georgia that all other ethnic groups, the vote share gap either remained the same or increased, but in the Black population, the vote share gap actually shrunk by 0.7%. And so we can see that as equity. That is a measure of equity. And we know that these new voter suppression laws are designed to silence people's voices. People came out in the general election and in the runoff election and made their voices heard. And unfortunately, there are actors that are trying to silence people's voices, but we can't let that happen. So going forward, we don't stop. We keep, Fair Count, we keep rolling. And so we're not stopping. We're actually getting ready to launch later this year a program that will focus on making sure that voters across the state of Georgia understand how these laws are impacting them. We'll be doing teach-ins. We'll be we have internet installations all across the state where and printers, so that people that need to make, now that you have the law where you have to make copies of your ID just to get your absentee ballot, we'll have printers there. We'll let people know that this is going to be an ongoing process, and we're going to keep that momentum going, keep people engaged, and as hard as they'll try to silence our voices, we're going to scream louder, and we're going to make sure that the voters of Georgia are heard. And so I'll pass it over to Latasha.
Thank you. I do think this is indicative to what happened in Georgia. There was a coalition of groups like Fair Count and others such as ours that actually have been working in a coalition and together, literally focus on different areas. For Black Voters Matter, I'll just share kind of our part of the work. That part of what we see is, instead of our goal being to turn the state bluer, we want to turn the state blacker. And what we mean by that is we want to make sure that we have representation, that there's a source of independent, how can we build independent Black power, right? And so to the extent that the elections and voting helps with that, that's how we engage in it, so that our engagement isn't just around a particular election. Our engagement is around how can we build out the ecosystem and build capacity on the ground so that we can always respond to those issues that impact our community, whether it's voting, whether it's a referendum, or whether that's people organizing around some tragedy or some event that is happening in our community, or even visioning together around development opportunities. And so as an organization, the way that we worked in Georgia this last election cycle and related, and to bring us up to speed around the voter suppression, is that what we do is we fund grassroots groups on the ground. Last year, we actually supported, meaning we wrote checks directly to over 600 organizations in the 15 states that we were working in. We invested over $10 million directly, where we actually passed on those resources directly to organizations on the ground that are frontline, that are embedded in the communities. In addition to that, we connect them with tools, whether that's doing text messaging campaign, whether that's doing phone banking. In addition to that, providing data for them and strategic support. So oftentimes we're actually kind of convening and lifting up some of the work and around the narrative. We thought it was really important that the way that the majority of Black folks in this country live in the South, and that normally the way that we're seeing the South being framed as if we're down in this solid red states, we're saying the South is only red until it ain't. And the South is not red. The South is actually, it's been underinvested when you look at the level of investment or the lack of investment that's gone in the area. And so quickly, I'll just say that part of our work has been threefold. One, how can we increase and put investment directly on the ground to grassroots groups, how they define power. Secondly, that we do believe that all power is built locally. So while we saw the mobilization in the gubernatorial election, in the presidential election, the bottom line is wherever the black bus, and yes, we have the blackest bus in America, wherever the blackest bus in America shows up, there's work that's already happening there. That we're not just kind of showing up and doing a drive-by. We actually got work that's grounded in those communities that we're working with all around the year, 365 days out of the year, because for our work, it's not directed, it's not contingent upon an election. Our work is around how can we build power for our community and our people that goes beyond participating in an election cycle. And then the third thing is really around how do we shift the narrative around who we are, who we think we are, and what power we think we have, and literally around how do we leverage that power. So that leads me to just to say briefly around the voter suppression efforts, that essentially we can boil it down to that essentially Black people participated in historic and record numbers. And it wasn't that it wasn't voter suppression, that we did that in spite of voter suppression. We out-organized the other side. We actually out-organized, we did work on the ground, and our people came out in record numbers. And what we're seeing now in the voter suppression is literally a punishment for our participation in this election cycle. But unfortunately, one of the things that white supremacists always seem to do is they always seem to underestimate the power of Black people in this country. So what they did is they underestimated our response to it. And so what we did is we actually created a campaign, a corporate accountability campaign, that said we were very astute enough to know that the Republicans certainly didn't care about what Black folks thought because they've been leading this efforts. But we actually are workers and part of management and sit on the boards and are consumers to the major corporations. And so what we did is we launched a corporate accountability campaign that said, yeah, maybe the Republicans don't care about who we are, but let's just see if y'all care about these dollars, this $109 billion that we put in the Black community in the state of Georgia. And let's see how we're going to leverage that. And so what we did is we created a campaign around the leveraging of our investment in the state and our leveraging as consumers, as workers, as parts of the business sector. And that's what we have been using that literally has now grown legs. And we're working in 5 states specifically around putting pressure. And now, as you know, it's grown.
You know, Latasha, if we were there, you would be getting a standing ovation right now. I know that for sure, because those words don't ring so true. Let me tell you this: Emancipation Proclamation, we have Reformation, and then Blacks came out, voted, put Blacks in the state legislatures and state senators all over the South, all over the country. Put them in the U.S. House of Representatives. In the 60s, we put JFK. Blacks came out and voted through all of the hurdles that were there, put JFK in office. Soon as that happened, they began to turn back the tide. They turned back the tide after Emancipation Proclamation. 2008, 2012, we put Barack Obama. They were going to turn back the tide, but we set out in many places. In 2016 didn't come out as well as we normally would. But in 2020, we said we wasn't going to have it, and we got rid of Donald Trump. Now they're trying to turn back the tide again. What does this ongoing fight for voting rights and the period of backlash in response to these gains reflect about the ongoing struggle for our democracy? I mean, do they want a democracy or not? And anybody can answer this question.
I'm just going to jump in and just say something real quickly. I'll just say at the end of the day, like when has white America ever truly believed in full democracy in this country? When was it? Was it in the founding of this country? Was it when the creation of Declaration of Independence? Was it in the 60s? Was it in the 80s? Who has been the most consistent in this country around fighting for democracy have been Black people. Like we literally make what is in the Constitution be real, to hold America accountable. Democracy at its best, while there's elements of democracy as its best, as is laid out in the Constitution, is aspirational, but it's not achieved. Even if when we look at the Voting Rights Act of 1965, that was a compromise. Here is an act that has to be ratified and reauthorized every 25 years. That doesn't sound like a permanence in rights to me. And so I think what what we have to do is take this opportunity, because I do think that because Black people sit at the nexus, at the intersection of racism, right, in this country, that we're sitting at racism and literally being marginalized and disenfranchised. We understand that voting is not just for us around this is about the value of America. Literally, there are often times that we know that a vote can make the difference between the safety of our community, that it is a harm reduction strategy for us, that depending on who the DA is can make a difference whether our children really get 25 years in jail or not. So the bottom line is there's a different, we have something different at stake. And I think that there's a practical and a pragmatic reason of why we understand that democracy is a strategy to protect our community. It is not the strategy. Let's not say that is a strategy that in of itself that is going to be for the liberation of Black folks. I don't think we're going to vote ourselves in the liberation, but it is certainly a tool that will reduce the harm in our community, and we recognize that. And I think that this is also an opportunity for us to assert ourselves and affirm ourselves that we're not just reduced to the participation in an election, but fundamentally we are engaged in this to the extent that it gives power and allows our power to leverage to advance the conditions for our people.
And if we were in the church, we would certainly say amen.
Absolutely.
To that regard. That's a powerful statement. And I would add to what my sister had said, brother moderator, pastor moderator, is that the past is prologue. And if you do not know your past, you are doomed to repeat it. And hence we see this cycle happening over and over again. And it's almost like in the book of Judges, where it says in those days when there was no king, that men did what was in their heart. And then God would raise up a judge, and the judge would live or reign for 40 years or 20 years or whatever is a symbolic generation. And then they die. And then a new generation rises up and now says that, no, it's not good enough that somebody died to give me the vote. I need more reasons than that, because they're now disassociated from the previous generation. Again, what took place in the 13th and 14th Amendment is connected with 1965, which led to reinforcement with the same time when it is being gutted, Section 5 is being gutted from the Voting Rights Amendment. It's the same time that they're putting the statue in Statuary Hall, the great statue of Rosa Parks.
Yeah.
So we're looking over here celebrating a symbol, but missing out on the aspect of substance. And it's times like these and activists that we have gotten on this call right now and in this place right now for this convention to be able to recall ourselves, to announce a clarion call that voter suppression is real and we have to deal with it. And we always have to deal with it.
Speaking of always having to deal with it, thank you so much, Reverend Adolphus Lacey. Marcia Blanco Johnson, the past election, the Lawyers Committee Election Protection Hotline and actions help keep the guardrails of democracy, or so-called democracy, I think Latasha would probably be happier for me to say, intact as we went out to cast our votes. Can you give us a rundown of the National Nonpartisan Election Protection Coalition that NAN is a part of and has observed in these elections? Can you give us a rundown of what could we expect as we have dealt with this in the past, and what could we expect more of as we continue to deal with this in the future, particularly when we begin to think about these 38, 39 policies that Republicans are entering into state legislatures all over the country?
Yeah, thank you first for the invitation and for this very important conversation. I would say, building off of what Latasha said, that we're an aspirational democracy, and a very young one at that. Really, it wasn't until, the Voting Rights Act that we really started becoming a true democracy. And what we've seen, in speaking of the backlash that you spoke of, is that there have been increasing barriers to the vote over time. And what election protection saw in 2020 was attempts to keep millions and millions of voters from voting during a pandemic that we had to confront. So the Lawyers Committee, as part of election protection, we had to bring an unprecedented 50 cases to ensure access to the ballot, to ensure that people can vote absentee without needing a witness signature or without having to have an excuse in order to receive their ballots, to ensure that there were enough drop boxes, to ensure that there was access to voter registration. And I'm bringing up these things because these are all the things, these victories that we got to ensure access to the ballot are the very victories that are being undermined. In states like Georgia, where there was always, access to absentee ballots, now we're putting a photo ID on that. Everywhere there's been increased access to the vote, you have under-resourced polling places where there are hours-long lines, and communities come together and say, we're going to support you, stay in line, we're going to give you water, we're going to give you food. Election protection brought litigation to make sure that the polling places stayed open longer. So those voters who shouldn't have to, but it was important enough for them to stay in line, now we're going to punish you for helping these voters to stay in line. And instead of putting the resources into making sure you have the machines and the equipment to reduce the lines, you're saying we're going to put the resources, we're going to put our attention to making you suffer while having to stay in long lines. And so these are, the issues that we addressed with election protection. The 866 Our Vote hotline received 219,000 calls. Over 2020, we had 46,000 volunteer shifts, and we had supported field programs in 43 states. And, as both Dr. Janine and Latasha said, we had to work way too hard to ensure that voters had access to the ballot. And it shouldn't be, you have stellar turnout in spite of, the focus should be on breaking down the barriers to the vote. And that's what we've been encountering, the focus on making it harder to register to vote, cutting back on early voting, making it harder to access absentee ballots, making it harder to help voters who have to wait in line. This has been the issues that election protection focused on 2020, overcame a lot of those barriers, helped even over 100 million people able to vote before Election Day. And now we're seeing this as what the Fourth Circuit said in a previous litigation, surgical precision legislation targeted to keep minority voters from being able to vote. So with every victory, we get the backlash, and we just have to continue to fight.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Wendy, could you talk about the importance for the People Act and the John Lewis Voting Rights Act? Because see, she said, Marcia said that there were over 200,000 calls in 2020, over 200,000 calls, meaning somebody was told they couldn't vote, somebody was turned away from a polling location, somebody was predatored by some campaign polling person. Something happened that triggered them to call that 1-866 Our Vote. See, I know the number by heart, case I need to call it. People know it all over the country. 200,000. We've got national legislation. The For the People Act, John Lewis Voting Rights Act. It's got to pass the Senate. Not yet. I don't know what we're waiting on, but more importantly, can you talk about how the Brennan Center is tracking this in regards to voting suppression and even the legislation and how it can help address these things?
Well, thank you so much, Reverend. And it's such a pleasure to be here. This is such an important conversation. And as Marcia ended, it's not just the problems that we saw in the 2020 election. There were 219,000 people that actually called with problems at a time when, in fact, we had massive voter turnout and where people overcame unspeakable obstacles and turned out at a higher rate than they had in over a century. And so this is really was a remarkable achievement. And even with that, we still had 200,000 people calling and massive racial disparities in access at the polls and in results and whose votes were counted and being tossed out. But since then, we are now facing a wave of vote suppression legislation across the country that is really unprecedented since the Jim Crow era. And I'll just tell you briefly, the Brandon Center, we're a think tank, we're a public interest law center. We focus on issues of democracy and justice and have been working on fighting vote suppression since our founding. We do research, we do litigation, we work on legislation, we help communities overcome and fight back against these efforts to restrict access to voting. And we've been tracking voting legislation, vote suppression legislation in the states for well over a decade. And we have never before seen anything like this volume and intensity, at least, in the last number of decades. There are now more than 360 bills pending in 47 states that would roll back voting rights. They are not just bills, they are being pushed aggressively. In 4 states, they've already passed, but 55 bills in 24 states are actively moving. 29 in 15 states have already passed. One House of Legislature as of 2 weeks ago, the number's actually growing. So this is a serious attack on our democracy. They all disproportionately affect and typically target voters of color. And if enacted, they would result in a large-scale disenfranchisement of eligible voters. And as we keep hearing, that is precisely their purpose of many of them. And so this is a campaign to suppress the vote, and it can be stopped, and it must be stopped by Congress. The courts are critically important, and the courts did play an important role, but they are actually not our saviors. Our laws are not strong enough right now to stop all of this vote suppression, but also even in the last election, we saw the Supreme Court and federal courts roll back the protections of voting rights they were already providing, throwing out a lot of the victories. I mean, there were more than 300 voting rights cases going into the election, more than in any year since I've been working on these cases. And many, many voting rights victories were thrown out after the US Supreme Court said, too much, we're not protecting voting rights that much. So Congress is a critical player here. They clearly have the power to do something about it. And there's 2 critical pieces of federal legislation that would actually stop this vote suppression effort in its tracks. So the first, as you mentioned, is H.R. 1, the For the People Act. This is a transformative bill that would expand voting rights and strengthen our democracy in a number of ways. It would create a baseline level of voting access in federal elections that every American can rely on. It builds on best practices across the states, and it would make these kinds of changes immune from discriminatory shenanigans. So, for example, where vote suppression bills seek to cut back access on who can vote by mail, the For the People Act will make no excuse absentee voting national and would put in place a whole bunch of rules of access that can't be rolled back, where bills would cut back or ban automatic or same-day voter registration. The For the People Act would protect and expand that nationwide and ensure that even more people can access those forms of voting. So that's the For the People Act, and it is built on best practices that are working across the country. It would also actually restore voting rights to people with past criminal convictions upon release from incarceration across the country, ending one of the still most significant and ongoing relics of Jim Crow that are actually disenfranchising millions of Americans still today. The John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, which is H.R. 4, which hasn't yet been reintroduced, but is on its way and has a series of hearings that are about to come, would rather than creating a baseline level of voting access, it would actually strengthen our protections against discrimination in the voting process nationally. So it would restore the requirement that the Supreme Court struck down in that infamous Shelby County decision that required states and localities that had a history of discrimination in voting. It would require the requirement that they get prior federal approval from either a court or the Department of Justice before they implemented any changes to their voting systems to make sure that they checked that they were not discriminatory. They would not be able to go into effect. And it would require all jurisdictions in the country to submit pre-clearance certain covered practices, things that now things like strict voter ID laws and polling place closures in minority communities that now are widely known to have been implemented for discriminatory purposes. That would now require preclearance nationwide. These two bills are critical, and they are necessary to get us to where we need to be, where to stop this vote suppression move and to stop this from being the fights that we're fighting election after election. So even if we can, all this excellent and unprecedented corporate activism that Latasha and others have helped to mobilize, helps to cause some states to pull back from their really aggressive vote suppression efforts. This isn't the first year we've seen this. It has been going on for well over a decade, and it's going to come back. We need to put in place guardrails to stop this and protect this going forward.
You know, Wendy, you said something that struck me. Go ahead, Dr. I'm going to go ahead, Dr. McLean.
I just wanted to add one thing on to what Wendy just said is, you know, you hear people talking about one or the other, but we need to understand that these bills have to work together. The John Lewis Act is not retroactive. So even when it passes, the laws that were passed in Georgia, the pre-clearance wouldn't apply to those. And so that's where the For the People Act comes in, is that we can actually use that act to, it's basically a double punch to voter suppression. And that's why you see people talking about them together and why both of those bills need to pass.
The importance is not just with national significance, but I think it boils all the way down to local communities. And there's no local community or state better to really talk about this than Dr. Marcia McCoy from Cleveland, Ohio. Because as we know, and I'm sure Marcia Johnson Blanco remembers this, 2004, 2005, Ohio was a hotbed of trouble, right? And so it's no better person to talk about this than Dr. Marcia McCoy. She's the chapter president of the National Action Network Cleveland. Can you talk about what you've seen in Ohio in the past election? And the numbers were just so close. As a matter of fact, they were eerily close in regards to which way this state would go. What was your experience in voter suppression?
My experience, can you hear me?
Yes.
My experience in Ohio was kind of strange because on March 17th, 12 hours before it was time to vote, our governor decided that he wanted to shut the polling locations down, and which made us have to work harder, which was okay. It wasn't okay in the beginning, but I took it personally. I took it to the fact that I thought about my mother when she was personally with Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King and Reverend Ralph Abernathy and the late Maggie Louise Warren Thomas Jefferson. My mother was not a stranger to voting. So what I thought about was, what would she do? What we saw was a travesty. And I said, we have to be proactive. So we began to run our own candidates. We had a prosecutor. You all know the Tamir Rice case. The prosecutor said, don't prosecute the officer, gave them strict instructions. Don't do this, don't do that. So what we said, well, that'll be a one-termer. So we went, we can go to the state houses, we can go to all the houses we want to, but we needed to go to the prosecutor's house, the street that he lived on. We wanted to send a clear message that this is Joe Biden, what was his name? Pence, go on, Pence. Pence, free, get out of here. But what we had to do was change the dynamics. They kept throwing dates out. They kept saying the election is going to be on June the 2nd. They kept saying that the election would be on politics. We talk about Democrats. We talk about Republicans, but we had a lot of Republicrats. In this case, we dealt with an issue of voting where the folk were they were disenfranchised. So we had to get all these absentee ballots out. We had to get them out in communities that we don't live in. I live in a county with 59 cities. So what we had to do was run our own candidates in all 59 cities as precinct committee members. That means you're over 700 and something odd people within that precinct. But we did what we had to do to get the vote out. I live in one of the highest voting areas in the city of Cleveland, which is Ward 1. And I'm proud to be, and so they tried to lump us all into one and say we didn't deliver the vote, or we delivered it. But we cannot deliver the entire state of Ohio. So there were a lot of politics going on. But in an effort for us to push our own agenda, we have to run our own candidates. And that is what we did. We ran our own candidates and we were able to get them elected. We even had write-in candidates to run and win. Then we had to build coalitions and we had to put in place, no matter what party you belong to, we had to get somebody in the Republican Party. And you have in your presence today our vice chair of the Democratic Party, Andre Washington, sitting in the audience with you. Raise your hand, Andre. We had to get people in place. You got to, if you want change, you have to run your own change. Whether you got some change in your pocket or not. You have to have a clear message. You got to be organized. Thank you so much. You have to be organized and you have to have some money. Thank you. Black Voters Matter. Thank you so much for the work you're doing because we need your money because we got to continue to run our own candidates. National Action Network's members are running. We got a senator running right now. He's running for Senate. We had a county commissioner to run, Alicia Reese. They did all kind of politics. It was racial disenfranchisement down there. They did all they could do. But she is the first African-American county commissioner in Cincinnati, Ohio. That's what you have to do. And I encourage every female in here, run for your life. Because one thing I can say, Dominique Sharpton said one day to me, she said, we all we got. Y'all got to remember, we are all we got. So we need you to run for public office, no matter if it's dog catcher. I don't care if you have to run for rat catcher. Just run. Run as your life depends on it. Thank you very much.
Indeed. Thank you, Marcia McCoy. Never to disappoint. And certainly it's good to hear that everybody knows Andre Washington. It's good to hear that Andre Washington is there at the National Convention. Quick question. She mentioned something I think is very important. Can you share some of the Lawyers Committee's litigation efforts? Because see, a lot of this needs to be litigated. Marcia Blanco Johnson, to eliminate these harmful measures, especially when governors do things like close polling sites and change things around unilaterally without even anybody knowing.
Yeah, and I'll start with Ohio because you mentioned in 2004, and we actually bought landmark litigation then that required election officials to give notice about the changes they were making to the public, so people were aware of the voting changes, and that settlement ultimately expired. But what we are seeing now is the need for to start education about the changes that are being made. So, Ms. McCoy mentioned, and it's great to be on a panel with another Marcia. It's very rare, but mentioned that the governor in Ohio in 2020 canceled the election less than 24 hours before it was supposed to start. There were still people who showed up to vote on March 17th because they weren't aware of that. They extended the date to April 28th, which meant that there was extended voter registration opportunity. We actually brought successful litigation in Georgia that under the Voting Rights Act, if you can register less than 30 days before the election, you should be allowed to do that. We brought a similar case in Ohio because of the extended date for the primary. And as Wendy mentioned, the courts are not always our friends. Despite the clear language of the National Voter Registration Act, it struck that down. The court didn't allow extended voter registration opportunities. Then we also brought litigation in Ohio again because the Secretary of State said could only be one drop box per county. As was mentioned, there are counties, particularly the counties with African Americans, that are significantly larger than rural counties, but every county was to be treated the same. We wanted the district court. We're not successful on the appellate court level, which again speaks to why we need this federal legislation, because we are coming out of an era where there have been a lot of judges that have been put in the federal courts who are not always friendly to voting rights. And so we need to strengthen our laws, and we need that push. We've had extensive legislation in Georgia to ensure that there is access to the ballot because of long lines. We had to get hours extended at precincts. We brought litigation in Tennessee because they had a restrictive law that hampered the ability for voter registration drives in that state. And so our litigation, we've had to, across the board, fight for every inch of access to the ballot that voters were able to take advantage of in 2020. But without the provisions of the federal laws like the For the People Act and the Fix to the Voting Rights Act, these wins are only going to be temporary, because we're seeing that the states, for every victory we get in litigation, they pass a law to undermine that victory.
Speaking of victories, we certainly got victory over fear, and there is a fear campaign going on right now. So Reverend Adolphus Lacey, I'd like to ask you, how can we, and this comes from one of the questions on the National Action Network Facebook page that's following along the convention, how can we knock down their claim that we are engaged in voter fraud because they believe we're letting migrants into the country merely so that they can have the opportunity to vote? And on top of that, they suggest that Black Americans all over the country are just so happening to vote absentee and cheating.
Yeah, thank you, Reverend Williams, for that very good question for who shared it in our audience. And I believe it starts with a perspective of worldviews. Worldviews matter, and I just heard this today, so I can't take credit from it, but since 1981, we had a worldview that government was bad, whether even it was Democrats or Republicans, and therefore trying to say that government is not the answer. And actually now we believe that there's a shift now, particularly with this administration, to talk about the redemptive nature of government. The government can come and help us with COVID. It can come and rescue the economy. And one of the problems that we have is that we also have worldview changes or views in voting. And the problem that we have with voter suppression is that voter suppression is not just limited to Republicans. Yeah, I'll drop the mic in here, because voter suppression actually loves to benefit a majority, as it were, or incumbency. Incumbency is always afraid of a large amount of people being able to vote. Incumbency is predicated upon a faithful few that goes through. So whenever, whether it's Republican or Democrat, you are about increasing those that vote and participate, then the institution wants to come down and strike and say, for whatever reason, that they're coming in because they're migrants, they're coming in because they're they will dwell in the cities. Those things are continuing to plague us. And what we're called to do is actually to begin to trust that more is better. I mean, typically in all of life, whenever you have more of anything, if I had $10, I think $20 would be more. If I had $100, I think $200 would be more. So if I had 200 voters, I think 400 voters would be more. Voting is the fundamental principle of this democracy, but is one that continues to be eroded by the side that can win is by excluding votes. And guess what? You can win by excluding votes, because that's about using the system. But you can also win by expanding votes. And that's called expanding ideals and opportunities and creating opportunities or a vision of hope. And I think that's what we're called to do to combat that. Because again, yes, people are coming across the border, and they're just not people that are just south of the border. People can come across, there are more than 4 ports into the United States to come into this country. And people are coming across them, but we're focused upon just one aspect of it. And we still can't control who votes. And then you can be intimidated on how you vote. So that's a certainly powerful question, but I really do think that we really want to increase the worldview to increase more people being able to vote. And that's what I do as a pastor. I do not endorse candidates. I do not engage in that. What I do is I believe if you put information before the people will make the right choice to be able to do it. So that's what you want to continue to do over and over and over again.
Latasha, Reverend Lacey dropped the mic. I'm going to ask you to pick it up. I think it's very clear here. Thank you so much, Reverend Lacey. I think it's very clear here that there are folks who are being targeted. Why do you think these communities continue to get targeted? And then I think I like it the way Reverend Sharpton puts it. Sometimes the latte liberals have a habit of even turning their head in some of our communities when we are targeted. Latasha, I'd love to hear your take on this.
You know, I just want to thank you, Reverend Lacey, for dropping that sign. You had me over here jumping in my seat. I was like, go ahead, brother. But there are a couple of quick things that I just want to share. I think I really want to talk to us for a minute around, we have to move beyond this same conversation around this hamster wheel conversation they have us in that's really about participation. We have to literally take this moment and make democracy be real in this country, which is why we have to focus on HR 1 and HR 4. In addition to this, we have to change the conversation, not about participation. This is about power. It has always been around. Those of you who have done this work, you know how it works. Normally it has been that 3 weeks before the election, they drop the round the Negro money up, and then we're supposed to go out there and round black folk up, let them go vote, and nobody hear anything else for them again. We're saying that it is a new generation that is raising up, and that fundamentally this ain't about participation. This is about the power of our people. We are seeing our folks get shot down in the street like dogs, right? We are seeing folks literally and actually we're having a conversation about participation. No, we're talking about the power that our folks have done to build wealth in this country. This country is the wealthiest country in the world. Yeah, I'll be the wealthiest too if I had free labor for 200 years and then didn't pay for have folks working to build me wealth. That I extracted the stock market in this country. Literally, they used the mortgage of black folks' bodies to be able to go to the stock market globally. So yes, we have to really shift the dynamic and the frame. Part of what we're seeing right now is not because we're losing, it's because we're winning. Democracy means something different, that we have to really recognize. This is the good news. The good news is that when you wake up, the sleeping giant, when black folk operate in the possibilities of our power, things change, y'all, right? And so I'm saying that we have to really recognize that the resistance we have, there has never been black progress in this nation, and there was not a white backlash. The challenge is, this is where we have the advantage. The advantage is races are consistent. Right, they are consistent. Where the opportunity exists is for us, as Marcus Garvey said, my people rise up, my people, my mighty people that literally if we organize ourselves, we shift the dynamics whenever we organize, because they are so busy and really used to being oppressing us in a way that we disengage from the process, that whenever we engage in the process, the dominoes fall, right? Right, we can take, just like we took Georgia, we can take Alabama, we can take Louisiana, we can take the very place where our folks literally the blood died, we can take it. But what that means is we have to build the infrastructure, y'all. We have to literally be able to build out the ecosystem. We have to shift the dynamic and the conversation and the framing of this and the paradigm of this. I'll say this and I'll be quiet. I want everybody in the room right now, whoever you are, just to close your eyes, and I'm gonna ask one question. Just to close your eyes right now. My question to you is, what would America look like without racism?
My God.
Now open your eyes. My next question to you is, what has ever been brought into existence in the world, in the physical world, that wasn't first envisioned in our mind? That's the conversation. Instead of us having a conversation of how we gonna make white folks do right, our conversation has to be centered in that vision, that this vision of how can we create a nation? How can we radically reimagine every single system in this country? That we actually create a nation where our people can be valued and honored and respected. You ain't got to like us, right? But at the end of the day, our lives are valued and respected. And so I think for us that we're being called in this moment, that pressure can either crush you or it can transform you. So I am hoping that our people see this moment as an opportunity, not just to push back on these voting laws, but we need to be pushing back on everything. There needs to be a realignment. When we're talking about criminal justice in this country, right? There has to be a complete realignment. When we're talking about the economic systems in this country, there has to be a realignment as it comes to elections. And so we can't just take this as, this is just an issue around, we're going to be in the hamster wheel to fight you about a system. If your system ain't going to be valid, then how about we'll just create a new system? And so we've got to think along those lines of radically reimagine what it is that our people and all the people of this nation deserve.
Amen.
Well, I was just gonna let the spirit simmer a little bit. Wendy, I like this notion of reimagination because I think you guys do a lot of work, not just in courts, but in analysis and research and what are best practices, right? Theoretically, what works, what doesn't work. As we think about reimagining what real democracy looked like, I'm wondering what Brendan Centers got out there.
So I do want to bring it back to where we've been talking right now, because we've been focused on the For the People Act, HR 1, and on HR 4, the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. These are two transformative pieces of legislation, and there's a lot in there. And I can talk a little bit about some of the things that are in there, but there's also not a lot of time to get them done. These were built over many years. So if you look at the voting provisions of HR 1, had their roots in a bill called the Voter Empowerment Act that actually the late John Lewis himself championed and put together. And each and every one of those provisions, and Marcia will remember because we were all part of putting this together, were responding to other vote suppression incidents that happened in Ohio in 2004 and in 2008, or that were happening across the country, building out the solutions over time so that this stuff couldn't happen again, so that we can actually have a fair democracy that was not subject to this kind of discriminatory shenanigans. So HR 1 is actually full of all that good thinking over many years. On the voting side, on the money and politics side, I mean, we also have a crisis of a real concentration of influence in a tiny group of people that are not reflective of America, that are not diverse, and they call the shots and make a lot of Americans feel actually disenfranchised, that their votes don't matter enough because politicians are listening to where the pocketbooks are. HR 1, for example, has an innovative small donor multiple matching system that would actually allow for candidates to run competitive campaigns without access to big money, building on their own communities, and actually get matching dollars, and for ordinary citizens to have a real significant role in financing election campaigns. It would actually end the discriminate, or has really powerful protections against partisan gerrymandering and discriminatory redistricting, which I think is another really big topic of conversation that we need to talk about, because that's another place, and we're heading into a redistricting cycle where power is allocated and where votes are diluted and communities are not getting the political power that they deserve and that their numbers warrant because of shenanigans and legislative efforts to keep back political power. I know this is something that Janine will know about as well. So those are some of the critical things that are in HR 1. And of course, the need to put in place some powerful protections against discrimination in the voting process and the redistricting process is key in the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. This isn't the end of the process. There are lots of other things we need to do. We need to be thinking about our court system, for example, and and there's a new conversation that's been started about reforming the Supreme Court, expanding the lower courts, which are not right now doing all the justice that we need to have in the country. There is conversations that need to be happening about reforming the census, and the census right now, which has been under serious attack over this past year, and we're about to see the initial numbers come out, and that could be really damaging to many communities whose numbers have been kept down in the process this year, and that could result in fewer resources and less political power. So these are all things that really need to be taken into account. So there's a lot we need to do, but we should start with those bills that are right now that we know are before the Congress and that we know have tried and true solutions in place. And we don't have a lot of time to get the job done, and it's a big job done and to get done, and they would be transformative. They would really open up the democracy and actually allow us to have that other conversation, to really imagine together and to have more people with a real active voice at the table exercising power in the way that it's supposed to work.
So I'm gonna just leave this out here for everybody, and I want anybody and everybody. I think Dr. Janine would be a good place to start, but anybody can respond to this. Look, we've got a favorable House. We've got a favorable Senate by a slim majority. We've got a favorable president, should be, to voting rights. Why is it taking so long for these bills to get now last year, that might have been a whole nother issue. 2 years ago, that might have been a whole nother issue, but we got a House, a Senate, and a president. Now we've got an executive order from a president, but what's wrong with getting the bills through?
I'm having some internet issues, so I actually did not hear the whole question. So I'm gonna turn it over to it's probably either Wendy or Marcia. Sorry, I blanked out for a while.
So I can start with that. I do want to also first build on what Wendy was saying in terms of the reform bills. One of the things that I think is really missing in our conversation is double the amount of reform legislation that are in the states that is part of the Brennan Center report. They have us on the defensive, and I really like Latasha's framing about being aspirational, because we should be talking more about these reforms that can make it easier for eligible voters to be able to vote. Now, we are confronting the politics of it all in terms of getting these bills passed federally, but getting the bills passed is not the end of the conversation. We saw what the court did, the US Supreme Court did in the Shelby County decision. And so we need to have the record to withstand a constitutional attack for voting rights before the Supreme Court. And so the work that's being done now is working within the Congress to put forth the strongest possible bills to make it really hard for the Supreme Court to knock them down in the inevitable fight that's going to come after these bills are passed. So as you know, as we talk about envisioning our democracy, re-envisioning our democracy, it's not just about what the Congress does, but it's also the court system that we're dealing with. And while we're working towards reform, we're working within a very constrained system. And we need to make sure that these bills, when they're passed, it will be impossible for the Supreme Court to knock them down. So that is some of the work that is being done as we build towards the passage of these bills.
Well, that being said, if the concern is if we rush John Lewis or we get these bills through the House, Senate, and the president's desk, and we get a signature, and then they go to the courts, then what should we be doing right now, other than just touting some legislation that we know might not get through courts?
Well, what we're doing right now is exactly this. We're working on putting forward the record of discrimination in voting. We're talking about how hard it has been for people to be able to vote. And this is the information that we're collectively putting before the Congress. So when they write that, report about to support the legislation, it is well documented what the harms are that are being addressed. So that is the work that's being done now, is making sure that we document the harms, not just about what happened in 2020 and the backlash to 2020, but also what has happened since the Voting Rights Act has been weakened. And so we are doing the work right now to make sure that when the bills are passed, they have the record that's attached to them to make it hard for them to be struck down. So part of that also includes people getting in touch with their legislators and making sure that they're informing them about their experience and what they want to see, because that is also part of the record.
I just wanted to add that we also want to, I don't think we could just rely on the Democrats in Congress to get this passed without raising our voices. They need to know that this is a priority, that this needs to be at the top of the list, and that actually fixing our democracy so that it is inclusive and works for everybody, and that ending discrimination and vote suppression is actually a critical goal, and that they can't go home without getting that job done. I think that there's a critical role to play here. There's a lot of competing priorities. There are a lot of reasons why, some legislators might prefer not to prioritize this. We need to make it a priority. It's there's an existential crisis right now facing our democracy. It's actually been facing our democracy for a long time, but it is much more visible and acute to so many people. There's a real opportunity, as you say, with the legislative environment. Now's the time to put in the pressure and to raise your voices for that.
And I would add to that, to what Wendy has shared and what the others have added to that. It is for us being nimble enough to really work on federal policy with federal candidates to be able to push this thing. But it's also important for us not to ignore our state legislators in terms of that particular role, because we're vacillating between federalism or states' rights. And the point is, in some aspects, we want federalism, and in some aspects, we want states' rights. And you want to begin to weigh those so we can begin to see. And ultimately, it's still predicated upon our turnout to be able to see what's going on. The census will come in, and then the districts will be appropriated. We have gerrymandering that will take place that will determine the fate of this particular Congress. And that, therefore, is putting pressure on those who have the levers of power to be able to act now. I mean, really, it's not about tradition, because one of the biggest lies that we see as Black people continue to get killed, this is not America. Actually, it is America. America is built upon killing Black and brown bodies. We're just trying to envision a new America. And so we're trying to do this in a way to say that we cannot wait. You don't politely tell somebody their house is on fire. And we got some recalcitrants who are afraid to make stands. And because if they make stands, they might take their marbles and caucus with another party. We see that happening on state level in New York all the time. And so it can happen on the federal level as well. So now we're trying to tinker with something when we really need to break the damn thing up. That's what's going on, and we got to put pressure on them. That's why we put them in there. So we got to be on their back and at their neck at the same time and say we need this bill passed. Right. These bills passed.
There's a quickly, I just want to add just something that you just said. I think what we have to do is really, we're going to have to shift the political landscape, or we're going to keep going in this hamster wheel. And so part of what we also have to do, where it doesn't seem like it's connected, why in the world is DC not a state? Like, think about it. Why is DC and Puerto Rico not states right now? That we've got to shift the political landscape for there to be a different kind of game, because the truth of the matter is the one thing that is truly nonpartisan in this country is racism. So I know it's over there in the Republicans, but it ain't like it ain't in the Democrat Party either. And so my point around that is, in order for us to really leverage, we've got to play this game differently. And so I think it's important for us to push for HR 1, HR 4, but we also should be pushing and literally supporting those efforts that really are talking about statehood, from like DC and Puerto Rico, which are communities of color, that will be a ball game changer. When you're looking at the Senate is not reflective of the people in this country. White men are overrepresented. White men of wealth are overrepresented in the Senate. And the truth of the matter, of the two chambers, the chamber that has the most consequential power is the Senate. So white men still run in the country. So we actually have to really, and they ain't just all Republicans either, right? Because the truth of the matter is, right now, who's holding this up is a white Democrat from West Virginia, right? And so what we have to do is really be honest about what we're dealing with, and we've got to be strategic around where we put the PowerPoints, but we also have to be committed to shifting the political landscape.
Yeah. And when you switch the political landscape, like for instance, our former Congresswoman, Marcia Fudge, is now Secretary of Housing and Urban Development. So we have to send the right congressional leader to replace her. I am sick and tired of seeing, as they call it, the old man's network, or whatever they want to call it. But what do they call it? The old boys network. So now we have to have the old girls network. When we talk about the old girls network, I am tired of folk talking about, well, how old is this person? Or how old is that person? Chronological versus functional. As long as you're in your right mind, you are functional. As long as you feel like you can get up, the Lord gives you the use and activity of your limbs. You in your right mind. We had a 61-year-old run. I don't want to get into it, Marcia. I don't want to run for county council. I don't want to do this. I don't want to run for precinct. I don't want to. I said, well, you're in the wrong organization. Now, she not only ran for precinct committee member and won, she is now a councilwoman. So you're in your right mind, you need to run. I want everyone in here. They say politics are local. Before you're a Republican, before you're a Democrat, you are a humanitarian. You are a humanitarian. Work for your people. That's all we can do. Again, we all we got. I need every African-American female, male. If you're a dog and you could run, you need to run for dog catcher. So get your dogs out that's sitting up there in those cages. We need everybody, lottie, toddy, dotty, everybody. And I want you to go back home. Politics are local. So run in your precinct. Get yourself to run for office and run your precinct. So the more of us that are in there, the more of us we can push our own agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcia. Thank you, Marcia McCoy. So we talked about the HR 1 and 4. We talked about how we don't have, obviously, the will to get it through as of right now. And that's the work that we've got to do. However, when we think about not having the will, part of that is having the right people in place. in the U.S. Senate, as well as in the House. Latasha's work, as well as others on this call, and as well as others members of National Action Network in Atlanta, Georgia. We sent John Ossoff and Raphael Warnock in Georgia to the U.S. Senate. There's two. We got two in Michigan. But getting more representation is going to be very important in the House. But redistricting is at hand right now. And when we think about the road forward, you know, how should we be addressing and looking at redistricting? As right now, we are right dead smack in the middle of a pandemic. Anybody can answer.
I can start. So just to share some information that what we expect in the redistricting process moving forward, we have states like Texas that are going to gain 2 congressional seats. Arizona, Florida, North Carolina are among the states that are going to gain a congressional seat. So what opportunities are minority voters going to have to elect their candidates of choice with that new map? We also need to look at the states that are losing seats: New York, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Illinois, Minnesota, and California, states with significant minority populations. And so how will those lines be drawn, again, to ensure that there's minority opportunity to elect their candidates of choice? What that means is that we need to be engaged in the redistricting process in our states. We need to let the line drawers know what we want our districts and our communities to look like. And this is particularly important because until we get the fix to the Voting Rights Act, this is going to be the first redistricting process in decades without the oversight of a fully robust Voting Rights Act. And so in the states that were formerly covered by Section 5, they all have significant minority populations: Alabama, Louisiana, Mississippi, South Carolina, North Carolina, Florida. Our voices need to be a part of this process. And we need to make sure that it's not a process that's just driven by partisan interests, but that we are showing up, letting the line drawers know what we want our communities to look like, and to make sure that that is documented so that if we need to bring litigation to right things afterwards, we have the record showing that the community spoke up and they said what kind of districts they wanted and they were ignored.
If I could just add on to that, and I hope my internet's been acting up, so I hope it won't go out. But at Fair Count, you know, when Fair Count was founded by my sister, Stacey Abrams, and we are really focused on, when we were founded, we started on the census, right? But as soon as we started talking about the census, we started planting the seeds in the communities that we work in on redistricting. Because at the end of the day, we are committed to long-term power building and marginalized, disenfranchised, and underrepresented communities. So we look at the 3 pillars of democracy: the census, voting, and redistricting. And we're moving into redistricting now. And what Marcia said is 100% true. We have to make sure that communities know that just like we go out and get out the vote, just like we got out the count, we have to get out the maps. We have to get out there. We have to show people what our communities look like. We have to document those testimonies so that we can have them when litigation comes. But I want people to understand that it's not just that. Now, the congressional seats, the state legislative seats, they are 100% important. But real power lies at the local level. Redistricting happens at the local level. Your voting precincts will be determined by redistricting efforts. Your county seats, your county commissioners, your municipalities, your school boards, all of that will be determined based on redistricting. And so we have to get out now. We can't be reactive and wait for somebody to come up with a raggedy map and we're trying to figure out how to fix it. We have to be proactive right now and do exactly what Marcia said, say what our communities are. So when they try and crack them up and pack us together to dilute our votes, that we don't have to, we already have something ready. So all of the chapters, all of the NAN chapters across the country, whatever other organizations that you're in, I want y'all to go ahead and get ready to be engaged in this redistricting process, because if you're not, we are going to lose all of the gains that we've made over the past few years.
Real quick before anybody, I want to get to Latasha on this because Black votes matter, certainly. Black districts matter. I'm just going to say in Detroit area, we had 2 Black congressmen. We don't have 2 Black congressmen now. Doesn't mean we don't have 2 good ones. We're just saying we had 2 Black ones. That's 1 less Black. We possibly will lose a seat in Michigan. Black districts all over the country. Is Black Votes Matter going to be engaged in this?
We're very engaged. We work, part of our model, which I shared earlier, is that we take our leadership from local. That what we believe is that where the real fight is as Dr. Janine said, the real fight is locally, and local people have to be engaged. And so Michigan as a state is a really important state. So your folks out there in the states that we're working in, if there are ways that we can support your work, we want to partner with you, that we actually partner with grassroots groups. Normally the groups that we work with are grassroots organizations that need some support to do some of the work that they're doing around, whether that's convening. We've got some groups right now that are already having conversations that have been a part of. We were also engaged in a partner around the Black Count campaign, and so fundamentally what we do is we support the infrastructure, those groups on the ground. So if there are groups and organizations and grassroots groups in Michigan and some of the other states that we're working in 15 states, really that literally need some support in being able to be engaged in this process, then please feel free to reach out to us. That's exactly the kind of work that we engaged in. It's not just elections, but helping to empower and build the capacity of grassroots organizations.
Lastly, before we get prepared to start landing the plane, we don't want to forget about Florida. They threw a wrench out of nowhere. Do y'all remember that? The wrench just came out of nowhere. It was like the shoe that hit George Bush when he was having a press conference. Boom, just hit out of nowhere. Felons, all of a sudden they threw these rules and policies in place that affected many felons, and whether you paid a certain amount of money or restitution or what. I mean, Black votes matter. Black felons, Black folks make up a large population of the felon population in this country. We know the prison pipeline. We understand how this criminal justice system is totally uneven. So we got work to do there. Go ahead.
If I can share about Florida, let me say a little bit about Florida, what people may or may not know, right? That part of it seemed like there was this kumbaya moment. Now, Desmond Meade threw down. Let me say, I am that is my brother, and the work they did, they were amazing, right? But when we're looking at why is it there wasn't a lot of resistance? Because of the 1.2 million of formerly incarcerated folks in the state, 900,000 those are white folks, right? So part of what you saw is that you had this felony disenfranchisement, this felony reenfranchisement, right? That would actually open the space up. But what you also start seeing is these other little laws around certain crimes and certain restitutions and that kind of piece. So part of it is they wanted white felons. There are some people that wanted some felons on there, but not all felons are created equal. And so Florida is a different kind of state because Florida doesn't have a sizable Black population like some of the other southern states. I mean, it has a Black population, but not as big. And so that's my point is there was a particular kind of race dynamic also. Perhaps it was some kumbaya, but they ain't been kumbaya on nothing else, right? But some of that was around a race dynamic and then finding ways that you actually could still exclude those who were most economically disadvantaged in that process, which is why we saw why we need to be supporting groups like FFRC, right, that are doing the work on the ground. They were doing doing this work when nobody else was down there, doing this work without resources. And as a result, there was this groundswell and they won. But there are also, like I said, whenever there's been Black progress, there's been a white backlash. And so the white backlash has been these other efforts. Florida right now is also considered, matter of fact, when I get off here, we got a press conference in Florida within the hour. Florida is also considering some voter suppression bills right now and a bill around to make it illegal to protest, right? Like you just gonna like throw the First Amendment right out the window, I guess, right? And so there are groups that we're working with to actually push back on you're gonna make it illegal for groups to protest in the state. And so what we're seeing is we're seeing all of these particular legislation that literally is designed to be punitive to people for rising up and protesting.
Dr. Brown, I would argue that Black organizations, we make bricks without straw all the time. We specialize in that for some strange reason. Let's do this. We get ready to land the plane. I'm gonna start with Reverend Lacey on just some Reverend Lacey, and you guys pop right on out for some closing thoughts, and then we'll wrap up.
Well, certainly, it was delighting to be here. As I was asked to be on the panel at the last moment, I thought about what I saw on television 2 days ago. Acting Chief Tony Grunin, and they said, "What's your plan?" He said, "I don't have one. I didn't want to be like him." So, but I'm glad I could come in and fit in with this program. I'm a good friend of Raphael Warnock in Atlanta, Georgia, and his race is not over. And so one of the things that I think that I want to leave with all of us as we engage in voter suppression just isn't about blocking, it's just wearing you down, that you just get tired. And it's certainly my desire that we do not get tired in well-doing. Again, it's, as we said before, as Sister Marsha said, right here next to me, again, we vote for any time, for anybody at any time to be able to go, because all elections matter. But again, I do not think that we're whistling in the wind. I think we are on the right track. I have certainly learned, and I pray that those who are in our viewing audience is able to learn that we don't curse the dark, we light a candle. And if many of us light a candle, it'll turn into a bonfire. That's it. Was I supposed to close it all?
No, anyone?
Oh, okay. I had more, but I was just sharing.
I wanted to jump in on try to end on a hopeful note. We're talking about Florida and the backlash in Florida, and this has been a, decades-long battle against this clearly discriminatory policy that was put in place during Reconstruction for the express purpose of disenfranchising newly enfranchised African Americans in the state. And we've been fighting it for years. Courts strike it down, gets overturned, executive order overturned, ballot initiative overturned by legislation, court fight overturned. And so, it seems hopeless, but this is an anomaly. What we're seeing across the country, actually, there's real momentum in favor of expanding voting rights and restoring voting rights for people with past criminal convictions. More than half the states have actually liberalized their voting rights. In the last 3 years alone, it's been 10 states. Just last week, Washington State actually made sure that everybody can vote as soon as they're released from, or if they haven't been incarcerated. New York, Connecticut, Virginia have bills pending. Virginia, it's actually a constitutional amendment right now. So there's huge momentum. And even in Florida, regardless of the tainted nature, was still 2/3, a super majority of Floridians actually voted to restore voting rights for their fellow citizens. And more than any other statewide office holder got in the state of Florida in that election. So momentum is on the side of voting rights and justice right now. The Democracy Restoration Act, which would restore voting rights nationwide, is moving also right now. And that is also part of the For the People Act, HR 1. So I just want to say right now, we have this real opportunity at the federal level with these two key pieces of legislation, and even in the states. So we're talking about the unprecedented vote suppression that's going on right now. There is also a lot of momentum around bills that would expand access. So we should be leaning in on let's build the democracy we want. And so I and the assembled people here are exactly the people to do that. So Well, hopefully that's a hopeful, positive way forward.
All right. Marcia McCoy.
Yeah, let me just say something. They're trying to pass all kind of House bills here, House bills there, in just about every state while we're watching what's transpiring around the death of George Floyd. What I found interesting, they're trying to pass a House Bill 99. They passed something in Kentucky talking about if you record the police and you're going to get charged with a felony. I said, well, that would never happen in Ohio. Watch as well as pray. As soon as I said it, well, Marcia, you got an Ohio House Bill 99. I said, well, what is that? If you record the police while they're arresting or while they're stopping anyone, you could be charged with a felony. I said, really? I said, well, when did that happen? They said February the 21st, 2021. And it's in the House right now. I said, well, why didn't anybody tell me it was in the House? Well, let's get it out the House. Let's nip it, let it stay in the House. So what we did, I said, well, here are 3 action steps. And we have the NAACP. You got to build a coalition. You got A. Philip Randolph. By the way, Andre Washington is president of A. Philip Randolph. But you got to build a coalition. You got to nip it in the bud. Clergy, put on your clergy collars. Let's go where they live, where these Republicans are passing this legislation. Let's go to their house. Let's go to their street. Let's sit in front of their house and keep that bill in the House. If you embarrass them, you can stop it.
Amen. Reverend Williams, we have 2 minutes if you want to close us out.
Well, I want to, sure, I can do that. First of all, let me thank Wendy Weiser and Dr. Janine McLean, Marcia Blanco, Johnson Blanco, and Latasha Brown, and Marcia McCoy. And thank you also, Reverend Lacey, who stand behind the podium and held it down for us. We certainly appreciate it. So been a great convention. We've got to overcome suppression, and we cannot. I like what you said best. Suppression is only trying to slow us down. We've always beat the odds. We never lost a battle that we fought. It's fighting time, and we got to keep that fight alive. Thank you all. We now have a video presentation by the Democratic National Committee Chairman by the name of Jamie. What's Jamie's last name? Reverend David. Say that again.
Harris.
Jamie Harris. There we go. There we go. Sorry about that, Jamie. I hope he didn't see that. Jamie Harrison, Democratic National Committee Chairman. No justice, no peace.
First of all, let me say thank you. Reverend, thank you for that introduction. Thank you for your friendship. Thank you for being a mentor for so many of us. Thank you for all that you have done as an organizer and an activist for more than 50 years. Every person looking to make a difference in this country is truly standing on your shoulders. So thank you again, Reverend. And congratulations to the National Action Network and your board members on 30 years. 30 years of fighting and winning in the name of justice and equality. That's 30 years on the front lines of the civil rights movement, giving voice to the voiceless. And I also like to recognize a dear friend from my home state of South Carolina who has done tremendous work in advocacy on behalf of the least of these in society. A special shout out to the Reverend Nelson Rivers. And I especially like to thank all of the clergy and the activists for the role that you all have played in organizing voters during last year's election. Because of you, we have more leaders in office who focus on serving the people rather than their own interests. My friends, the DNC is with you every step of the way. Whether it's donating PPE to the Commitment March on Washington last year, or ensuring the civil rights community had a presence at our presidential debates, we have always recognized that NAN is an essential partner in holding leaders accountable and working towards fair representation for everyone. We wholeheartedly support the right to peacefully protest, and for 30 years, NAN has been a shining example of what happens when you exercise that right. Today, I hope you will commit to joining me in working to protect another fundamental right, the right to vote. At the center of America's very essence is the right of the people to choose who represents them. It's a foundational principle that makes our country what it is. But as you know, it's not easy for every American to cast their vote. There are people around the country doing whatever they can to suppress voters and work against our nation's best interests. We're already seeing it in Georgia. They're making absentee voting harder. They're adding technicalities that could disqualify legitimate votes. They have turned voting into a partisan issue. Voting rights shouldn't be a partisan issue. It shouldn't be an issue at all. It should just be. Unfortunately, this is nothing new. My grandfather, who helped raise me, he used to tell me stories about the efforts to suppress the vote in South Carolina. These weren't isolated incidents. No matter how hard he tried, he was up against a system built to keep him from voting. He was up against a system that didn't make him feel like a whole person. In fact, the system didn't make him feel seen at all. He and I used to always vote together. It was a little thing that we did. Voting turned out to be one of the last things that we did before he passed away in 2004. After going to the polls one time, he and I sat on the porch. He looked at me and he said, "Never let anyone tell you that you don't matter. Never let anyone tell you that you don't count." I have carried those words with me throughout my life. I understand that we all matter. Our voices matter. Our votes matter. Our lives matter. Black lives matter. Now that I have two sons of my own, I try to instill those same values in them. If we want American democracy to thrive, we must fight so that every vote matters. We must fight so that every person matters. We must fight so that our grandchildren aren't enduring the hardships suffered by our grandparents. So my friends, with every ounce of determination, with every breath in my body, I'm committed. I'm committed to making sure that we do not go back. We will not return to the days of Jim Crow. My kids and your kids will not live under a system where their voices and their votes do not matter. Now, there are two bills in Congress that will stop these transgressions and protect our most sacred right. The For the People Act of 2021, H.R. 1 or S1, it's a bold package of voting, ethics, and campaign finance reforms that we haven't seen since the 1970s. Politicians shouldn't be able to choose their voters, and billionaires shouldn't be allowed to buy elections. This bill would finally put an end to partisan gerrymandering and a limit on the influence of big money in politics. It would also allow us to modernize and secure the voting process in a manner that is consistent throughout the country. Most importantly, it would help us hold elected officials accountable and ensure that they're always working for the people they represent. The John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. This bill would strengthen voting rights by expanding the government's ability to respond to voter discrimination. Efforts to chip away at the voting rights in recent years have allowed numerous states, including South Carolina, to restrict access to the ballot box and cut the number of polling places in our communities. People of color have felt these changes the most, and the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act can reverse those trends. But everyone here today knows that we can't just wait for the folks in Washington to get it done. Voters need our help in the meantime. The DNC is committed to lifting up every single voter in this country and guaranteeing fair and informed access to the ballot box. We're fighting every day to restore and protect the fundamental right to vote. As chair, it's my priority to carry forward the good work we've been doing and to build on the progress we've made. And there's a lot of progress to celebrate. The DNC has implemented our most comprehensive on-the-ground infrastructure ever. We had voter protection staff in 33 states. We invested heavily in technology and data tools, and we were able to proactively reach out to states without resources to help keep a watchful eye on voter suppression efforts. We expanded our national voter hotline and launched a new voter registration and purge tracker. We improved our voter registration platform, iwillvote.com. We expanded in-person and mail-in voting options, and we combated the challenges presented by COVID-19. And we filed litigation across the country to protect voting rights. My friends, I want you to know this is just the beginning. There's so much more we can and that we will do leading up to the next year's election, including building on our efforts to strengthen voter protection programs in all 50 states and DC and our territories and Democrats abroad. We will take this fight from the courthouses to the state houses and all the way to Capitol Hill. We're going to get there, and we're going to get there because of your help. We need you to organize. We need you to speak out. We need you to join us on the front lines to ensure that every voice is heard and every face is seen, and that our government works for everyone. You know, Dr. King in his letter from the Birmingham jail once wrote, "We will have to repent in this generation, not merely for the hateful words and actions of the bad people, but for the appalling silence of the good people." My friends, there are enough good people to change history. Because of you, those good people will not remain silent any longer. Your actions give them hope. Your actions give them courage to join us. So now is the time. Now is the time to stand up and speak out, to shout it from the rooftops, to tell our leaders that we are here and we are not going anywhere until they listen. I'm grateful to be working alongside you as we continue with these efforts. I know that we stand together. We can overcome any obstacle when we do that. Americans are strong and we fight. And I'm so excited to continue fighting for the good of our democracy alongside each and every one of you. So together, my friends, we will keep working. There is no challenge that we can't overcome. We all have an active role to play in defending our democracy. And I know that I can count on the National Action Network to continue doing the work on the front lines and guaranteeing that everyone's voice is heard. Thank you all, and enjoy the rest of your convention.
Sisters and brothers, the voter suppression in the 21st century is now over. We will now convene. We will break until 6 p.m., which starts the Keepers of the Dream program. Everyone on this floor have to vacate that it might be sanitized again for our 6 o'clock program. Absolutely.
another song that I'm sure you're familiar with, which was performed by my dear late friend, Aretha Franklin, when Carole King received her Kennedy Center.
Check.
Good evening. Thank you. And the program will begin momentarily. May you please take your seats. The program will begin momentarily. Thank you for your patience.
agenda for all. With over 100 chapters across the country, it is a national movement for equality rooted in the spirit and tradition of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Despite the extreme challenges of 2020, NAN redoubled its activism and efforts to fight for the voiceless and push for change at the highest levels possible. In January, NAN kicked the year off with its annual King Day breakfast in Washington, D.C., featuring former President Bill Clinton, as well as dignitaries like Martin Luther King III and others. While at its headquarters in Harlem, New York, they convened their yearly public policy forum with elected officials and throngs of public support. NAN's Irvington, New Jersey chapter hosted a 2020 census workshop educating people on the significance of participation. Chapters across the nation encourage people to fill out the census to ensure that everyone is indeed counted. Following the South Carolina Democratic debate, Reverend Sharpton and NAN hosted a minister's breakfast featuring candidates such as Joe Biden, Pete Buttigieg, Elizabeth Warren, and others.
Thank God we have all of you in this room, but also particularly Jim, because he reminds us of who we are. What you're doing to the least of my brethren, you're doing to me. That's what it's about. That's how I was raised.
The breakfast focused on creating a civil rights agenda for 2020 and beyond, as well as helping to mobilize Black churches ahead of the pivotal presidential election. NAN's annual Western Regional Conference convened chapter members from California, Arizona, and Nevada to address issues impacting marginalized and minority communities. The conference included plenary sessions, as well as a Rock the Vote concert presented by NAN's California Youth Huddle. As the catastrophic COVID-19 pandemic hit the United States, NAN stepped up its efforts to help those most devastated from the impact. The Harlem headquarters teamed up with Sylvia's Restaurant and World Central Kitchen to distribute meals to the thousands in need. NAN's efforts to feed the hungry expanded to New Jersey, South Carolina, California, Florida, Michigan, and elsewhere. These initiatives continued for months, and NAN distributed over 1 million meals across the nation. The NAN Tallahassee chapter partnered with the Capital City Chamber of Commerce to provide small business grants to those suffering hardship due to the pandemic. Meanwhile, the NAN Sacramento chapter teamed up with Lyft and the Sacramento Food Bank to help deliver resources. And in Detroit, NAN provided groceries and medical deliveries to those in need. The Atlanta chapter even launched a COVID relief fund. As the global pandemic raged, the fight for police reform continued as well, and NAN was at the forefront, leading the way. The Louisville chapter hosted a press conference in front of the courthouse to demand justice for Breonna Taylor, who was shot and killed by police as she slept in her bed.
We're here to bring people together. And it starts locally. All politics start at the local level. So, Mayor, we are telling you today, we are demanding you today that you be a fearless, courageous leader. Stand up to the enemy. Stand up for what you know in your heart is right.
After the gruesome police killing of George Floyd, Reverend Sharpton met with his family members and stood alongside grieving loved ones. He delivered a powerful eulogy at Floyd's funeral, calling out systemic racism and the need for police reform.
Ever since 401 years ago, the reason we could never be who we wanted and dreamed to be in is you kept your knee on our neck. We were smarter than the underfunded schools you put us in, but you had your knee on our neck. We could run corporations and not hustle in the street, but you had your knee on our neck. We had creative skills. We could do whatever anybody else could do. But we couldn't get your knee off our neck. What happened to Floyd happens every day in this country, in education, in health services, and in every area of American life. It's time for us to stand up in Georgia's name and say, get your knee off our necks. God always uses unlikely people to do his will. If George Floyd had been an Ivy League school graduate and one of these ones with a long title, we would have been accused of reacting to his prominence. If he'd been a multimillionaire, they would have said that we were reacting to his wealth. If he had been famous athlete, as he was on the trajectory to be, we would have said we were reacting to his fame. But God took an ordinary brother from the third ward, from the housing projects that nobody thought much about but those that knew him and loved him. He took the rejected stone, the stone that the builder rejected. They rejected him for jobs. They rejected him for positions. They rejected him to play certain teams. God took the rejected stone and made him the cornerstone of a movement that's going to change the whole wide world.
His words galvanized the nation and sparked a new intergenerational, interracial movement in the fight for social justice. He announced NAN's Commitment March on Washington. The Get Your Knee Off Our Necks rally took place on August 28th, coinciding with the 57th anniversary of Dr. King's March on Washington.
This is the time for legislative change. This is the time for us to vote like we never voted before. And don't just vote for the top of the ticket. Vote all the way down. Go down from the top to the bottom. Vote all the way to the dog catcher. We want to get rid of anybody that's in our way, because our parents died to give us the right to vote. You can mess with the mail, but it ain't the sacrifice that Goodman and Cheney and Swerner gave. Our vote is dipped in blood. Our vote is dipped in those that went to their grave. We don't care how long the line. We don't care what you do. We're going to vote not for one candidate or the other, but we're going to vote for a nation that'll stop the George Floyds, that'll stop the Breonna Taylor.
The march drew over 200,000 people to the nation's capital. NAN took the unprecedented steps of handing out masks, conducting temperature checks, and urging people to social distance as they rallied for justice.
We have mastered the selfie and TikTok. Now we must master ourselves. Less than a year before he was assassinated, my grandfather predicted this very moment. He said that we were moving into a new phase of the struggle. The first phase was the civil rights, and the new phase is genuine equality. Genuine equality is why we are here today and why people are coming together all across the world, from New Zealand to New Jersey. He said that we must not forget the days of Montgomery. We must not forget the sit-ins movement. We must not forget the Freedom Rides, the Birmingham movement, and Selma. Papa King, we won't!
I wish George were here to see this right now. That's who I'm marching for. I'm marching for George, for Breonna, for Ahmaud, for Jacob, for Pamela Turner, for Michael Brown, Trayvon, and anybody else who lost their lives. are to evil. It's never been more clear than change right now. It's happening right now because we demand it. Everyone here has made a commitment because they wouldn't be here for no other reason right now. Everybody out here right now, our leaders, they need to follow us while we're marching to enact laws to protect us.
For coming out here and continuing to say her name louder. What we need is change, and we're at a point where we can get that change, but we have to stand together. We have to vote.
During a critical election year, NAN's Ohio chapter created a Get Out the Vote commercial. As the South Carolina chapter marched to Senator Lindsey Graham's office to demand support for voting and policing legislation. Chapters across the country encourage voter registration and participation. At a time of intense voter suppression, NAN increased its efforts to push back against draconian measures designed to disenfranchise Black voters. Following the election, Reverend Sharpton and NAN were signatories to a coalition of civil rights leaders demanding that all votes be counted. Reverend Sharpton then wrote a letter to Congressional Black Caucus Chairwoman Karen Bass asking her to prioritize Black health equity in 2021. In Newark, New Jersey, NAN's Tech Center, under the leadership of Northeast Regional Director Reverend Steffi Bartley, blossomed into a staple in the community. The Tech Center provided laptops to students and played a critical role in helping them get up to speed as the country moved to virtual learning. In this challenging year, Reverend Sharpton also released his long-awaited book, Rise Up, Confronting a Country at the Crossroads. A rousing call to action, the book draws on his decades of experience fighting the good fight. Across its various chapters, NAN's youth members have also been recognized for their immense contributions and received various awards for their work. In 2020, NAN formalized its Youth and College Division to continue to empower the visionary voices of young activists. NAN's Youth Huddle made the pivot to a virtual format and have been conducting a Operation Save Ourselves series in its weekly forums. We remember Baltimore, Maryland youth leader David Carter, an energetic and committed young man who died earlier this year. May he rest in peace and power. The organization's commitment to serving those in need has never waned. This year, like every year before, NAN provided Thanksgiving meals to those in need at its Harlem headquarters, as well as at the Atlanta office. Under the leadership of NAN's Executive Vice President and General Counsel, Michael A. Hardy, NAN continues to host Legal Night. Launched around 10 years ago, Attorney Hardy and a team of lawyers provide a forum where individuals can have their legal questions addressed for free. In the year of COVID-19, the forum has been held virtually, creating an online space for the dissemination of legal assistance. After November's historic presidential election, which resulted in the nation's first woman and person of color to serve as vice president, NAN committed to helping the administration tackle critical issues that impact the country in general and communities of color in particular. NAN was quick to call for an end to the filibuster on Capitol Hill and applauded the administration's common sense approach to gun reform and comprehensive focus on infrastructure. We've been encouraged by the administration's attention to ensuring that the COVID-19 vaccine is distributed equitably in poor and working class communities of color. In an effort to encourage individuals to become vaccinated, Reverend Sharpton joined forces with political leaders in New York City and African American leaders across the nation in encouraging widespread vaccination. Despite progress, however, challenges remain. In the wake of the election of two Georgia Democrats, Reverend Raphael Warnock and John Ossoff, we have witnessed the ongoing assault on voting rights in the Peach State. The coordinated effort led by Governor Brian Kemp is designed to suppress the right to vote. It is a devastating reminder that we have not yet moved beyond the dark history of voter suppression in this country.
Pressure on the U.S. Senate to pass, which was H.R. 1 and 4, which is now Senate 1, this bill to deal with federal voting laws. And I think that clearly we are where we were 40 years ago in the civil rights movement when I was just a little kid, where you need federal law to supersede the state laws. Because what we're looking at now is states' rights on voting. The Senate must establish national voting rights laws.
As Dr. King reminded us all, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. He continued, "We are caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a single garment of destiny. Whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly." Since its foundation 30 years ago, NAN has worked in the spirit and tradition of Dr. King to promote a modern civil rights agenda. Reverend Sharpton was just a boy preacher at the age of 12 when he first began working with the SCLC's Operation Breadbasket. It was there that he met Reverend Jesse Jackson, who Dr. King had appointed as Operation Breadbasket's national director.
Of all of the time I spent with my own two sons, I maybe spent more time with Al than any of them because of our, Yusef says, our spiritual connection. It's not by blood, but by spirit. Yeah. And I want to thank him for standing with me and my family down through the years and recognizing our struggle. There's no other movement in America like NAN today. Nothing like NAN in the country. Dr. King came back, his first stop would be right here. You are his people.
The fight for equality and justice that Dr. King embarked upon was carried forward by Reverend Jackson to Reverend Sharpton and NAN's future leaders. It is in that spirit that NAN was quick to condemn the recent attacks against Asian Americans throughout the nation. It is the reason why NAN called for justice and the arrest of a California woman who physically attacked and falsely accused Keon Harrell Jr., a young man staying at the Arlo Hotel in New York City with his father, of stealing her cell phone. As the late Elie Wiesel reminded us, there may be times when we are powerless to prevent injustice, but there must never be a time when we fail to protest. NAN lost a number of members, friends, supporters, and champions since our last convention. We remember them all. These giants include stalwarts of the civil rights movement such as Reverend Dr. Joseph Lowery, Reverend C.T. Vivian, and Congressman John Lewis. It was during Congressman Lewis's remarks in Selma at the foot of the Edmund Pettus Bridge that Reverend Sharpton helped to hold the civil rights icon up as he urged Americans to stay in the fight and to create, quote, good trouble. It would be the last time Congressman Lewis visited the site of Bloody Sunday. We also remember Cicely Tyson and Vernon Jordan, whose legacy and impact will be felt for many generations to come. And NAN is just getting started. Whether it's holding leaders accountable, feeding those in need, fighting on behalf of victims of police brutality, or inspiring the next generation of civil rights advocates, National Action Network is ready for the next 30 years and beyond.
stone. Hold your head. Hold it up high. And don't you be afraid. Of the dark. For at the end of the storm, there is a golden sky. And the sweet silver song of the lark. Walk on through the wind. Get your courage together, yeah, and walk on. Walk on through the rain. Although your dreams be tossed, I know sometimes they get tossed.
Welcome to the National Action Network Keepers of the Dream Virtual Gala. Please welcome NAN's board chair, the Reverend Dr. Franklin Richardson.
We thank God tonight for this powerful opportunity to continue the great struggle of the National Action Network. Let us begin with a word of prayer. Gracious and loving God, who art our mother and our father, we thank you for ordering our steps into this space. We thank you for our journey, for the journey of struggle for equality and justice. We thank you for all those who are across the country and around the world who embrace the vision of the National Action Network. And we thank you for the leader that you've given to us, who continues to be powerfully engaged in transformation of the nation and the global village. We pray now tonight as we gather in this wonderful celebration of those who have made contributions to the struggle, who carry the baton in this moment passed on by generations of those who have sacrificed, used their gifts and their talents to make this world a better place. We invoke your presence on this gathering tonight. And we pray that what we do here will find honor and bring honor and glory to your name. Bless now all of the activities of this evening, and may they enrich us as we go forth. In your mighty name we pray and ask, amen. It is my pleasure now to welcome the leader of the National Action Network, our friend, our brother, our president, the Reverend Al Sharpton.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson, and to all that have gathered here tonight for this virtual Keepers of the Dream. Usually it's a big dinner, but following COVID-19 and the limits, we were only supposed to have 150 people allowed in the convention. I think y'all went a little over that, but I won't tell. I want to welcome those that are watching virtually all over the country, but our chapter leaders that are here, Regina McCurry Hunt, Kansas City. The lights out, I can't see you. Janik Curry from Buffalo, New York. Dr. October Hudley, Irvington, New York. Stephanie Jackson, New Bern, North Carolina. Marcia McCoy, Cleveland, Ohio. Reverend Takoy Porter, Sacramento, California. Sister Nia TX from Washington, D.C. The Reverend Dr. K.W. Toulis, he was good today, from Los Angeles, California. Head of our New Jersey Tech Center and New Jersey State Chair, Regional Chair, Reverend Steffi Bartley. Atlantic City National Action Network just opened a new office. Stephen Young. Anthony Allen, who's also a national board member from Houston, Texas chapter. Sheila Tyson, Birmingham, Alabama. The godfather of our organization from Baltimore, Maryland, Larry Young. My pastor, Reverend Adolphus Lacey, Bethany Baptist Church. Latrice Cook, Austin, Texas, all the way from Austin. Macon, Georgia's Warren Ellington. Los Angeles chapter, Director Mosley, and Amon McCurry from Kansas City. Jasmine, also Kansas City. Columbia, South Carolina chapter, Tiffany James. Cynthia Dawkins from Newark, New Jersey. Matthew Smith, Philadelphia. Walt Dixie, Syracuse. Dan Tolliver, Tallahassee, Florida. Felicia Simmons, Asbury Park. Luther Wynn, Utah, Alabama. Nathaniel Martin, Los Angeles chapter. Robert Bush from the Las Vegas chapter, Wayne Tolliver from Tallahassee, Sister Porter, Carlette Porter from Sacramento, Chandra Ellington from Macon, Georgia, and there are others. I can tell you this, that we all have one thing in common tonight. We're all NAN and we are all COVID negative. We made sure that because everybody had to be tested to come in the building, the orders of the hotel. But even though we did, I don't want nobody hugging me tonight. We can just say what's happening from a distance. I'm not taking no chances. I'm not as old as Reverend Richardson, but I'm of an age I don't play during COVID. Let me first say we honored this morning to start the conference. We had great 3 sessions already. Be here to Saturday. Did y'all enjoy our panels all day? Our state controllers, our city controllers, Robert Smith and others, our most successful businessmen, great virtual panels. And let us hear the opening remarks from the President of the United States, the Honorable Joseph Biden.
Hey, Rev. I wish we could be together in person, but I do want to congratulate you on 30 years of the National Action Network. And thank you for your friendship, your partnership, and most of all, your courageous advocacy through these years. This organization has always been an essential voice, but never more essential than it is today. Upholding and advancing the security and prosperity of health and well-being, dignity and possibilities of all Black Americans. It's time. At a time when the pandemic and the economic crisis continue to devastate Black communities. At a time when the cry for justice, 400 years in the making, is ringing out across our nation. At a time when parts of our country are backsliding into the days of Jim Crow, passing laws that harken back to the era of poll taxes, when Black people were made to guess how many jelly beans in a jar, or count the number of bubbles in a bar of soap before they could cast their ballot. This was un-American then, and it's un-American today. But you're fighting. You're fighting for the soul of America, Rev. And Kamala and I are proud to stand with you. We're proud to pass the American Rescue Plan, which is helping us beat the pandemic and deliver checks into Americans' pockets. That law, on its own, is projected to cut poverty in the Black community by 37%. But from my perspective, it's only the beginning. My American Jobs Plan will make generational investments in rebuilding America, delivering good jobs, equity, and opportunity to Black neighborhoods that never seem to get dealt in on the American dream. Replacing every lead drinking water pipe in America so that you never have to worry about another Flint. Delivering high-speed internet access to every American home, and building an economy that sees values and pays our caregivers, so many of whom are Black women. We have so much work to do, from criminal justice to police reform to addressing health disparities and voting rights. But I know that together we're going to continue to make extraordinary progress. So thank you. Thank you for everything you do. Congratulations, and God bless you.
Hey, Anthony Anderson here, and I know the Rev misses me, but I'll be back one day. But until then, let's keep walking together for the National Action Network.
Well, for you that are here every year, Anthony usually hosts our evening, and I don't tell him, but I don't miss him. I want to thank all of you as I was listening to the president's virtual address that helped us this year during COVID with our partnership with Andre, the chef, and then later with CARE, National Action Network in the cities that we operated, fed over 1 million meals nationwide. In the Harlem office alone, we did 7 days, 5 days, 6 days a week. And then out of Sylvia's, 1 day a week, every day during 2020 March until December. And then many of our chapters around the country. People did not know how important that was. I want to thank you all for that. And I thank you for, even as we're still in the pandemic, functioning and having even our conference this year. We couldn't have it last year. I also want to thank you as we worked on against voter suppression and as well as on police reform. And even as we meet tonight, the nation is watching the trial of Derek Chauvin, who was an former officer now responsible for the death of George Floyd. And the march we had in Washington, where 204,000 people, according to the parks officials, came in the middle of a pandemic, and the work you did, where we tested everybody, temperature coming in, tried to social distance, and we had a march that should have instructed the country, not one arrest, not one incident, not one bottle thrown. Largest march of last year. And then as we continue now, even before this trial is over, we face another police shooting right 10 miles from where the trial is going. I've been to the trial 3 or 4 times, standing with the family. And this young man was named Wright, 20 years old, was killed. And today, as Ben Crump was here, you heard him this morning speak. And when he finished speaking, we got the news that that officer has been charged now with involuntary manslaughter. Several of the cases are our mothers here. I know they were here earlier. Y'all turn up the lights. I want to salute the mothers that we have fought with down through the years, have stayed with us and us with them. The mother of Trayvon Martin, Sabrina Fulton, is in the house. Can I get some lights? Y'all working on the lights? Let there be light. The mother of Michael Brown, who was killed in Ferguson, Missouri. Her son, we stood with her, stand with her again. Where is she? She in the house? She was here earlier. Leslie McSpadden, the mother of Eric Garner, Gwen Carr, right there in the 3rd row. The mother of Stephen Clark. She's here. Many of the families are here and will be here for the weekend. One of the people that, as we give the awards out tonight, and we'll culminate with our main award, one of the people that has stirred this country around voting rights, around participation of voting, around our obligation to redeem what those rights that have been challenged down through the years. She has become a hero. I was honored to be one to speak at the funeral of Rosa Parks. And those days reminded me of when I was a child watching the movement on television. I was born in the North. I watched the movement in the South. And when I was 12, became a part of the movement in the North. And as I saw this young woman rise up from Georgia and has made us proud, has continued the movement, and has stood strong. The first chairman of the board of National Action Network in our 30 years was the former executive director of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. He left the South after serving the 63 March on Washington, came to New York, became pastor of Canaan Baptist Church. And in the early 90s, after we started this organization, He became the chairman of our board. Every year we give the Wyatt T. Walker Public Service and Public Policy Award. This year, the recipient of the Wyatt T. Walker Public Policy Award of National Action Network goes to the Honorable Stacey Abrams.
Voter suppression is the baseline that determines whether your voice is heard, whether the values and the policies that you want ever come to fruition. We have to recognize that voter suppression is no longer the images from the 1960s or the laws of the 1960s that forbade voting for African Americans or the denial to Native Americans of citizenship until 1924. What we're talking about is whether you can register and stay on the rolls, whether you can cast your ballot, and whether your ballot is counted. And we have to think about that entire spectrum, because over the last 20 years, we have seen numerous laws propagated that have eroded your ability to do those things, especially if you're in a marginalized community, a community of color, or from a community that is seen as less valuable to the Republican Party.
Because you say it's no longer hoses.
It isn't.
It's no longer hoses in the streets.
It's much more insidious. These laws look racially and facially neutral, meaning if you just talk about them in public, everyone thinks, oh, that's a great idea.
Race neutral, good. Yeah.
But then you realize that, for example, in North Dakota, they passed a law saying you have to have a residential address on your driver's license. Most Native Americans do not have residential addresses because they live on reservations. Therefore, they disenfranchise thousands of Native Americans. We have to think about not only what the law says, but what the law does, and that's what we're trying to tackle.
Good evening. Thank you to the National Action Network for this honor and for celebrating the legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and his fight to ensure that this nation lived up to its highest ideals. Since its inception, National Action Network and its founder, the Reverend Al Sharpton, have worked tirelessly to uplift marginalized communities and ensure that everyone in our democracy is served. NAN operates in the spirit and tradition of Dr. King to protect the civil rights of communities that are often unseen and unheard. Empowering the communities that are often forgotten and left behind is the foundation of the work that I do. I'm the daughter of two civil rights activists, the Reverends Carolyn and Robert Abrams, who believe that having nothing is not an excuse for doing nothing. They made service a way of life for me and my 5 siblings. If someone was in need, it was our job to serve that person. This ethic of service undergirds my commitment to protect the right to vote, ensure an accurate count in the census, and broaden economic power in the South through my organizations Fair Fight, Fair Count, and the Southern Economic Advancement Project. Despite the persistent attacks on our democracy and the stubborn realities of systemic injustice, I know more is possible. I have faith in the voters, organizers, volunteers, and others who lift their voices and work their hands to ensure a more perfect union. They know that when we fight, we win. So let's get it done. Thank you again to the National Action Network for this honor.
Hands, Stacey Abrams. When the pandemic became obvious and we began trying to get people to deal with how we would survive the pandemic, there was, after much trepidation, a vaccine discovered. And that vaccine, many in our community were hesitant to take. The problem of hesitancy could not go ignored. I can't tell you the amount of arguments and discussions and arguments that I had with people, some of y'all in this room, that said they were not going to take the vaccine because of Tuskegee and other things in our history. Well, the fact of the matter is that in Tuskegee, they used us as experiments and would not give us the penicillin, wouldn't give us the vaccine. So this was the opposite, where we were trying to get access to the vaccine. And some of my friends and associates that I was saying we could trust the vaccine, one was because one of those that was instrumental in making the vaccine, forming the vaccine, and making it effective was the winner of our President's Award tonight. She has an outstanding record in the medical profession. She is one that we're proud of. And because of her, many lives have been saved because she helped to create the first vaccine that effectively was used around this country during this pandemic. May you help me honor virtually our President's Award for National Action Network 2021, the one and only Dr. Kazembe Corbett, who is the recipient of our President's Award.
President, this is Dr. Barney Graham, who's the chief of the group that made our vaccine. And this is Dr. Kazembe Corbett,
nice to meet you,
who is very much involved in this process.
When we got those sequences, because we knew how to make that protein as a very good vaccine, we did that really quickly over the weekend. And by the 13th...
Over the weekend.
Over the weekend. You know something about working on weekends, right?
Not like that. Not like that.
To be honest, I didn't realize the level of impact that my visibility might have. I do my work because I love my work.
The vaccine that you're going to be taking was developed by an African-American woman. And that is just a fact.
Good evening. To be visible during times like this as one of the people who helped to create and develop the Moderna COVID-19 vaccine, I hope to ease the concerns and worries of those, particularly African Americans, who may be hesitant, or as I like to say, inquisitive about taking the vaccine. It is important for me to be seen, not only to reassure people, but to connect with them. Connecting with people during times like this is so critical. If other African Americans can see that we can be scientists and that science can be trusted, it would allow for us to build a bridge of confidence and, moreover, empowerment that we have not seen before. Tonight, as we honor the legacy that was so important for American history, it is a privilege to be here with you all virtually. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. fought for equality, human rights, the poor, and all who suffered injustice. More than 50 years after his death, we are still fighting, but through activism and advocacy, together, we can work towards equality and improving the lives of marginalized communities. From the voter registration line to the COVID vaccine line, the National Action Network has made tangible strides in fighting for a better future for all. Amongst others, they have also empowered our youth to take lead through initiatives such as the Youth Huddle and the Campus Ambassador programs. And by doing so, they have equipped younger generations for success in life. As someone who's benefited from my college's scholarship program, the Meyerhoff Scholarship Program at the University of Maryland, Baltimore County, I understand that the creation of opportunities for young people to learn and take on leadership roles has a profound effect on their development. As the pandemic continues, I hope to help by creating accessible information for the general public and by continuing my research to help to ensure that we as a society come out of COVID-19 and this pandemic on the other side. The setbacks that COVID-19 has caused, particularly in underserved populations, can only be addressed by active change. I hope to be a part of that change, especially as I walk with the National Action Network. So thank you so much to the National Action Network for allowing me to accept this honor of the Keepers of the Dream Award. Thank you.
Give her a big hand. This movement has always had friends. It has never been a Black-only movement. If we were to be honest, there were always Blacks that would not participate, and there were always whites that would. Even in our 30 years, we've had whites that would stand and march, protest, lobby, and do what is necessary, while many Blacks waited on us to win, and they would go and apply for the jobs that we would open the door for and act like they did not know us. And that is part of what the movement has to suffer through. But one that has been a friend that in many ways stood up not only for people of color, but for women. And she was one of those that you may not know by name, but you undoubtedly know her by her songs. She's a groundbreaking and celebrated singer and songwriter. Her contributions helped empower women in the music industry during a time when they were typically denied recognition. She crossed racial lines by creating hit songs sung by such artists of color such as Will You Love Me Tomorrow by the Shirelles, One Fine Day by the Chiffons, Stone Kind of Wonderful by the Drifters, and Locomotion by Linda Eva. All of these older songs, Dr. Richardson and Attorney Hardy would know, some of us younger folk. But she established herself also as an environmental artist as well as an award-winning artist. Here's another song that I'm sure that we're all familiar with. It was performed by my dear friend who was a big supporter of National Action Network. And when Carole King won this Kennedy Center Honors for Lifetime Achievement, my friend sung this song for her as we give Carole the Friends Award tonight.
Good evening. It's my great pleasure to be celebrating with all of you tonight. The National Action Network has been working for decades to improve conditions for people from all walks of life, but particularly those who've been burdened for so long by the injustices of our society. In 1983, 20 years after Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. gave his I Have a Dream speech, I wrote this lyric. One small voice speaking with the values we were taught as children. Tell the truth, you can change the world, but you'd better be strong. By continuing to march toward the dream for which Dr. King advocated, millions of voices have been strong in recognizing and using their collective power peacefully to change the world. I often speak on behalf of the environment to make sure that we, as a society, protect our natural wild places and preserve our national forests, millions of acres owned by all Americans that keep tons of carbon in the ground. All that stored carbon keeps the climate crisis from getting worse, and that benefits communities near and far from the places I work to preserve. But I'm also proud to be part of the movement to ensure that everyone is treated with dignity and respect, and to empower the most vulnerable among us. We know that music has the power to call people to action, and I hope that my music will inspire even more people to expand this powerful movement and assist our fellow citizens to walk together as one. I'm so grateful and deeply honored to accept this award from the National Action Network, presented by my good friend, Reverend Al Sharpton, a longtime leader in this fight for one standard of justice for all people. Al, thank you for your work, And thank you, National Action Network, for this award.
Give a big hand, Carol King. The Cultural Impact Award goes to a man who came in to his station and used it as a platform to increase the work of social justice and what was of community empowerment. He is the president of a media network company committed to that empowerment. He is a forward-thinking leader. His contributions has been critical to the media industry over the last 2 decades of service. May we give our Cultural Impact Award to Scott Mills of BET Network.
Truth be told, our history is not just a look back. It's a charge forward. Our history, which was created by our ancestors, doesn't end with them. It forever lives through us. We celebrate our Black history because we continue to make American history. We celebrate our legacy because we are the proud stewards of our ancestors' impossible dreams. We are the authors of our own stories, and we will continue to celebrate the legacy of our heroes who make all of us proud.
With a scorching liner.
Truth be told, our impact is universal, boundless, infinite.
This is your time.
And so much more. We say yes to these truths. We say yes to our future. We say yes to us.
Good evening. Thank you, Reverend Sharpton and Martin Luther King III, and congratulations to all of tonight's phenomenal honorees. It's an honor to be here to celebrate the legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. with all of you today. The work that the National Action Network does is so crucial, now more than ever, as we see the effects of systemic racism continue to ripple across our communities. The justice that Dr. King fought for is attainable, and our voices are stronger together. And this award is a reminder that we do not walk alone. At BET, our mission is to entertain, engage, and empower our community. We do this last part by supporting the great work of leaders like Reverend Sharpton and great organizations like the National Action Network. We collaborate in the fight for social justice, to combat voter suppression, and working together with leaders in our community, we raised nearly $20 million through BET's COVID-19 relief effort to support Black communities hit the hardest by the virus. Of course, so much work remains to be done. We created the Content for Change initiative that Viacom CBS has adopted to unleash the power of content to combat the racist narratives and beliefs that underpin so many of the inequities and injustices that our communities face. We're looking forward to our continued partnership with the National Action Network as we roll out the next phase of this powerful initiative. It is truly a privilege to accept this award tonight. On behalf of everyone at BET, I thank you, and we look forward to our continued advancement through our collective hard work.
Give a hand, Scott Mills. Every year we salute someone in the organization that has worked hard and that has stood strong, and is symbolized by the executive vice president and the general counsel of National Action Network, who helped to found this organization. We named it after him, the Michael Hardy Award. To present the Michael Hardy Award this year is Attorney Michael Hardy.
Good evening, everyone. It is an honor to present this year's National Action Network Service Award to Damon Byam. This award has 3 components: commitment, not just to the organization, but to the greater movement for social justice, using their position at NAN to help us organize, engage, influence the movement to keep Dr. Martin Luther King dreams alive and progressing. 2, vision, that you see the role of the organization as being the voice for the voiceless and the advocate for the dispossessed. And 3, success, that you have helped to bring value and growth to the organization. Damon Byam has done this as NAN's Chief Events Operations Officer from the early days of National Action Network's first office in Brooklyn, New York, when his mother, Sharon Smith, brought him into the work with National Action Network to its expansion to key regions across the country to 100 plus chapters today. Damon has been there every step of the way, fully understanding the importance of the role of the Reverend Dr. Al Sharpton plays in the history of this movement and the importance of National Action Network as a driving engine of the progress that this nation needs to make. Of course, I also taught Damon how to play basketball, although I only let him win occasionally so he didn't get discouraged. We are very proud of the work you do, Damon Byam. Congratulations.
Thank you, Reverend Sharpton. Thank you, Chairman Richardson. And thank you, Attorney Michael Hardy. The entire Team NAN family, present and past, I am honored to receive this award of service, especially during the 30th year of NAN's existence. I have served 29 of those years, and I have served in almost every role and capacity. Never for any spotlight, never for any accolades, or even being recognized, but by executing whatever plan that we put forth by any means necessary to fulfill the mission in our fight for justice and equality. Never to be a household name, but by doing what I believe to be God's work. But it's ironic that I would receive this honor virtually and not in front of a packed banquet, because I probably would be somewhere around the venue putting out fires and not even being able to make it to the podium to receive the award. So thank you all again. No justice, no peace.
Come on, let's give them some more love. Come on, come on. We're delighted as we have come together tonight to celebrate this great movement and such an important, isn't it wonderful to see the accomplishments as you look on the screen, as you receive the expressions of people who have accomplished so much? Doesn't it inspire you? Aren't you inspired tonight? Don't you want to leave here and go back and fight? That's what we do in these banquets and in our convention. We come here to get energized because we know that being a part of the National Action Network is really not about awards. It's really not about recognition. It's about the fight that we do every day in cities across this country. It's about our children who are going to come on after us, that they will not have to be restrained and constrained by the injustice that permeates our nation. It's about those who are not born yet, that they will come to a world where equality is the norm and that opportunity is available to each person. We are excited tonight that we come to reaffirm our journey. We connect with the marvelous past that includes Martin Luther King, but it does not just exclude Martin Luther King. It is Martin Luther King. It is Sojourner Truth. It's all of those who have put themselves in the way and made sacrifices to pass the baton on to another generation. You and I tonight have that responsibility to pass our life, our accomplishments, our sacrifices into the hands of those who will come after us. I know I can say to you tonight that we are blessed in this hour to have an extraordinary servant in the person of Reverend Al Sharpton, who has been giving himself over and over again. Not enough can be said about the sacrifices that Reverend Sharpton makes every single day. He's clearly the hardest working person I know in the world. He's engaged in all the time in so many expressions of liberation and empowerment. We feel special tonight, and the world has come to recognize that the National Action Network is the most effective civil rights organization in this country today, and we are proud of that. We do not stand on the stage ourselves simply celebrating the National Action Network. We also recognize our partners in other civil rights organizations. We do not pretend to be the only voice, but we are the effective and challenging voice of this hour. We align with the Urban League, with the National Act, with the NAACP, with all of the organizations. It's taking all of us pulling together to bring America where it ought to be. And we are not tired. We're not tired. There's a song that says, "We're not tired yet. Don't believe he brought me this far to leave us alone." And I want to salute all of the chapter presidents tonight who are here. You do so much work in the trenches. You work when nobody else recognizes you. Nobody knows what you do. But it's that band of over 100 chapters that gives us the network to make the difference. When a problem happens in the most remote city, the most remote community, whenever something happens in the most remote community of this nation, our people are always there on the ground. Nobody gets shot by a policeman and goes unnoticed by the National Action Network. The National Action Network is on the ground. We are people on the ground. We are action. We're engaged. We make a difference. And I'm thankful to our board of directors for the sacrifices that they make. Many of them have full-time responsibilities as in civil rights organizations, in corporate America, in pastoring congregations, and they give their time and their efforts to make us strong. It's a big family, a family that is growing. We're looking forward to increasing our presence in the United States. We also are concerned in the trans-African movement. We understand that we came out of Africa, but Africa is the ground of our soil, and we own Africa. We own our Africanness. We own our Blackness. We celebrate who we are. We affirm our dignity. We are inspired by how the gift of God deposited itself on us. We're not ashamed of the kink in our hair or the thickness of our lips or the swivel of our hips. We all know that what we are is a gift of God. God has smiled on us, and we celebrate it tonight. And so I wish that you will join me in understanding that we have much work to do. The challenge is hard. The mountains still have to be climbed, and there are yet rivers that have to be crossed. We can cross them because we're able, we're empowered, we know what it takes to make a difference. Tonight's celebration is a tradition with the National Action Network. Keepers of the dream. Just think about that. There is a dream. There's a dream of a world where everybody is somebody. A world where everybody can become their full and best self without regard to the color of their skin. A world where the dream is that nobody will be neglected, that everybody will have access to health care and education, that everybody's vote will make a difference. That's the dream. The dream is where no person oppresses people on the basis of race and color. That's the dream. And tonight, we have this ritual. It has become a sacred ritual of the National Action Network that we are the keepers of the dream. We're not going to let the dream die. We're not going to let the dream become a nightmare. We're going to make sure the dream lives in our children and our children's children, because we know we've got to keep the dream alive. Aren't you ready tonight to keep the dream alive? Aren't you ready to fight to make sure that the dream becomes a reality and we build on those who have gone before us? I thank you for being here tonight. I thank you for, even in the midst of the challenges of COVID and the restrictions of virtual coming together, we have endured. I want to celebrate as well the mothers of the movement who today inspired our hearts as they spoke to us, as they become our mothers. They become the ones who take and cuddle the pain of losing their children because of the injustice. They are motivation to us. If you can't do it for yourself, do it for the mothers, do it for the children, do it for the grandmothers, do it for the grandfathers. If you can't do it for yourself, do it for somebody else so this world can be a place. Martin King said in one of his great speeches, Ralph Waldo Emerson said in 1871, if you can build a better mousetrap than your neighbor, even if you build your house in the woods, the world will stop and say, this is the world that I sought. This is the world that I sought. If it falls your lot to be a street sweeper, go on out and sweep streets. Sweep streets like Michelangelo carved marble. Sweep streets like Shakespeare wrote poetry. Sweep streets like Beethoven composed music. Sweep streets so well that the whole host of heaven and earth will pause and say, here lived the great street sweeper who swept his job well. If you can't be a pine on the top of the hill, be a shrub in the valley. If you can't be a main road, be a star. If you can't be the sun, be the star. For it's not by size that you win or you fail, but be the best of whatever you are. Martin said, get together, children. Don't you be weary. There's a great camp meeting on the other side. Thank you tonight for being a part of this wonderful and courageous movement. God bless you.
Many of you at the reception did not see our highlights of the year as we prepare for our special award, Chairman's Award tonight, our honoree, something special. I want to let you see our reel of the year before our special award, and then we will end the evening in this. For you watching virtual, we could not serve food, so I'm gonna let everyone out on time so they can go eat. Though you should be fasting with me. Let us watch our reel.
For nearly 30 years, National Action Network has championed the cause of social justice by promoting a modern civil rights agenda for all. With over 100 chapters across the country, it is a national movement for equality rooted in the spirit and tradition of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Despite the extreme challenges of 2020, NAN redoubled its activism and efforts to fight for the voiceless and push for change at the highest levels possible. In January, NAN kicked the year off with its annual King Day breakfast in Washington, D.C., featuring former President Bill Clinton, as well as dignitaries like Martin Luther King III and others. While at its headquarters in Harlem, New York, they convened their yearly public policy forum with elected officials and throngs of public support. NAN's Irvington, New Jersey chapter hosted a 2020 census workshop educating people on the significance of participation. Chapters across the nation encourage people to fill out the census to ensure that everyone is indeed counted. Following the South Carolina Democratic debate, Reverend Sharpton and NAN hosted a minister's breakfast featuring candidates such as Joe Biden, Pete Buttigieg, Elizabeth Warren, and others.
Thank God we have all of you in this room, but also particularly Jim, because he reminds us of who we are. What you're doing to the least of my brethren, you're doing to me. That's what it's about. That's how I was raised.
The breakfast focused on creating a civil rights agenda for 2020 and beyond, as well as helping to mobilize Black churches ahead of the pivotal presidential election. NAN's annual Western Regional Conference convened chapter members from California, Arizona, and Nevada to address issues impacting marginalized and minority communities. The conference included plenary sessions, as well as a Rock the Vote concert presented by NAN's California Youth Huddle. As the catastrophic COVID-19 pandemic hit the United States, NAN stepped up its efforts to help those most devastated from the impact. The Harlem headquarters teamed up with Sylvia's Restaurant and World Central Kitchen to distribute meals to the thousands in need. NAN's efforts to feed the hungry expanded to New Jersey, South Carolina, California, Florida, Michigan, and elsewhere. These initiatives continued for months, and NAN distributed over 1 million meals across the nation. The NAN Tallahassee chapter partnered with the Capital City Chamber of Commerce to provide small business grants to those suffering hardship due to the pandemic. Meanwhile, the NAN Sacramento chapter teamed up with Lyft and the Sacramento Food Bank to help deliver resources. And in Detroit, NAN provided groceries and medical deliveries to those in need. The Atlanta chapter even launched a COVID relief fund. As the global pandemic raged, the fight for police reform continued as well, and NAN was at the forefront, leading the way. The Louisville chapter hosted a press conference in front of the courthouse to demand justice for Breonna Taylor, who was shot and killed by police as she slept in her bed.
We're here to bring people together. And it starts locally. All politics start at the local level. So, Mayor, we are telling you today, we are demanding you today, that you be a fearless, courageous leader. Stand up to the enemy. Stand up for what you know in your heart is right.
After the gruesome police killing of George Floyd, Reverend Sharpton met with his family members and stood alongside grieving loved ones. He delivered a powerful eulogy at Floyd's funeral, calling out systemic racism and the need for police reform.
Ever since 401 years ago, the reason we could never be who we wanted and dreamed to be in is you kept your knee on our neck. We were smarter than the underfunded schools you put us in, but you had your knee on our neck. We could run corporations and not hustle in the street, but you had your knee on our neck. We had creative skills. We could do whatever anybody else could do, but we couldn't get your knee off our neck. What happened to Floyd happens every day in this country, in education, in health services, and in every area of American life. It's time for us to stand up in George's name and say, get your knee off our necks. God always uses unlikely people to do his will. If George Floyd had been an Ivy League school graduate and one of these ones with a long title, we would have been accused of reacting to his prominence. If he'd been a multimillionaire, they would have said that we were reacting to his wealth. If he had been famous athlete, as he was on the trajectory to be, we would have said we were reacting to his fame. But God took an ordinary brother from the third ward, from the housing projects that nobody thought much about but those that knew him and loved him. He took the rejected stone, the stone that the builder rejected. They rejected him for jobs. They rejected him for positions. They rejected him to play certain teams. God took the rejected stone and made him the cornerstone of a movement that's going to change the whole wide world.
His words galvanized the nation and sparked a new intergenerational, interracial movement in the fight for social justice. He announced NAN's Commitment March on Washington. The Get Your Knee Off Our Necks rally took place on August 28th, coinciding with the 57th anniversary of Dr. King's March on Washington.
This is the time for legislative change. This is the time for us to vote like we never voted before. And don't just vote for the top of the ticket. Vote all the way down. Go down from the top to the bottom. Vote all the way to the dog catcher. We want to get rid of anybody that's in our way, because our parents died to give us the right to vote. You can mess with the mail, but it ain't the sacrifice that Goodman and Cheney and Swerner gave. Our vote is dipped in blood. Our vote is dipped in those that went to their grave. We don't care how long the line. We don't care what you do. We're going to vote not for one candidate or the other, but we're going to vote for a nation that'll stop the George Floyds, that'll stop the Breonna Taylor.
The march drew over 200,000 people to the nation's capital. NAN took the unprecedented steps of handing out masks, conducting temperature checks, and urging people to social distance as they rallied for justice.
We have mastered the selfie and TikTok. Now we must master ourselves. Less than a year before he was assassinated, my grandfather predicted this very moment. He said that we were moving into a new phase of the struggle. The first phase was the civil rights, and the new phase is genuine equality. Genuine equality is why we are here today and why people are coming together all across the world, from New Zealand to New Jersey. He said that we must not forget the days of Montgomery. We must not forget the sit-ins movement. We must not forget the Freedom Rides, the Birmingham movement, and Selma. Papa King, we won't!
I wish George were here to see this right now. That's who I'm marching for. I'm marching for George, for Breonna, for Ahmaud, for Jacob, for Pamela Turner, for Michael Brown, Trayvon, and anybody else who lost their lives or are too evil. It's never been more clear than change right now. It's happening right now because we demand it. Everyone here has made a commitment because they wouldn't be here for no other reason right now. Everybody out here right now, our leaders, they need to follow us while we're marching to enact laws to protect us.
For coming out here and continuing to say her name louder. What we need is change, and we're at a point where we can get that change, but we have to stand together. We have to vote.
During a critical election year, NAN's Ohio chapter created a Get Out the Vote commercial. As the South Carolina chapter marched to Senator Lindsey Graham's office to demand support for voting and policing legislation. Chapters across the country encouraged voter registration and participation. At a time of intense voter suppression, NAN increased its efforts to push back against draconian measures designed to disenfranchise Black voters. Following the election, Reverend Sharpton and NAN were signatories to a coalition of civil rights leaders demanding that all votes be counted. Reverend Sharpton then wrote a letter to Congressional Black Caucus Chairwoman Karen Bass asking her to prioritize Black health equity in 2021. In Newark, New Jersey, NAN's Tech Center.
The National Action Network will never walk alone.
Tonight, to give our main award, we are honored to have with us, he's there every year, and this year, his daughter was to give an award, but had to be in school. She sent this video and her two esteemed standbys. May I bring to the stage to help present the Chairman's Award that I will explain why and who. May you welcome to the stage the First Lady and the President of Drum Major Institute, Andrea King, and the one and only Martin Luther King III. Give Andre a hand. Andrea is the head now of Drum Major Institute and has really challenged us to deal with the rights of our rights to vote and our challenge around our sisters. And I just want, before Martin and I bring out our Chairman's Award, for you to hear some words. I didn't tell her she was going to talk, but she can talk. And she's an activist in her own right, and she is the young hero of the movement, and she's the bride of Martin Luther King III, Andrea King.
Good evening. It's certainly a pleasure and an honor to be here this evening. I knew that I would be accompanying Martin and certainly wanting to be a part of the work at NAN, but did not know that I would be speaking tonight. But I think at this day and this hour in our nation, in our world, there's no other place that I would rather be. You know, it's interesting because a lot of times we only see parts of what goes on when people are standing forth for truth, for justice, and for righteousness. And to have someone like Reverend Al Sharpton, not only as a friend and as a mentor to myself, to my husband, and certainly to our daughter, but to really know who he is when he is not in front of the camera or in front of the microphone. I know and I feel blessed to know that the words and the works of Martin Luther King and Coretta Scott King are in his hands and in our hands, and that their legacy and the work that they began, it's now time for each one of us in our various forms and our various voice to pick up that work and to pick up that mantle. And so I am happy to be here this evening, and I honor and I salute each and every one of you that are here in person and that's joining via the web. Thank you very much.
I remember April 4th, 1968. I was 13 years old. I was youth director of the chapter of Operation Breadbasket in New York. We were watching a show, my mother and I. My mother, I had a single mother, and it scrolled across the screen that Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. had been killed in Memphis. My mother started crying. I'd seen Dr. King a couple of times, but I couldn't understand why she was crying so uncontrollably, like a member of our family had died. And she said, "You were born in Brooklyn. I was born and raised in Dothan, Alabama. You would have had to have grown up having to go and sit in the back of the bus or drink from a colored water fountain to understand what that man meant." So I grew up looking up to a man that liberated public accommodations and gave us the right to vote. As God would have it, I got to work closely with the heir to Dr. King, his oldest living child, and the one that has continued his work more than anyone. And like his father, many tried to go past the King legacy. Martin Luther King changed America, changed our lives. He's the only non-government official that as statue is on the banks of the Potomac River in Washington, D.C. Long after we all gone, anyone that comes to the nation's capital has to respect a Black Baptist preacher that never did anything but nonviolently tried to change this country. And I know he'd be proud that his son continues and keeps his dream alive. It is because of that. And he, in his own diplomatic way, kind of webbed me and his mother together. And he kept saying, "Ma, I want you to talk to Al." And she and I became very friendly. And she would, in her gentle way, try to take the edges off. "Al, you know, your language, you just don't need to use such provocative ways. You could say it another way." She would gently coach me into maturity. And I remember I went, Andrea, they had the 70th birthday for Mrs. King at Pascal's. And they invited me. I'm honored. I'm going to Mrs. King's birthday party. And when I got there, they sat me next to her. I knew that was Martin manipulating this, because he wanted me to stay on the lane. Because coming out the North, everybody up here, y'all know some of y'all still run around talking crazy. But up here, we had a more kind of, let's say, demonstrative movement. And Martin has been that brother that has helped not only me, but NAN develop. So we take very seriously when we give the Chairman's Award, because that embodies someone we feel Dr. King and Mrs. King would be proud of. And I say that because there wouldn't have been a Dr. Martin Luther King if Coretta Scott King wasn't shoulder to shoulder with him. She was not a step behind. She was an activist when he met her out of Marion, Alabama. She believed in this and kept the movement going after, while many of the men that worked for Dr. King were competing for who was going to be the new figure. She was the one that built the institution to teach us and lead us in the King tradition. So after deliberation, the board said, we have a major achievement that we think has not gone with the proper notice. A Black woman that went to an HBCU school has become the first Black woman, first Black period, to be the president of a national cable news station. When I first went to MSNBC to do Politics Nation, and you know, I'm looking around, and I'm sure they were looking around at me, what's Al Sharpton doing up here? I noticed one that didn't care who you were, that did their work, but was grounded, because everybody up at these stations think they're a star. And this one didn't care about any of that and was family oriented. She introduced me to her son. Family, she was basic, quiet, but solid, and worked her way up through the ranks, graduated from Hampton University. We're in an era where you have a graduate of Howard as vice president, and a Black woman that went to Hampton that is the president of MSNBC. And it is a testament to Martin Luther King and those that pay the price that every morning you watch Morning Joe, every evening we watch Rachel and Joy, every weekend you watch Jonathan Capehart and me in the evening. There is a Black woman in charge that is the boss, that everybody in 30 Rock has to know that Black is excellent and that Black can deliver at an executive, managerial, and administrative level. The world needs to know the King Family National Action Network is proud to present the Chairman's Award to the president, the historic first Black woman to be the president of a national cable news station, our own president, Rashida Jones. Let us, before she responds, hear from a special tape to her.
It would have been great to be in New York tonight with my parents, presenting the Keepers of the Dream Award to Miss Rashida Jones, the first Black woman president of MSNBC. However, because of school, I wasn't able to come. But I do want to say congratulations, Miss Jones.
Ladies and gentlemen, Rashida Jones.
Wow. Thank you so much for that introduction. Rev, to the King family, Miss Yolanda Renee King, that was quite an introduction. You are quite an inspiration. School is first, so I'm with you. My daughter's about your age and she should be doing her homework right now. She's not watching. But I just want to thank you for the honor. Thank you to the National Action Network for such an amazing honor, and congratulations to all of the nominees who are inspirations and role models in their own right. Rev, the organization National Action Network has done so much for our communities in the fight for equality, police reform, voting rights, and long systemic change. Rev, you are a champion. You're a beacon of light. I am privileged to call you not only a colleague, but a friend. I am humbled and honored to join to celebrate the life and legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and his family tonight. 56 years ago, Dr. King appeared on NBC's Meet the Press to discuss the march from Selma to Montgomery for voting rights of African Americans. He spoke about police brutality, voter suppression, violence against Black Americans, all of which today, even this hour, feels far too familiar. Journalists, along with activists and grassroots organizers, have the power to shine a light on these injustices and catalyze real change in our country. I personally feel the full weight of that responsibility as the leader of a news organization, as a Black woman, as a mother of a teenage son and a preteen daughter. Covering stories that impact underrepresented communities is more important now than ever. I am so incredibly proud to be part of a team that is committed to getting those stories right, holding the powerful accountable, and lifting voices that have been silenced and pushed to the margins of our society. In the humble spirit of Dr. King's work, I will always strive to give a platform to diverse voices and mentor the next generation of journalists who can tell the stories of their own communities. Representation matters. Despite the injustices of the last year and even in the last few months, and the road ahead, and the words of Dr. King, the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. Thank you all so much. Thank you for the honor. I am so honored to be here. Thank you.
Before you take your seat, isn't Jonathan with you?
Jonathan's right there.
Jonathan, this is her son. Where's Jonathan? Come on up here. This is the son of our honoree. I met him when he was a lot shorter than that. Now, Jonathan, you come up here and get in the picture. I'll teach you how to get in the picture. Martin is humble, but I'm an expert at getting in the picture. So you stand up there and get in the picture. Listen to Uncle Al, and you'll be in all the pictures. As we prepare to go, let us hear some closing words from the heir to Dr. King, who continues to carry the banner, Martin Luther King III.
Let me thank God for the wonderful opportunity to be back in New York and to be at the 30th actual convention of the National Action Network, certainly led and founded by Reverend Al Sharpton, to the chair, Reverend Richardson, and all the board members, all the chapter leaders, to every honoree, and especially Ms. Jones. This is always an interesting and challenging time for me, but this year even more so, as once again, Our nation has lost a young Black man at the hands of police violence. So certainly prayers, our prayers, Andrea's and I and Yolanda's prayers and support go to the family of Dante Wright and all of the mothers that are here. It's going to be wonderful one day to come to a convention, and instead of seeing these numbers of mothers grow, that they shrink. Because I am convinced we can create a different society. I am truly convinced. We have to ask the question, how long? And, we really just don't know how long. We've gone through so much over and over and over again of unjust activities. Dad said, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. I can't be what I ought to be until you're what you ought to be. You can't be what you ought to be until I'm what I ought to be, because our destinies are tied together. And somehow we got to get it in the minds of those individual white, often policemen, not always, but white policemen who've killed Black boys and Black girls, that we are in this together. And, it really is about humanity, civility, seeing people as human beings. Nonviolence teaches us that even though there are times when we want to maybe engage in another form of struggle, but I think Dad showed us throughout his life and others how nonviolence can transform, because there was a Civil Rights Act that was garnered through nonviolence. There was a Voting Rights Act that was garnered through nonviolence. Fair housing legislation garnered through nonviolence. And somehow, no matter how we feel today, we may ask the question, how long? And I remember Dad saying, how long? Not long. Why? Because no lie can last forever, he said. How long? Not long. Because the moral arc of the universe is long, but bends toward justice. How long? Not long, because God Almighty is still on the throne. So we have to retain that faith. So Rev, you and Attorney Crump and so many others of us out here fighting every day. We're going to keep on fighting until justice rolls down like waters and righteousness like a mighty stream. Thank you.
Let us all stand. Session start tomorrow morning, 9:30. It's been a great opening day, from President Biden's virtual address to Martin Luther King III and honoring Rashida Jones tonight. I want everybody on time. We have to count. Only 150 people allowed in the building. You have to have a COVID test to get in. So if you go out tonight, we're going to test you when you come back, because we don't know who you've seen. So don't think you can slip in. You're going to be tested. All right, let us pray. Dear God, we thank you for this gathering. We thank you for, despite the darkness of the hour, we seek the light. We thank you because we fight not for ourselves. You promised if we lift you up, you would draw all men unto us. Bless the King family as they have bared the burden in the heat of the day. Encourage Martin and Andrea and Yolanda and Bernice and Dexter to know their sacrifice was not in vain. Bless all of our honorees and give them the strength to use the talents you gave them. Bless Rashida Jones, our main honoree this year, who's risen to great heights at such a young age, but yet not intoxicated with the heights or losing the grounding she stands. And we will be careful to give your name the praise. These blessings we ask in your name and for thy sake. Amen. Good night.